Good evening. We have breaking news of a major situation unfolding at Bondi Beach this evening. We have early reports that at least 10 people have been shot. Police have issued an urgent message, which I will read out now. Police are responding to a developing incident at Bondi Beach and are urging the public to avoid the area. Anyone at the scene should take shelter. Police are on the scene and more information will be provided when it comes to hand. We have our reporter Zach Bailey at Bondi Beach for us now. Zach, this appears to have unfolded just after 6:30 this evening. We're hearing that multiple people have been shot after a gunman opened fire, we understand, near Campbell Parade, at the southern end of Campbell Parade. We're looking at vision now of people fleeing the scene when these shots rang out around 6:40 this evening. It was a scene of absolute terror. We have heard reports that multiple people have been shot. We're not clear yet on casualties. You are there now. What can you tell us? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
This is going on in Bondi Beach right now.
Good evening, Georgie. We've literally just pulled up in the car after hearing of this news when we were live on air into the 6 p.m. news in Sydney. I can tell you right now there is a chopper in the air. There are a lot of police vehicles on the way from our office here to the beach. There were police cars, there were ambulances, there were emergency services just flying past on their way here to Bondi Beach. There are a lot of locals right now standing around asking questions, wondering what unfolded. I'm lucky enough now to be joined by two locals here who were here and heard the gunshots ring out. Phil, can you just tell us exactly what you saw a little short time ago?
Yeah, sure. We were just here having an ordinary Sunday afternoon, and we just heard what sounded like fireworks. The beach was absolutely packed, and then there were a lot of fireworks going off, and then suddenly we saw thousands of people just running this way. So we all just went inside, holed up in the toilets. I've got a friend that's holed up in a basement now. Everybody went inside. We were there for about maybe 20 minutes. Came out again, and it was similar to this, and then we saw thousands of people running down the road towards us again. So again, holed up, and we just locked ourselves down.
When did you realise that it wasn't fireworks and it was a really serious situation?
You just don't expect this type of thing, and it just seemed very surreal. And it didn't sound like gunshots. It wasn't a snap. It was kind of a dull, like fireworks. So that's what I was told too. So it happened at a Jewish event. I guess it's when we saw thousands of people running from the beach, we realised that it was, it was more than that. And then suddenly the adrenaline kicked in, and we all got inside. The gun laws are working really well.
You're here in Sydney, you're here in Bondi normally on a Sunday afternoon in summer. It's a great place to be, but that must have been arguably the most scary moment of your life.
It just never happens here, does it? And I live here, and I love living here, but it's it was very scary, yeah.
And when you said you got held up here, you took cover. Was it just here?
Literally, I grabbed a bunch of people. So I was here with a friend. He just, everybody ran.
Yeah,
right? My friend's holed up in a basement somewhere at the moment. I just grabbed who I could and just said, let's get in the toilets, and lock ourselves down. People shut the doors, and it was the same everywhere. Suddenly, it was very, very busy. It just went to everybody just running terrified. So.
And obviously there's a lot of people now here back out in the street. When did everyone start coming back out and thinking it might have been safe to come out?
Yeah, maybe 20 minutes ago we came out and we saw there was a few people milling around, and but obviously we're here with our eyes open because the choppers are still up there, and that probably tells us that they haven't found whoever it was. So yeah.
Phil, thank you so much for your time joining us here in such a tragic scenario. You're also here, you're a local here as well. Similar sentiments in terms of what you saw?
Yeah, it was just horrific. We were having a great time. It was such a beautiful day. There were thousands of people on the beach. Just everyone was relaxed. It was a relaxed Sunday, and then we heard all these, what we thought was fireworks, and we just said, it's a bit early for fireworks. It's blue sky, there's a lot of fireworks, and we all sort of stopped talking and looked over, and it was like, oh my gosh, about within 30 seconds of the beach, there's thousands of people just like running, and I opened up the back gate to my friend's cafe and just let everyone in, pregnant women, women with kids, just everyone's running and just running, like it was just panic. It was pandemonium. I'm shaking still.
How scary is that situation when everyone is out enjoying themselves and then that happens?
It was out of left field. It was just completely unexpected, and it's obviously very tragic. Yeah.
And you're feeling okay?
Not really.
Still shaking?
Yeah, I'm still shaking, yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us on such
many
short
are dead,
notice,
how
and
many
thank you for
wounded? They're
having the
not
duty to
very
get everyone
sure.
safe here in
This is only
Bondi.
something that's just happened.
Georgie, it's really a surreal scenario right here, just given there are a lot of people just standing around now. It feels quite eerie that right now it seems quite safe. We don't know what the situation is towards the northern end of the beach, where you can see emergency services. There is an emergency service boat out in the water as well. As I said, there's a police chopper up above. There's roadblocks. Unfolding situation that's seriously scary, especially happening here in Sydney on a Sunday afternoon when so many people were out enjoying the good things about Sydney, the summer, the sun and the coast. But
I'll see if I can get... There's
a special thank you to each. A special thank.
Well, there's 6,000 people watching this Channel 10 one, but I
wounded in this shooting, nor do we have confirmation of anybody who's been killed at this stage. It's believed police will be giving a full briefing in an hour or two. Denham Hitchcock's with me on the desk. Denham, you've been keeping an eye on information that's been coming in.
Yes.
Is there any new information?
Yes, there is, and I have to stress that this has not been verified by police yet, but this is still coming from sources that we trust. Some of that information is that a police officer potentially has been shot and is on the way to hospital, and that even young children may have been the victims of this shooting. These scenes are just so distressing, and where Hugh is at the moment, those hospitals have received a code brown alert. That's something that we just don't see here in Australia. That is an external disaster or a mass casualty event, and that triggers bringing staff in from wherever they are to deal with this, and you can see that police are all over it as well down there. I have a little bit more information about the event that was on at Bondi. It was a Hanukkah event at Bondi Beach, and it was meant to be taking place between 5 p.m. and 9 p.m. at the Bondi Park Playground. It was free admission. The event was called Chanukah by the Sea, and when you look online at some of the advertising, there was a petting farm, there was face painting, so it was set up for kids. It's a joyous time. So to see these pictures that we're looking at right now is incredibly distressing.
I don't know if this is
Ash, you've been reading a statement from the Premier. He's obviously expressed horror at what's been happening on Bondi Beach. We've also heard from the Prime Minister tonight, obviously very distressed about these scenes. Police are slowly giving us updates as information is confirmed.
Crazy.
Anything more from the police?
No, at the moment, the last update we've had from the police is about 17 minutes ago, and that seems to be where it's coming. You know, this centralised information is coming from New South Wales Police. We know in these times the ambulance service, they all go through this official channel, but we do know that the Premier is on deck, talking with New South Wales Police. So is the Prime Minister. They've got the Australian Federal Police involved. So we are hoping that we will have some clarity and confirmation at some point soon. But just these details, we see from the scenes that it will be very hard to get some information. We know that 2 people are in custody. We definitely know that people have been shot, but at this stage, in terms of numbers, we just don't know.
Yeah, it seems like this by their nature are chaotic. I mean, obviously the first instance is to protect the people who are at the beach and make sure that they're safe. There are some reports coming in about a lockdown, though.
That's right, 100 people are said to be nearby in a lockdown situation, and that's the only information we have. Now, whether they're sheltering because they believe there's still gunmen on the loose or whether they're just being safe, we're not sure. But there is absolute chaos down there in Bondi tonight, and the kind of scenes that we never want to see in Australia. Tonight on the news, we had a mass shooting event in the United States, and they're the kind of events that we think always happen in the United States, and mostly they do. So to see that here on our shores is incredibly upsetting.
Well, the other thing too is Bondi is a place where, people were enjoying summer, so many people on the beach. There's some terrible footage on social media of literally shots being fired and people running along the sand, running along the beach for their lives that we've seen on social media. Also, people obviously, lots of restaurants nearby, running into restaurants for shelter, running into restaurants for cover to try to get away from the active shooter. At this stage, we don't have confirmation from police about whether or not all of the shooters are in custody. We know that 2 people are in custody. We know that 1 suspect is dead. Beyond that, obviously, police are just trying to lock down the scene. And at this stage, as Hugh said earlier, you know, it doesn't pay to speculate. We can only tell you about what we know. These 2 gunmen who obviously opened fire on the beach.
Yeah, and we know that bridge down in Bondi is a very public and popular thoroughfare to get from where the shops are, where the car park, to get down into the beach, into the park. There's the Bondi Pavilion there, which is a big hub. There's cafes there.
There we go.
Onto the beach. So is very central to Bondi, and it is quite high.
Is that better? Can you hear me now? Is that better? All right.
Down there. And it's 6:40 p.m. on a Sunday. It's a beautiful sunny day. It is packed. Candle parade. There are people spilling out of cafes and restaurants, and there's a huge event going down there. They went there with something in mind, and it looks like they carried it out.
But if I turn that down, can you guys hear me any better now?
Made the natural assumption that they were hearing fireworks because, you know, in Australia, gunshots generally speaking aren't the first thing that spring to mind. As one gentleman was saying to Chris Campier a little bit earlier, you know, the supposition was it was fireworks, and then suddenly people start running and you think, OK, it's more than fireworks. You could see in some of that earlier footage shot by somebody, obviously, at a safe distance, you know, people running on the beach wondering what was going on, back to their cars.
It's not
you
that.
can imagine the panic and the pandemonium there in that moment at Bondi Beach. And how vulnerable would you be feeling if you were just in your boardies or your bikini?
Completely. Well, and some of the footage that we've seen shows at least one of the weapons, and it is a pump-action shotgun, a 12-gauge shotgun. On a crowded beach down there is a horrific weapon to be using, and it looks like both of them are carrying those, or certainly the footage that we've seen with one leaning up against a tree, that is what it is.
And police have locked down such a massive area from the north to the south of the beach, which is a very vast stretch. And in terms of people trying to get in or out or get information about their loved ones, it will be very, very tricky at this stage. If you see that vision down there trying to, you know, that's quite close to the beach there. They're walking up through cars. There's a lot of places there as well for people to, you know, for people to be.
Yeah, well, exactly. You know, you can see the huge armed response there of New South Wales Police. Also of New South Wales Ambulance. They've set up a triage area at Bondi Beach. Obviously, anyone that's been wounded, and we don't have exact numbers on just how many people have been wounded and injured in this incident, but they're being triaged to nearby hospitals. Denham, as you said, you know, we have a code brown in place, which is something that we have almost never seen in Sydney.
Mass casualty event, external disaster. That's right, and that's what.
It's crazy.
By the hospital where Hugh is at the moment, they've prepared themselves for the worst. So, I mean, the number of people that they're seeing and the injuries that they will be seeing, again, is just not something that our hospitals deal with on a daily basis like they do in the United States. If people are turning up with gunshot wounds, especially from a 12-gauge shotgun, that is horrific injuries. So they will want everybody on hand at those hospitals, and you can see the response from police overwhelming. And in those initial stages, which is when this vision has been shot, they wouldn't have been sure how many people they're dealing with, how many shooters they are, if they have backup, if there's another event such as the one that was mentioned at Dover Heights, if that's a possibility. So police scrambling in those early stages, and hopefully they have it contained.
Yeah, just to stress, there was no incident at Dover Heights, just at Bondi Beach, unfortunately, today. Stay with us.
What's going on?
We'll be back with more shortly on this breaking news story.
So there is a live shooter situation going on in Sydney at the moment, and at Bondi, there is, yeah, it's crazy.
A special thank you to
This is a
into a gathering of Jewish people, and the witness
so this is live as
said
well.
for him it felt yeah, and a warning, yeah, just it's distressing to hear the gunshots, but yeah, we can hear those gunshots now. It's just, yeah, it's just horrific to think that this is happening.
If this is live and they're still hearing gunshots now,
where so many
what the
people
bloody hell?
go
How many
to
people are there
relax
in
and
Bondi
enjoy
Beach
the beauty
with
of the place?
firearms? Hello,
but
Mumsy.
yeah, our reporter saying he spoke to a witness who said
This is
those men were
crazy.
standing on that bridge for what he felt like was 10 minutes shooting into that crowd. We've also heard that those two men have been neutralised. It is not clear exactly what that means at this stage, but that's how police are describing it. Those men have been neutralised.
I'm going to shoot a video while I'm on live.
There is a concern there could be explosives in the area still, and they mentioned that they may be under a bridge. Those men were standing on a bridge over the car park there. So police are still working to clear that area because of that concern about possible explosives. We've heard that there are, from one of our reporters, that there are multiple fatalities. We have not heard yet how many people have been injured. So we wait for official confirmation from police, but obviously an incredibly distressing situation.
Rightio legends, come and join us now. We are live. Something very crazy is going on in our country. There's been a mass shooting in Sydney, and we are covering it live here on the Chaos Chronicles.
Of Sydney.
We are believed there's somewhere between 10 and 20 casualties, and they're updating us constantly on the live. So yeah, jump in and join us. We're covering this live.
This evening. We're aware of misinformation that has been spreading online, and we're being very careful to verify information before we bring it to you. That video we saw earlier of those two shooters has been verified by ABC News. We don't exactly know much about it beyond what we see in the video, those two shooters dressed in black, but we do know that there was an event, a Hanukkah event happening at Bondi this evening, Hanukkah by the Sea event. I'm going to be very careful with my words here. This event was happening. It's obviously of much concern.
Yeah, this is crazy. This
to
is
everyone
something
that was
we don't
at
see
that
in our
event.
country.
I don't want to speculate on the motivations of anyone involved in this incident, but obviously this event happening with so many people there will raise concerns. We know the Executive Council of Australian Jewry believes that that event was being targeted in this shooting. And I'll bring you also just some comments from the Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, who's very quickly commented on this, very quickly calling it a terrorist attack on the Jewish community. He said the attack was on, now this is again, we're reporting what the Israeli President, Isaac Herzog, has said here about this event, but he says it's a terror attack against the community Hanukkah celebration on Bondi Beach.
There you go, they're calling it a terrorist
At these very
attack
moments,
already.
he says, our sisters and brothers in Sydney, Australia have been attacked by vile terrorists in a very cruel attack on Jews who went to light the first candle of Hanukkah on Bondi Beach. Our hearts go out to them. The heart of the entire nation of Israel misses a beat at this very moment. As we pray for the recovery of the wounded, we pray for them, and we pray for those who lost their lives. A statement there. We've heard from Digby Worthmiller earlier of some reports of fatalities. As Joe said, we have not yet had them confirmed, although that might be about to change.
Thanks very much, Casey. And important to remind our audience, those details we heard from the Israeli Prime Minister are not details that have been confirmed by Australian authorities at this time. In other breaking news, police say there are multiple fatalities and that there's no longer an active threat with two shooters in custody. Now, we're going to bring in one of our senior reporters, Nick Doll from the Sydney newsroom.
This is like something that's a first for me.
Nick,
like,
what are you able to tell us about what you're you're
I can't
seeing
remember.
and what
The
you've
last thing I
experienced
can
down there?
remember of a mass shooting, something like this, was
Well, look, as we arrived on the scene, so too were parents of children who were on the beach at the time. Just a short time ago, I saw a group of parents trying to speak to police and trying to get information. Now, police, I think, were able to offer them some comfort because they said that there was a large group of civilians, including children, that were on the other side of the road who had essentially been contained by police, that there were armed guards there, and that there were a lot of people who weren't, I guess, available to the crowd here, but police were keeping them safe. So I think that's put some people's fears to rest, but there's a lot of other people who I'm sure are coming down to Bondi now who are desperately looking for answers because a very large roadblock's been set up. You can't really get close to the actual site anymore, such is the police presence.
The shooter's bodies. And we'll be getting off the roadside shortly. I'm sorry, Metro Zone 2B Bank Channel 9. I'm sorry.
It's described as annual Hanukkah festival as we celebrate Jewish life by lighting up the iconic Bondi Beach.
Through news channels until we find.
People just offloaded at St George Universe back there.
So this is all live too, by the way.
Take you off.
Street Selection Road. I'm investigating, over.
Oh, it's like Chabad. Chabad, is that what it is? Okay. Anyways. But again, the event was it's like a big...
Cars that are currently clearing that do not have med teams on board.
Policeman, yeah, so I'm just going to assign you there now.
It was a big Jewish holiday party,
between
and
10 and 20 casualties.
Apparently, it got attacked.
We are hearing that
by two
children
shooters.
were wounded. We're hearing that police officers are wounded. Yeah, this is crazy.
This is a break.
Pushing crowds, they were closing all the streets, and they're still very tense. They're having a bit of trouble with people down here with the surf vans hanging out on the beach who haven't adhered to those move-on orders. They're getting very, very aggressive at getting people out of this area. That said, we haven't heard any gunfire. We haven't seen anything that suggests that threat is ongoing, but that's not to say there aren't people on the run tonight. It's just very unclear at the moment. All we know is it's an enormous area of control that police are working with at the moment.
Very much for joining us. Chris Campy joining us there from Bondi Beach. Those terrible images of those two gunmen, of course, posted on social media earlier today as shots rang out at around 6:40 p.m. at Bondi Beach. If you've just tuned in, there's been a mass shooting incident at Bondi. At this stage, 4 people are confirmed dead. One of them is a suspect in this incident. There is no confirmation on casualties or the number of wounded at this stage, but there are ambulances down at Bondi Beach triaging people. Ash Raper's here on the desk with me. Ash, you've got a bit of a summary of what we know so far from at least what we do have.
Yes, it's been about half an hour since we've had official word from New South Wales Police. They have been updating regularly, but last we've heard from them, they confirmed that 2 people are in police custody. They've said that there are no incident happening at Dover Heights. There was a rumour that something was happening there. They've made it very clear that nothing is happening in Dover Heights, which is a suburb in Sydney's eastern suburb. So they're just focusing on Bondi. And they are still stressing that there is an active police operation happening down at Bondi Beach. So that is what we've heard from the police.
So
It's been half an hour since we've had official word. So we are waiting for more confirmation, because at this stage, We have heard that there have been casualties. We don't know an exact number. The Prime Minister has also released a statement about 20 minutes ago, and he's saying that from his office, they're working with the New South Wales Police. He's working with the Australian Federal Police and the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, and he's described the scenes in Bondi as shocking and distressing, and that police and emergency responders are on the ground working to save lives, and that his thoughts are with every person affected. And we've also heard from Chris Minns, the New South Wales Premier, who's also said that the reports and images coming out of Bondi tonight are deeply distressing. But we are waiting for those authorities to talk for more clarity around exactly what's happened. So all we know at this stage that there are 2 people in custody.
Our reporter Taylor Ryan is also at Bondi Beach. And Taylor, you've been chatting to people there. What have they told you?
Chris, it's really hard to describe the feeling here in the air right now. I'm on the corner of Beach Road and Campbell Parade. Right over my shoulder is the bridge where we've seen that harrowing footage of those shooters earlier this evening. Now, it's hard to imagine that just a couple of hours ago, this was a scene of complete and utter terror. The people that I have spoken to on the street here are still visibly shaking from what they have been through this afternoon. I've spoken to a woman who had blood on her hands from her desperate efforts to try and save a friend, efforts that she says were unsuccessful. The community here is incredibly fearful. No one can fully fathom exactly how this has taken place in such a peaceful and popular pocket of Bondi on an afternoon like this. Here are just some of those words that people said to me earlier this evening.
My hands covered in blood of my friends.
Oh, I'm so
sorry.
sorry.
Killed a few centimeters from me. You see it.
Can you tell me what happened?
I didn't understand. I thought it's firework, but it's very strange for Hanukkah have firework. And then everybody was screaming, lie down, evacuate. So my friends, they couldn't lie down. They 80 plus. They were sitting and
Is that better? Is that better?
I can't imagine what was there.
Can you tell me what's on your hands?
It's blood of my friends. I didn't have any place where to wash.
Thank you. Yes, you are.
It's impossible.
Is that better,
I was
guys?
holding somebody's child because he was screaming. I was saving this child.
Incredibly distressing, incredibly distressing there from that witness, what she's been through this afternoon. I don't think any of us can fully wrap our head around it.
Does that sound better?
Now, this street corner
Someone let me
is,
know
of
if
course,
that sounds
cordoned
better.
off by police at the moment. They are keeping everyone very
Yes.
far away from the bridge just behind me, where this afternoon that shooting unfolded. It was still daylight. As we know, that Jewish event was taking place.
Better?
The Hanukkah event was taking place.
Too quiet? Oh, look, I can't bloody win here.
Afternoon. Many of those people are still in the area tonight, too
Right, hang on.
scared to leave their homes, too scared to come back here, probably for an incredibly long time. This is an incredibly long time for this community to
There you
wrestle
go.
with,
I bet you that's better.
eventually, return to this area, somewhere that, the locals here
I bet you
love
that's heaps
so
better,
much.
actually. I just figured it out.
Taylor Ryan joining us live from Bondi Beach. With me on the desk is Denham Hitchcock from 10 News Plus. Denham, there is a story of heroics that's coming out of this afternoon's event.
Yes, there really is. And there's a video that comes with it. It's running on social media at the moment, so that comes with all those usual cautions. But we're going to play it for you now. What you're seeing is one of the gunmen who fires
look
two
at that.
shots. That man there is a civilian who ran in. He wrestles the gun from him, points it at him. And certainly his actions have saved lives. There's no doubt about that. That is a shotgun that he is holding.
Are you watching this
It doesn't appear that
shit?
he pulls the trigger.
What
He just points it at the man and he walks away. But that gentleman there snuck between those two cars and ran over to a gunman who was firing a live weapon, a shotgun. Quite incredible. This other gentleman comes over and starts throwing something at him. Now, we know that two people are in custody, so that's police have two in custody, but one of them is believed to potentially have been shot, so we're not sure if both of those suspects are alive, and which one this gentleman is, we certainly don't know, but that man there in the blue shirt who's certainly saved a lot of lives tonight.
That's extraordinary.
All right, hang on.
It really is.
And you could...
Starts throwing a gun from him.
To come back here,
well, we're doing a
probably
replay
for
on that is crazy.
Taylor, thank you.
That comes with it, it's running on social media, the gun from him, points it at him, and certainly his actions have saved lives. There's no doubt about that.
Wait, what about that guy? That guy is a fucking
holding.
hero.
It doesn't appear that he pulls the trigger, he just points it at the man and he walks away, but that gentleman there snuck between those two cars and ran over to a gunman who was firing
it's like he was waving
a live weapon, a shotgun at him.
But he just
now,
fonged him.
We know that
he just thonged him like
people
Paulie
are in
from
custody,
fucking
so that's
Housos.
police have two in custody, but one of them is believed to potentially have been shot, so we're not sure
what was Jackie
if both
Chan just about to do
of
then
those
too?
suspects
It was like,
are alive, and which one this gentleman is, we certainly don't know, but that man there in the blue shirt who's certainly saved a lot of lives tonight.
That's
watch this guy come up and throw something at him.
It really is.
And you could
You've got a firearm here to use,
citizen
and you're using your
rushing to try
bloody
and give him a hand as well.
and Dunlop volley.
Amazing.
And this one of the gunmen.
Watch him, fucking dickhead, nick off.
Bystanders has been stopped.
Hang on, we're going to show that
potentially
again.
from the witness. And you could see a citizen rushing to try and give him a hand as well.
Amazing.
And this one of the
the
gunmen.
Fong throws the best. Get out of here, you
to
bloody
just
mongrel.
Bystanders.
Oi, dude runs off too like a mongrel dog. Get under the house, you
shooting other
bastard.
people. He's obviously in a different area to where the other two gunmen were that we saw
Head
on the
stomp
bridge
guy is
earlier
getting
down at
arrested
Bondi
by...
Beach.
He is. I've seen a photo of one of the gunmen,
CPR.
not that man, another man. He's holding what looks to be a shotgun, and around his waist is a bullet belt, and it's a bullet belt that you would have, or it's a shell belt really, because it's for a shotgun, and it seems to be packed all the way around with shotgun shells. So at one point these two gunmen have become separated, but thanks to the actions of that man, that gun was taken clean out of his hands.
Whooshka!
Extraordinary bravery at Bondi Beach this afternoon. At this stage, we're
Look at
still
Bruce
trying to
Lee.
get
I wanna know what
information
Bruce Lee was
about
gonna do
how
there.
many people have been wounded and injured in this mass shooting at Bondi Beach. The only confirmation we have is that there are 4 people dead. One of them is a suspect. Police say.
I'm not even going to lie. If that was me and I was there,
where many of the wounded are
100%.
being
It's good
taken.
night, Irene,
What's
to
the
that
latest
man,
on the
I'm
situation
afraid.
there?
Well, in the last 20 minutes or so, we saw a police convoy coming in fast under lights around an ambulance. The police blocked off the road. The ambulance came through. It then discharged a patient, a man on a trolley. There were police who were running around to secure that area.
Wait, can you send all that
believe
to
that it is
Unhead,
possible
please,
that
on
that person
Discord?
is an injured suspect. Hence the police determination to keep that process secure as he was being taken into St Vincent's
what is going on in our
Hospital behind
country?
me. There have been other casualties who have been arriving here with none of the police guard element that goes around it. So we presume that they were members of the public who were caught up in this dreadful shooting.
AJ.
We still don't have confirmation on numbers. We're hearing multiple fatalities that would seem to be in accord with the vision that we're seeing on the ground, but those are not confirmed numbers. We'll get those in time. I'm also hearing reports that not only have at least half a dozen wounded people been brought here to St Vincent's behind me, but someone has been taken to Royal Children's Hospital, to Sydney Children's Hospital, which would indicate that the reports that at least one of the casualties may be a child. It would certainly be consistent with that. We again don't have those.
If you're just joining us now, this is something that's going on in our country right now. This is Bondi
much
Beach.
longer before we really find out what the terrible toll is of this day.
So we're getting reports.
Certainly those stories starting to circulate, the vision starting to circulate
officers'
of
lives
the incredible courage of members of the public who, in at least one case, went and disarmed an armed man in the middle of all of this, saving lives. There is so much more that we need to understand about that, including most obviously the motive. Why would
not one but more gunmen in such an organised way, so heavily armed, go on a Sunday evening to one of the most glorious places in the world, Bondi, on a Sunday evening, a few days before Christmas, at the time of the Jewish holy day of Hanukkah, their most precious festival of the year, their happiest festival of the year, and just simply opened fire. Motivations we don't know at this stage, but plainly we know that right now in the scenes in the hospital behind me, there are desperate battles on to keep people alive. We've seen members of the public coming in great distress, running in there. We saw a woman come in wearing a bikini straight off the beach, and then leaving with friends. I don't know exactly what the connection was, whether she came in injured or whether she came in with someone who had been injured. One way or the other, she has now left. But confusion, pain, hurt, bewilderment and shock.
How crazy is
those
this?
are the feelings that are just roiling around the city as people try to save lives in the hospital.
Should I go looking for some more footage?
Hugh, thank you very much for that update. Stay with us. We'll have more on this unfolding situation at Sydney's Bondi Beach right after this.
It's crazy, 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 I tell you.
This, of course, is...
Hotel down there, one of the restaurants, Hurricanes, shut tables. These gunshots were loud, they were frequent, there were volleys of them. This was ringing out. People were racing down to Bondi to try and connect with their loved ones and try and get them out of there. And these incredible scenes, it was a very busy, warm afternoon and evening in Sydney. Bondi Beach evacuating, not hundreds but thousands of people down there on quite an incredible evening. And as you can see there, captured from every angle on people's mobile phones, people absolutely scrambling to get away from the gunfire. Obviously from the shooters, the two shooters that we understand, but also the police that raced there pretty quickly as well. And this incredible hero act that we're seeing of one person coming out of nowhere and tackling one of the gunmen who is armed with a heavy-duty rifle, an assault weapon of some kind. We're trying to clarify that, and police are right now trying to get that for us. Look at...
Describe. This is a breaking up.
In the last number of years, and it's something that shows up so viscerally on social media.
This, of course, is an unfolding...
Nah, the Channel 9 is only just a video, but I played that at the start.
What our nation was built on, and there is no space for anti-Semitism to take root. I feel like my Jewish friends...
Yeah, you did. I didn't say nothing.
I feel like there's a very
it
real
was like,
threat
you'll figure it out.
Of more violence and less sort of safety.
More
moving
footage
forward,
of
and
Bruce
that's why
Lee.
we're looking to go to countries where they feel safer. I've just heard from person after person that they don't feel like they can, let people know that they're part of this community.
It's sad. It's literally happening before our eyes. Like, I feel like we can watch our country
Grace,
slip away into the distance. It's actually quite sad, if you ask me.
This afternoon, just terrific.
Yeah.
Thank you for talking to us from Bondi.
Thank you.
And just to recap some breaking news, police sources have told the ABC that multiple people have been killed in the shooting at Bondi Beach. The exact number of casualties is still being confirmed. New South Wales Ambulance say they've transported
in the black
6
on the bridge is
patients
shot
to
by
St
police.
Vincent's Hospital, 3 to the
Elbows
RPA,
dog.
2
Yeah,
to St
fuck
George
you,
Hospital,
Elbow.
2 to the Royal North Shore and 1 to
3
Westmead,
confirmed dead.
1 to Sydney
What,
Children's Hospital and 1 to the Prince of Wales. The 16 patients are in unknown conditions, including 2 police officers. We've just seen some shocking vision while we were speaking with Grace Matthews earlier. Our reporter Casey Briggs was looking at that vision as well.
Hey, watch this. Watch this guy. What a fucking legend. Look at him go. Takes the gun off him. He's like, mate. Then look, here's fucking Bruce Lee comes running up, and he's like, this guy's got a shotgun. I am not fucking around with that guy.
What happens there? We don't know who that in that white shirt.
And then watch this.
But he is
old mate comes running up and throws a fong at him.
Runs up behind one of what we can only assume is one of the gunmen in this incident.
Where's old mate with the thong? Oh yeah, that's just here.
Large,
watch this.
Rifle, I believe, from
old mate's like,
here. We pan over to the right. That's the same bridge we saw video of two gunmen before, and you can
who's
see
he calling
he is
to?
holding that rifle. He does crouch down, pops up, and lets out another, at least one shot, back toward that scene where. Two people are now back where we started this video, back at the with that rifle.
Multiple
so we
fatalities, two in custody after
the
Bondi
there, but this is
shooting.
clearly in the middle of what witnesses have now
I'd
described.
say it was a brick or a rock.
Very extended period of gunfire
Fun
at
to think
Bondi
it was a
Beach,
thong, though.
on the northern end of the beach. So we come back to the initial scene.
Actually, it's much funner to think it was a brick and a hit guy.
Tackled the gunman, has run away. He's holding his arm. It looks like, you know, it sort of indicates that he may be injured in some way. He's fallen over. We don't know exactly what's happened there. And a little bit later in this video, this verified video from ABC News reporters, we see some police officers starting to come in, crouch behind cars as well. But that is...
What about this, though? This is
we
like...
see one more time there, a man running up.
Boy, that guy is...
Up on this
that is the absolute fucking Australian of the year right there.
Playing a part in neutralising one of these two.
I reckon
these two suspects.
And it's been interesting to hear from police.
Just confirmed.
The last hour or so initially, we heard.
So they reckon it could be up around 20.
They were neutralised, which sometimes.
I don't know what he's putting his hand up to. He's like he's playing a game of freaking airsoft on the goal.
I haven't actually heard anything but brief statements from authorities from the New South Wales Police yet. This incident, as we've been reporting, is less than 3 hours old. We are still working to verify information. We have not heard police make a press conference, but some very alarming and distressing vision coming out of Bondi Beach tonight.
And just a reminder for anyone who knows Bondi Beach, I mean, one of Australia's most iconic locations, that is usually a really popular place.
We all know Bondi Beach for Wally.
You've got people enjoying the beach. No one expects this to happen in Australia, but people definitely would not expect it to happen in a place like this.
This is an internationally famous location. It is beautiful weather today in Sydney. For those watching from outside, it is a shocking event.
Thanks, Casey. And we're just going to bring in our reporter, Digby Worthmuller, who is
I'd say he tried to shoot, but the shotgun was empty. Either that, or allegedly.
Yeah, evening. I've just spoken with the police media team that have just briefed all of the media down here at Bondi this evening. And we can confirm that 10 people have died in this attack, one of which is the shooter, which was killed, and the other person,
so this is true, Tex. So Tex says police also found an explosive device.
The second shooter is in custody and has sustained injuries. We also understand from this media briefing
Can't hear me? How about now?
Other people have also been injured as a result of this evening's shooting. That also includes 2 cops who were responding as that shooting took place just around 7 p.m. this evening. Right now, specialised resources
it's cowardice. It's cowardice.
With the bomb threat that is currently,
they're doing that. They're doing that in Sydney.
It's understood that there potentially may be.
I'm not even gonna. I was so close to saying something, man. I'm so glad that I didn't.
Parade.
I was going to say rock up to
50-metre exclusion zone, and they may have to extend that as they work through and figure out what exactly is in some of the vehicles. Talking with police media, they said that the sort of goal now is to figure out what car these shooters came to Bondi in, what might be in those vehicles, and so the job now is to really ensure that if you're at home, you stay at home, and that also for people that are out and about to potentially make your way home. This
one
is
of the
an
shooters.
Active scene down here with police, paramedics, emergency services just trying to do their job, and so they really urge people to just back up, give them space as they work through. We did see some specialised equipment being brought in the distance. It may be a little bit too dark for you now to see, but that specialised equipment looked like it was to help with the.
I'm just going to go run and grab my dinner.
That's what I was doing. But I do just want to reiterate some of the details that we have confirmed through the police media here just moments ago. And that is that 10 people are confirmed dead, one of which is the shooter, and 9 others are civilians. There was also 12 other people that were injured during this shooting that took place just a little around 7 p.m. this evening. and those 12 people are being treated by New South Wales paramedics. Among those injured are the brave police officers, 2 of which that was responding to this active shooting as reports filed in, and I'm sure you'll be seeing many images and vision of people just running from the beach and surrounding areas around Campbell Parade, running for cover. And so now there's an exclusion in place as police work through that immediate bomb threat to discover or find out exactly what threat is still in place. The active shooters, one of which is now dead, and the other, which is in custody and has sustained injuries. Police will now work to see if there's any further threats, which cars they came in, and the such. So it's very much going to still be a hive of activity down here in Bondi as we head into this evening, as well as overnight. And I just want to reiterate the message from police, and that is stay at home if you're at home, and just stay away from the scene because it's very much active here. And look, if you do have loved ones and family in this area, just flick them a text and make sure that you're just keeping the area clear for emergency services to do their job.
And Digby, was there any description of the condition of those injured?
It's unclear at this stage. It's very much we're working off very little detail, and the detail that we do get, we are feeding it through to you. The people that would have been sent to hospital, we haven't had an ambulance come or go from the scene here for a little over an hour now, or around 45 minutes since we've been here. I've probably been standing here for about an hour and a half. And when we first arrived, those ambulances were coming and going one by one in and out of the scene. But it seems as if now, once we get a grasp of this horrific tragedy down here at Bondi, those details will start to firm up as we head into the evening and later on into tomorrow morning and the coming days.
All right, back on.
Digby Worthmuller reporting there from Sydney with it. Just repeating that devastating news. 10 people have died in this shooting this afternoon at Bondi Beach. 9
2 cops fallen.
1 shooter.
Wow.
And 12 people injured, including 10 police officers. It's still just being someone myself who goes to Bondi regularly, and I'm sure many people.
Yeah, that's it, Tony Clifton. Grab your missus, grab your husband, your kids,
this afternoon,
and hug them for life. Can change in a heartbeat. Take care, crew. That's it.
Ongoing. Daniel Silva Gonzalez arrived at the beach as the first shots rang
out.
He saw the 2 gunmen. He joins us now.
Yeah, just Daniel, keep it to a minimum.
Tell us what you saw.
It's probably a bit early for fucking humour.
Hello, my name is Daniel. I was on the beach with my friend, my Brazilian friend. We are from Brazil. It was just take a sand and everything. When the shot started, I heard 2 shots and a lot of people running. When I heard 2 shots, I screamed and I say, "Run! It's dangerous!" But no one believed in me. And after
how crazy is this, Robbo?
Everyone started running. Everyone was running to catch a bus, but the bus didn't open the door because it was with a lot of people.
I understand people's going to have opinions about our emergency workers and whatnot. But can you please, just because that will get me in trouble when this goes out there?
Shots, I started running because I knew it was. I saw 2 men was on the bridge, started shooting people, and after 2 minutes, maybe 5 cars.
What's for dinner? So,
was coming to the beach and trying
you guys know how I'm pretty partial to a chicken Kiev.
On the sand,
I'm eating chicken Kiev balls.
On the ground,
crazy.
Trying to
on the edge.
Help everything, and after maybe 5 minutes was a helicopter on the sky. A lot of people starting running too. And we couldn't call Uber to get out from the beach because the Uber was not working and the bus, nothing. And then me and my friend, we wait next to the police officer because it was safer to stay there and get off because they said it was another shots just out to the beach, and we want to stay safe. So you wait like 30 minutes.
You should be doing a live of the Bondi Beach massacre happening right now.
We got off.
Oh,
from
that's
the
a good
beach
idea,
and
guys. We should do
walking
that.
maybe
Now, that's what
25
I'm doing
minutes
right
to
now, Jack.
Bondi
Look,
Junction, and that's it. I
10
saw a
dead,
lot of
multiple
people on the
injured
road,
after
kids
Bondi Beach
crying, with,
shooting.
looking for their
And
mom,
we're
and
live.
they couldn't find. A lot of people crying, run, and trying to save people. The tourist was trying to help you also. So
And
everyone helping.
And Daniel, about how far away were you from the gunmen when they were firing and when you hid from them?
I was just
Must have been a big
1
chicken,
minute,
true?
around 1 minute walking to the shots.
Yeah. And
But
about how long did it feel to you that the shots were being fired?
Around around 1 minute, I was just next to the shots. Was on the sand with my friend, and I saw, and then I heard the shots, and we start to run.
Yeah. And just hard to believe this is happening in Australia?
Never.
Yeah, look, I agree, Roy.
I couldn't believe it was happening in Australia, because for me, what's the safest country in the world, but after today, I don't feel safe anymore, because it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous country now, I think so.
Okay, Daniel Gonzalez, thanks for talking to us and stay safe.
No problem.
And just recapping some of the breaking news, if you're just joining us, New South Wales police say 10 people have been killed, including one gunman, after a shooting at Sydney's Bondi Beach. People are being asked to stay away from the area. 16 patients have been rushed to hospital. Their condition is currently unknown. New South Wales Ambulance say they've transported
Not needed, guys. You know who I'm talking about.
Hospital, 3 to the RPA, 2 to St George Hospital, 2 to the Royal North Shore, 1 to Westmead, 1 to Sydney Children's Hospital, and 1 to the Prince of Wales. Police say a suspected improvised explosive device has been located, with the bomb
What
squad
nationality were the
further
shooters?
investigation. That's new news.
Well, they're
just
saying
in.
it was a
We have
terrorist
reporters
attack already.
who are all over the scene who've been joining us in recent hours. Joe O'Brien, one of our news channel presenters,
I remember
also
in
here
the
studio
90s,
with me.
before
Joe, you've been
2001
some
and the
visceral
Twin Towers,
reactions
they
to
used to
some of
call the
footage
stuff
that's been
that happened
coming
in
as someone
Ireland
who
terrorist
regularly
attacks. So
attends Bondi Beach.
Yeah, and just on the way here before, there was just this real sense of emergency through the streets of Sydney, not just down at Bondi Beach. There was
I promise you,
that whizzed
so
past me on
Leo
Darlinghurst
from
Road,
Freo, exactly
with
what you
sirens
just said is
blaring.
exactly
There
what's going to
was
happen.
A police car that
This will kill the tourist
sped
industry
through an
in
intersection
that whole
on
region.
Oxford Street,
Bondi,
nearly had a crash
Manly,
there, and then another car with its sirens
Maroubra,
blaring. There was another police
all of
car
those
racing through George Street. Tram had to stop for it to get through.
Southern Beaches
just,
or something like that.
Yeah,
all of those
Sydney
will suffer from this.
There is this sense of urgency, and now this sense of disbelief and heartbreak that 9 people have been killed by these gunmen who are standing on that bridge, firing into a crowd of people
maybe
celebrating
take a second to
Hanukkah.
think again.
Our
That's
reporters
it.
who have been joining us had these idyllic sunsets behind them, and
Yeah.
that's the type of place Bondi Beach usually is. It's the kind of place where people enjoy watching the sun going down, going for a surf, having a picnic, particularly at this time of year. And we should recap some of the
Gold Coast will
details that have
suffer
come
too,
in. We know
correct.
that there
Yeah,
was
this will go
a
right
Jewish
the
event,
way
a
up the East
Hanukkah event
Coast.
happening at a playground in Bondi Beach, that it was underway at the time of this shooting. We've heard
Is
from
this
our
the start of
reporters who
something, though?
spoke
Is
to
this-
people who
is
were
this
attending
what
that
we're
event,
about
who
to-
said that this
Like,
incident was
we're
like
yet
hell
to see
on
terror
earth.
attacks
That
in our
it felt
country.
like
Yes,
it
we
went
had
for
the
10
Link
minutes.
siege.
We've
Yes, we
heard
had
from people who
the
say
young
they
fella
rushed away, they were
that killed the
sheltering their
officer in
children,
New South
that
Wales,
they
but,
were
like, this is
seeking
the first.
shelter
This is
for
the terror attack.
minutes,
which,
hours,
if
unsure
you guys
what's
are just
happened. We know
tuning
it's
in
still
now,
a
this
very
did happen
active
at a
scene
Jewish
down there
festival.
with so many emergency
So
services that they are currently dealing
Yeah.
with a bomb threat. Our reporters have been joining us, been down at the scene for hours now, talking to people.
Yeah, look, I can't believe it either.
This is like shortly. We're also here in the studio with our ABC reporter Casey Briggs, who has been keeping an eye on vision that's been coming in. There's a lot of vision. There's also a lot of misinformation online. What can you tell us about some of the things that you've been seeing?
Always in these events, you see in the wake of a critical incident like this, a lot of misinformation flying around. So we're doing our very best.
100%. So everyone who's watching this now that goes out there and
bring you, and
has a few sherbets with their friends and goes out there,
to
just be
gunmen
careful
on the
out
bridge
there,
right over
like
the beach at Bondi, including some incredible vision of someone that appears
Oi, Noel Zaza, you
to
bloody
tackle
legend.
one of those gunmen to the ground. So that is
also
a shot there we're seeing of two men in black.
Yeah, Glenn, absolutely.
That,
How you been, Glenn?
Suspected to be, from the vision that we've been able to.
Oi, what about this guy? This guy's a fucking legend.
Involved in
Look
this
at this
incident,
guy.
and there,
Bushka.
man
I just want to know what Bruce Lee was going to do, though.
Suspected gunman to the
He's
ground,
wearing a
grabbing his weapon, pointing it at him, and then getting some assistance from other members of the public while you can see he walks away there. But while that is happening, there is a second gunman on the bridge. And indeed, later in this very video, we see him fire back toward in the direction of that man bridge. At one point,
look at this
we'll
guy
see
here.
Shortly,
This guy dead set thinks he's playing
down
Call of
below
Duty.
the barrier, rises again, and we'll see it shortly, appears to fire a shot back in the direction of that man that tackled someone to the ground. We see it's been clearly a chaotic scene there, extended critical
what is it, the
incident,
Purple
heightened
Heart, the
concerns,
Medal of Bravery?
Bella, as you've been talking about that Hanukkah event with potentially a couple of thousand people.
And we've got the bridge up. We'd earlier heard from police that they were concerned that there'd been that possibility.
What are we hearing, guys? What are you guys hearing? You guys have got access to the internet right now. I don't. So what are we hearing? What are we hearing in the background? How many casualties are we hearing? Are we hearing if this was a religious attack of any description? Are we hearing if
the bomb squad
there are still more people to be caught?
One of our
What are we
reporters who
hearing?
said it appeared like they were bringing in specialised.
Steve Sovereign says I'll be staying away from gatherings. You know what? I do anyway.
At this stage, we haven't had a major press conference from
definitely now.
authorities. We're getting information through our reporters who are on the ground talking to police, media officers.
Appears to fire a shot. Yeah, 100%.
Had
That
vision
was as
coming
real
in
as
all
a
day.
shot
There's a
gets.
lot
That
of
was
vision
like
online, and
click,
because we
clack,
haven't
pow.
heard from authorities and had a lot of things confirmed, people are trying
dead?
to piece together what happened. Some of the vision that's come through is incredibly distressing, quite graphic.
Yeah,
we
this
can
is
see
something that doesn't
what
happen
appears to be
in our
lots
country.
of injured people. Casey's going to keep looking
something
through
is
that.
very
We might come back
fucking
to you
wrong
later,
here.
Casey. But at this time, we will cross to our reporter Digby Worthmuller from the Sydney newsroom, who is at the scene in Bondi Beach.
Robbo,
Digby, have we got you there?
No, I did. So I did hear that. I have been saying only wounded because I haven't.
Hi, Digby. You've been
able
at
to
that scene for
yet.
some time now. You've been speaking to police, media officers. Can you give us any updates on this situation?
Yeah, so we've had the media
So
team
these
down
dudes will be
here
going
at
to,
our sort of press area, head down to
like
Bondi,
most
and they've just told
Supermax
us that they're going to be
prison that they've
holding
got
a
in
press
New South
conference
Wales, which is
in the Sydney
Goulburn.
police station there in the CBD at 9:30 tonight Australian Eastern Standard Time.
Right
and so
now.
we'll get a little bit more detail and a little bit more organised flow of information coming out of that press conference to firm up exactly some of the details that we are hearing. But to just run you through what we do
if
know,
you're just joining in and you don't know what's going on here, so we've got a mass shooting going on in Sydney.
One of which
we're
was
not sure
the active
we're
shooter.
not sure.
The other shooter is now in
pretty
custody
over,
and has
judging
sustained
by
injuries.
they're not,
And there's
like,
also
running
understood to be
and
around
ducking for cover and
12
shit,
people
so
injured in that
I'm not
shooting
an expert,
that took
but
place
I would
just
say
around
that it
7
looks
p.m.
over.
this evening. I'm still here at the police at one of the police cordons. There are a number of police cordons in place around Bondi, and the messaging from police to people in Bondi is to just stay at home and stay away from those police cordons so they can get their equipment as well as personnel in and out.
This is
media have
definitely
also
going on
confirmed that they
code
are
right
bringing in
now.
specialised equipment to handle what they understand to be a possible bomb threat, which is near the bridge that is between the car park and Bondi Beach, that sort of grassy knoll area.
So, Kangaroo,
just
did
off
you
Campbell
manage to get
Parade,
that
and
email to me by any
it's starting
chance?
to work through car by car.
What the fuck is happening? So what's happening is right now we are talking about a mass shooting that
the
is
shooters, when they came to
either
Bondi,
still
whether
going on in
could
Sydney
be
or
in their
just stopped
vehicles,
in
and so they're
Sydney,
now
where multiple
meticulously
people
working
have lost their
through
lives.
to find out
There's
exactly
talk of automatic
whether
gunfire.
it's
There's
safe
talk
to
of
re-enter
police
or not. So there is
officers
an
losing their
exclusion
lives. There's
zone in
talk.
place around
It's
50
crazy. There's
metres
talks of children losing their
circumference,
lives.
and police are working. We did see some specialised devices be brought in to help with that bomb threat, and there has been some military personnel walking around that I have seen coming and going. So look, it's very much still a lively scene down here. And the wind has started to pick up quite dramatically. I mean, we had a light stand up that was blown over, so the conditions are starting to get a little bit worse as we head into this evening.
Thanks very much,
still continue to bring you updates.
Thanks very much. We'll come back to you. We're just going to bring in Marley Carroll. Marley, can you hear us there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, Marley. You're one of the people who's been caught up in this event this afternoon. Can you tell us about what you've just lived through?
It was just like any Sunday arvo really at Bondi. There was just plenty of people down there, families, and it was a hot arvo. And I was walking back to South Bondi, back to our apartment, and we were near the grass area, and we heard, I think it was 2 shots at first, and everyone looked back. It came from North Bondi. Everyone looked back, and at first I thought, it's nothing to worry about, because you just wouldn't think something like that happening in Sydney. And then we just saw a rush of people run towards us coming from North Bondi. They were running away from the shooter to us. And that's when we realised everyone around us was just running, and people were running on the roads, car horns going off, people were crying. And I recall a group of girls running past us saying, he's shooting people. And that's just when it clicked that, like, it's actually happening. You just wouldn't think something like that to happen in Bondi, Sydney, out of all places. It was just surreal.
Oh, it sounds it, Marley. Can you talk us through what you're thinking as you're seeing all of this stuff? Were you able to think at all, or were you just concerned for your own safety?
Yeah, like, I knew I was far away from the shooters. I just couldn't, I just didn't believe it. It was just, you see this stuff happening overseas, and I've seen videos of mass shootings and how the crowd reacts, and to see it happening in real time. Restaurants were opening their doors and getting crammed with people, and the hostels along Campbell Avenue, they were just opening their doors to everyone. The buses were jam-packed, people trying to squeeze in,
the
and
other
just
2 shooters
running for their lives. It was surreal.
all right, can we confirm?
And so, Marley, you're a Bondi local. As you say, you've never seen this place like that. This is an event that you never expected to live through. What was happening? You've sort of described what was happening immediately as that shooting was happening, but what happened in the moments afterwards, the minutes and hours afterwards?
People were just, I was up on the south side of Bondi, up on the hill overlooking Bondi, just trying to get a glimpse of what was happening. We just saw everybody's bags and towels left on the beach. There was one of the lifeguard buggies, there was about a line of 20 people behind the buggy taking cover of where the shooter was, and people were just, it was just small talk between people saying the shots were still going off. This was 10 minutes after the first shot, and we could still hear it from the south end, shots going off, and we were just saying like is this really happening? No one could believe it.
Shooters all arrested? Well, there we go.
Molly, we've heard from
one shooter dead, other 2 arrested.
Families are showing up to this scene looking for their loved ones. Have you seen anything like that happening? Were you talking to many of the people around you in the moments after this happened?
No, we didn't hang around too long. The people I were with, the girls, they were just really scared, and they just wanted to go to the apartment. So just after quickly scoping the beach, and there was no one really distressed around me at the time because we were far away from it, but we just went into our apartment. We ran back to our apartment and we stayed there for a couple of hours.
And you're a Bondi local. You've been constantly referring to your apartment.
So yeah, I don't know. There is reports of automatic gunfire. They're saying,
How do you
we've
foresee
seen
the next
footage of
couple of
someone with
days
a
feeling?
shotgun. Someone else
I
on the
feel like
bridge.
there'll
That was a
be
rifle of some description. I don't know.
I just feel like people will
what
be
that
very on
was,
edge.
but yeah.
If it's happened in Bondi, I feel like it can just happen anywhere now. But there will definitely be, a lot of people on edge over the next coming weeks,
Queensland has
especially with the
777s. All right,
the New Year's Eve
I'll
party
go back in and
meant
have
to
a
take
look and
place
see
on
if
Bondi
there's
Beach.
any
I think,
other
that'll be
going on right
in
now.
the back of people's minds for sure if they decide
But
to go ahead with
I'll
that.
open up another browser, so I'm
we'll
not
see how it plays out, I
interfering with
guess.
this one.
Marley Carroll's one of the people who witnessed this attack. Thank you very much for joining us. Look after yourself.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you're just joining us, we're continuing with this coverage of this horrific event at Bondi that happened a couple of hours ago. We've got video of it here. Two men dressed in black on the bridge just north of the Bondi Pavilion, between Bondi Pavilion and North Bondi Surf Lifesaving Club, firing into a crowd of people celebrating Hanukkah. This, as you've heard there from that witness just then, it felt like it went on for about 10 minutes. The terrible news that's just come through in the last 15 minutes or so, 10 people
the only
dead,
ones that's live right now we're already
12
covering
people
it
injured,
live anyway,
including two
but
police
I'm
officers.
trying to suss out what
Scenes
the
of heartbreak and
latest
devastation
stories are saying.
at Bondi this afternoon.
So what we
with,
are watching live
people
is the
shot and
only
injured.
live.
A massive response from emergency services to try to address the situation. One of the gunmen shot dead, the other in custody. Police say there were concerns there was possibly an
I'm happy to
explosive
chuck whatever
device
you want to
planted
watch
in the
on.
area as well.
I'll go and have a look.
Come across
let's have a look.
what may be a device that they're taking a look at now. They're asking people to stay away from the area. We're seeing vision of a man.
Let's go back to Rex Quayle, who's on the...
meet at Knox and Campbell.
Let me check something.
So this guy's doing
something here.
A live video. He's got 11,000 people watching it.
663, this is Concord. Information received. Concord out.
Great, thank you very much. See you shortly.
Well, that says 9 killed in shooting by multiple gunmen.
Well, this doesn't have sound on it. Why am I not getting anything from that one? Give me a moment, guys. Thanks for your patience. Oops. That's what.
Another one in custody? Oh, bullshit. Yeah. Well, you can guarantee there would have been more than 3 people.
Copy that location, corner of Campbell Parade and Knox.
Some of our viewers are saying there's a press conference in 20 minutes. So there may be a press conference coming up. Some of our viewers claim it's in 20 minutes.
Green from Scania Eastern Creek, code 732, code 4 for both CAPS 97 and CP 32, over.
Who are you talking to, Sol? You're talking to me. Watch what they do with the gun laws now. Yeah, true.
Yeah, 554, please. Code 3 at that location. We have a dogger pole snatch. Currently getting response 62.
7 News is live. All right, wait. Yeah, I just wait. So
02862 over.
hang on. All right, give me a second here. I will.
Energy have been notified for that job. If you're happy for me to merge those two jobs, I can do so. Is that okay, over?
Yeah, that'll be great. Thank you.
Thank you. RP62, did you overhear that?
If I come CP YP62 SO7 next to me, over.
Excellent. Good times at 21:11.
I have a statement from the Prime Minister here. I'm going to turn off the scanner for a second. Here's a statement from the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, if I'm saying that right. The scenes in Bondi are shocking and distressing. Police and emergency responders are on the ground working to save lives. My thoughts are with every person affected.
Of course, you've got something to say, Anthony.
AFP Commissioner and with
Albanese.
the New South Wales Premier. I don't know how they pronounce it. Is it Premier? I don't know how they pronounce it there. We are working with the New South Wales Police and will provide further updates as more information is confirmed. I urge people in the vicinity to follow information from the New South Wales Police. That statement was issued about an hour ago. Supposedly, possibly a
can't see much on the Bondi Beach webcam. Oh, what a fucking brilliant idea that was.
John Jock says AFP equals Australian Federal Police. See what other information I can find for you here. I have not heard reported who these gunmen were. Thanks, by the way, to a couple thank yous. Crypto King and Ken Lance and Some Dre Bloke and Evira and Coops and Confidence in God and Yabs and Jewish Pickles.
Oi, bloody hell, what did I miss there? Oi, Glenn Reid, you bloody legend. Sorry, mate. Didn't even see that. I feel like a bloody rude prick.
For the families
Been
of
up
those
there for
killed
ages too. Thank you,
with
you
all
bloody
those
legend.
injured and everybody else impacted by this horrible attack.
Oi, thank you, Gravity, you bloody legend. And Reid, you bloody legend.
Yeah, again, the police said there were two.
Who shot
gunmen.
who? I
That was
mean,
the statement from
they've
police.
got two people in custody, maybe three. They have one of the shooters who is now being pronounced dead.
There's also a video that appears to show somebody stomping on one of the gunmen on the bridge as the gunman is on the ground. Police said one gunman is dead and the other's in critical condition.
Yeah, sad for
That
everyone
is what the
involved.
police
This
said.
is crazy. Like, this is sad for every single Australian. This is a dawn of a new beginning. This is like something that doesn't happen in our beautiful country.
Oh, the New South Wales Premier, and there's a press conference coming up in 13 minutes. 13 minutes there's a press conference.
Oh, yeah, we'll chuck that on.
I can
we'll
tell
chuck
you
that on when it starts. I never doubted you, brother. I never doubted you.
And press conference coming up in 13 minutes.
No worries, Chris.
Hoping
Thank you
to have
everyone
coverage
for
of that for
joining.
you.
Thank you everyone for tuning in. I tried to get on board this as soon as I could.
Oh, I'm going to change 2. Before I had it say 2 gunmen. Thanks for reminding me. Then I switched it to multiple, although 2 is multiple. But now that police have said 2 gunmen, I'm going to switch it back.
Yeah, this is something that doesn't happen in our country. Like, this is a new, something new.
I'm going to say shooting attack. That's what it seems like.
Yeah, I agree. If anyone's got any opinions on religion or whatever, understandably, at times like this,
there's been no confirmation of any explosions.
Opinions out of the chat, and then that way it'll stay up for as long as we can keep it up. What have I missed? Oh, there's a mass shooting going on in Sydney, where 10 or more people have lost their lives. 2 police officers have lost their lives, quite possibly children as well. And yes, they found a pipe bomb. This is correct. Oh, thank you, Lorraine. Well, there you go. Put 7 News on. I can't get it up. Like,
Let's go back.
Let me check.
Information right now. Latest
2 people are in custody at Bondi Beach. However, the police operation is ongoing and they are continuing to urge people
in Sydney connected to this incident. 45, as we've seen on the footage that we have, but we're choosing not to show. It had 2 gunmen in black from a low bridge area close to the park. That's very close to the sand of the beach, shooting what looks like quite long weapons at people indiscriminately on that beach. And there was hundreds of people on Bondi Beach because it's a warm evening in Sydney.
Yep, we'll definitely do that,
Rondo,
if you remind me.
Just past the peak heat of the day. And so people still go to Bondi Beach, even at 7, 8 o'clock at night, go down for a last dip before they go to bed, perhaps. Get some of those last surfing, catch some last waves in before the end of the day. But also, it is a hugely popular area with tourists. It's hugely popular with
I can't get it up there
because of the very many bars and restaurants that are around there. And, you know, it's an area that signifies Sydney for a lot of people. It's got the beautiful sea. It's got a health spa and a sort of...
I don't know.
It's a pool... That's
Gunny,
just
reckon
off
you
the sea
can
called
find me a link to
icebergs,
Channel 7
where for
News
people who
Live
don't want
or
to go into the
something?
sea, they can go to icebergs, and it's a hugely popular area, especially at this time of the year. Just 11 days before Christmas, as we're also hearing, this Hanukkah event that is being held on Bondi Beach, where it looks like this attack has happened right where
I've got 7 plus up on here.
Hanukkah event had been organised. Now, so far, we haven't heard from the police, but we are expecting an update within the next hour from the New South Wales Premier, along with the authorities, which we'll, of course, bring to you here on Sky News. We understand that 9 people have been killed. The gunman has also been killed. The other gunman is said to be in a critical condition in hospital, and at least 1 child has been shot. on this Sunday attack that has
There you
happened
go. So,
in a country where there are very strict gun control laws, where shootings don't really happen on the scale of what they do in other places. So this will send ripples of shock through not only the local community, but across Australia, and then through, I imagine, Jewish communities around the world that this has happened. Because we're also hearing from the Israeli foreign minister, him saying that these are the results of anti-Semitic rampages in Australia that have been occurring for the past 2 years. And as we heard from the previous guest there have been what seems to be a number of anti-Semitic attacks in Australia over the past few years, as there have been around the world. But the latest that we know is that 2 police officers have been injured in this attack. 9 people have been killed, including one of the gunmen. The other gunman remains in a critical condition in hospital.
Ollie, thank you very much indeed. Joining me now from Australia is Dion Taylor, a member of the Australia-Israel Jewish Affairs Council. Good morning to you where we are. Good evening to you. 11 hours ahead, of course, on the eastern part of Australia. Your reaction to what has happened here on Bondi Beach in the past few hours?
I mean, I live just 5 minutes from Bondi Beach. I can actually hear the sirens at the moment. This is just terrible. I can't stop thinking about the families who've been affected, some of whom I know, some people that I know, some people who have their children in lockdown in Bondi. And we are completely shocked. These things don't happen in Bondi Beach, and there's an absolute attack not on the Jewish community at a beautiful Hanukkah event, but also on Australia as a whole. Bondi Beach is an iconic global destination, and it's our summer holiday, and it attracts people from all over the world. These things don't happen here. We've been warning the government that graffiti turns into hate speech, turns into arson attacks, and now has turned into murder. And these sentiments that they share of concern are just not enough. So we are truly a community in shock.
Dion, I'm sorry to hear that these may have been...
All right. I should be able to get it up now.
These gunmen are. Sam, you have a witness who saw one of them, I understand. Is that right?
Michael, yes, Cassius was actually there at the time. Cassius, tell me what you saw.
There we
go. So I was just driving down in my car, my Kluger, just to come pick up my mate, see if he was all right. And then I could just see everyone running up the hill, like running up the hill, and I just didn't know what was going on. I saw people falling over, and I felt like I could hear noise like fireworks, like crackers going off. Then when everyone was running, I could know what was happening. It was gunmen, shotguns going off, and it was probably going on for about 10 minutes. I got out of my car, parked it, got everyone to safety, to the icebergs and everything like that. And then I came running down to see if my mate was okay. He's just living on the Campbell Braid. And while I was running down, I saw like casualties everywhere, victims. And it's just really sad to see in Bondi. And I just hope all the families are all okay and everyone stays safe tonight. Because yeah, it's very devastating to see this happen and unfold.
Thank you for your time, Cassius. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of
accounts,
Michael, thousands of people.
So I've only managed to be able to see,
how is that
little bits on my phone. I've literally been going live since this has been going on. So
pushed over because in the charge and that, like, had their heads bleeding and stuff like that, and it's just really not what you want to see on a Sunday. And I just hope the police catch these animals, because, like, if you go in and do that to families on a Sunday, you deserve to burn in hell. You don't deserve to live, and it's not the Australian way. We don't do that. We don't do that in Australia. So I just hope everyone's all okay, and I hope the police do their job tonight and do what they need to do.
Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it, Cassius. And as we've seen all night, Michael, emotions are very high. It's obviously a very tense situation. It's still ongoing. And individuals like Cassius, 22, 23 years old, witnessed this, and they're still walking around dealing with this, decompressing with this ongoing situation.
It'll take a long time to try and understand this situation, Sam, but it was a very sort of brave eyewitness account that you just had there from Cassius, and he's one of many that witnessed this all happening. These gunmen made no attempt to hide. They were out in the open, only using the bridges as cover every now and then before they could pick off people that they were targeting down there. We have a lot of new material coming in to
this is
the
just
newsroom
crazy.
right now.
It's sad.
And another example
sad
of
that this is going
another
on
angle, in fact, of acts of heroism
country.
on
Like,
one of the
no
other
other way
shooters.
for it.
And I know that we're going to be very keen to hear from police, because I know we've been reporting 2 shooters. In some of the vision, it looks like there could be a third one as well, in a different form of clothing or a different identity of a man. But everyone had their phone out down there capturing it, which is going to be crucial to the police investigation, the very long police investigation after this as well. That's vision of at least 2 of the shooters on the bridge. You can see them moving to the other side. They were shooting in what was then probably a northerly direction, judging by the location of the land there and just knowing the beach area. That is toward a grassed area where a lot of activities happen that isn't down on the sand. And we understand that's where perhaps many of the Jewish families and friends were gathering for this first night of Hanukkah.
I still can't believe this. This is like literally blowing my mind.
That is vision there of them moving to the side. In some of the other vision that we're seeing, one of those gunmen was tackled by a citizen out of nowhere as well. So I would not be surprised to... Serena Andaloro, another reporter, is there, has another witness. Serena, do you want to take it away for the moment?
1 second.
Michael, good evening. Festival of Light here, but it is one of our darkest days. One light that we have been stumbling upon in the back streets of Bondi here are some of the heroes that have helped, and Wias has only been here 1 month, but he was on scene straight away. Wias, talk us through what you saw and what happened.
Today, it's the one day I am shocked. I go for the beach for the tent. I look 2 men. He come, ceinture, everything, munition.
He had ammunition.
Munition, yep. 1 sniper, very big, and bam, he shoot, 1, 2, and 1 moment he visit me. I go after 1 car. I say this. I look, I listen. Bah, bah.
So you were hiding behind a car?
Exactly. Yep. After I look, 1 mother with you. This in English, what did you say?
She was pregnant like me.
Exactly, yep. Pregnant. And this mother, he say, the respiration.
Yep.
At this, I think you're dead. It's this. Me, I say, what? I am here for you.
This must have been really overwhelming for you.
Sorry?
Must have been a lot of emotions for you.
Yes, sorry, but I am shocked. Today, my mission is help for the woman and very, very help everything. I look the mother. He say me, please drink water, please one water. He say me this. I say yes, no problem.
It sounded like you did an incredible job helping, but and you do seem like you're still in shock.
Yes.
Thank you for talking to us. We're going to continue walking through the streets and trying to find more people who were there and who have seen what happened, the terrible scenes that have unfolded tonight, guys.
Thank you so much, Serena. I mean, as we know, that area, an absolute magnet for young backpackers and that as well. And what a terrible thing for that young gentleman to have had to witness down there at the beach along with everybody else. We are standing by to hear from the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, Senior New South Wales Police, no doubt the Commissioner, Mel Lanyon, to give us an update. I just got told from one of the police, senior police sources saying, look, we're getting new information, just give us a minute or 2. They want to come to us with the very latest and we'll go live with that. As we keep on, now, this is new vision that's just in. Let's have a look at this.
That's it. Can we just keep it to a bare minimum in the chat there? If people have got differences of opinions and whatever, let's just try not to get the video taken down.
Now look at the back there. Another local.
Yeah, so I did say earlier that a couple of people realised that they don't have.
We believe he's one of the gunmen, one of the attackers. We are desperately trying to confirm that as well, but he's definitely been targeted. He's been identified by locals there as having been involved in the shooting. Police then have brought him down to the ground with initial help from locals who also raced in to try and help as best they could. Another angle on the acts of heroes down there at Bondi Beach this afternoon. The good balancing out the absolute bad and the absolute worst, trying to help police You can hear all the sirens in the background.
It's not that I don't want people to have free speech. It's just that if everyone
rushing in to
speaks
do
what's
the
on
right
their
thing
mind,
to try and pin
this
down
video will get
one
taken
of the
down in
people
a
we believe
heartbeat.
to be one of the attackers, and that's the start of that vision there.
What my YouTube is
you can hear the
about.
gunshots
Like,
still going
absolutely, I
on
believe
as
in
well.
free speech, but
But
like,
throwing his arms in the air at one
there's a time
stage,
and place for
turning
it.
one way, then
All
looking
the
the
time.
other. That policeman there has his weapon raised, so he's got it trained right on him. And then from the back stairs there, other people coming in to help the police, which is quite extraordinary. We're going to see more angles on all of this, I've got no doubt about it, but that does give us some light on what is an incredibly dark day that people have raced on in to help as best they could and been selfless in this moment of absolute tragedy.
Oh, of course they rest
Hugh
the
Whitfield's
guy
at the
that's
desk with
fucking
me as well
saving
as we still
lives.
keep looking at this vision. Hugh,
My
you're
God.
scanning, you're finding new reaction and new information and a bit of context for us here.
Like, I'll
initially just
I
looking
will
at that
say
video,
this,
they
like,
are General Duties
what
police
is
officers.
wrong
They
with
are beat
possum
cops
stomping
who are
at
down
someone who's
on a
got a
Sunday
gun and
afternoon
shooting
at Bondi
people?
Beach, managing crowds, maybe watching
What is
alcohol
it-
consumption, just making sure that everyone's
What
feeling
is
okay
a few
and having a
possum stomps
pleasant
between
afternoon
friends?
at our iconic Bondi Beach, and they've been forced to deal with what is a horrifying situation, not just for locals there, but for all of those police who have responded.
It sadly reminds us of the Bondi Junction stabbing as well, doesn't it? Where local police just raced in as best they could. There's no specialists in the area immediately in an event like this. It's down to those cops on the beat to do the best they can right then and there.
And when those, often very young cops who are out on the beat on a Sunday afternoon because they're the
Look at
ones who
that.
take
They
those
arrested
sort of
that
shifts,
guy straight away.
They
Bang, get on the
will
ground,
be
dickhead,
living
right
with
next
what
to the
has
terrorist.
taken place today forevermore.
I
But
don't
those general
understand
duty
it.
police
I don't
officers very quickly, as we've seen from the pictures, backed up by specialist police who have flooded into that Bondi Beach zone
Oh, yeah.
over the 10, 20 minutes that followed to help take down or at least detain those gunmen and then
Imagine
render assistance to those
if that
many
Good
people
Samaritan
who
did-
have been
Oh,
injured.
100%.
Now, Michael, it is the
You
first
seen
night
right
of
when that Good
Hanukkah
Samaritan
tonight. It
grabbed
is the
that gun
Jewish
off that
Festival
fucking
of Light.
shooter,
It is
he
essentially
was lining up
Jewish
like he
Christmas,
was
one of
getting ready
the
to go.
key
So,
festivals on the Jewish
I don't
calendar.
know how
Normally
far he
goes for
thought he
8
was gonna
days.
get with
Tonight
that
is night
shotgun.
one, celebrating
but,
miracles
yeah.
and hope. There were events planned across Sydney, across Australia, but
Boy,
also
am
in
I,
Melbourne,
what's
where
going on,
Hanukkah
legend?
events have been cancelled in Melbourne, following on from what we are seeing in Bondi tonight, an event in Caulfield and Fed Square.
You've got that detail there, haven't you? Caulfield and Fed Square called off as well, out of precaution.
Precaution and concern, and no doubt they worry about friends and people they know up here in Sydney. The other key thing about what we're seeing
Where's
tonight is that
Desi? I don't know.
tomorrow,
Hopefully
Michael,
not
is
in Bondi.
11 years since the Link Cafe. And it's probably the last time that Sydney was caught up in a terrible terror-style event. We're not using that word yet in these circumstances, but the hallmarks are certainly there, and it will be a key part
Yes,
of
we're
the
using
police
that.
investigation.
Might not have been you, but
going
the other
forward.
news was using
we
that
know
word
the
earlier.
impact that something like Link
Why I
had
started
on
using
this
that
city.
word, 'cause they
we
did
still
first.
feel it today, and we will still be feeling the impact of what has happened in Bondi tonight for many,
that dude's
many
just looking at
years
that
to
chick's
come.
bum. He's not
I've
even
covered a lot
running.
of terror attacks around the world, about 25, and I can tell you when they happen in your hometown, as they did in London after I covered Paris and Brussels and all sorts of things around the world, it hurts. It really hits home. And for
Tracy,
families
how you
who
going,
have been at
legend?
Bondi
I know.
today,
This
who
is
have
crazy.
gone home
So,
and watching this tonight,
we have been
they
able
will
to
be
confirm
deeply
that there are
concerned
10
with what we think.
confirmed
It's interesting as you're talking
fatalities.
here too, the police, and we'll get
One
this on
of
the screen,
whom is a
in a
child,
short few
2
minutes.
of whom
I've actually
are
set up a
police
special link,
officers.
believe it or not, so that all of this vision from
on-
eyewitnesses can come straight through to them as well, because they're going to.
we've
It is
been
an
waiting for
incredible
this.
resource.
This
of what
is,
has happened this
Crucial.
afternoon.
It is so crucial, and we see that with police officers around the world.
Anthony
As we stand by for
Albanese,
that
this
press
should be
conference, Michael.
comical.
We all have a phone now, and we are eyewitnesses to events like this, and people pull out their phones. And I guess for some people, it might feel like people are being voyeuristic, but those crucial bits of video will be so important to the investigation going forward, because you're not just relying on eyewitness accounts, but you've got real-time video of what went down.
Well, it's citizen journalism, and it's all helping. We've seen it in major events where every frame of those vision helps people, the police, piece together in the weeks
the
and
press
months ahead
conference
exactly
about to
how it all
start.
shook down. You're seeing
If you
on the
remember
shot
when we were
there,
watching
this
the
is
last
where the
live
New South Wales
newscast,
Police
they said
Minister,
it was starting in 13
and
minutes.
we
That was
believe
about
the New
15
South Wales
minutes
Police
ago,
Commissioner
so
will
he's
also be
running
speaking to us
about
shortly. But Chris
2
Reason, as we
minutes
look at
anyway,
this as well. Let's just bring you in as well.
guys, I'm
Chris
running on a
Reason,
tight
you're down at
schedule
Bondi
here. You're
Beach,
gonna have to do
still
better
collecting
next time.
eyewitnesses. Bondi Beach, Chris, now
Don't
a
be
major
sorry.
crime scene.
Be better.
It is, Michael, and the shot you can see from my camera right now is ground zero of that crime scene. This is the forward command post. This is a staging area where police are now setting up their operations, and they will be set up there for...
Boy, who can remember when this stuff was going on in UK a couple of weeks ago now? I actually went live and said that, you know, how lucky we were that this doesn't happen in our country. And fast forward a couple of weeks and look where we are.
This area now will
it's a
be
sign of the times.
Crucial, obviously, to
like Bob
everything
Dylan said
that goes forward
many
from this
moons
point.
ago.
We're seeing,
the times,
and I have seen,
they are a
dozens, at least 100 police come and go from that area right now. Just up from here was the triage area where the ambulances were based, and we could see earlier, you know, basically running back and forth, stretchers from victims going back to those ambulances and being raced off to hospitals. But this is where the investigation
100%.
will be centred.
Yeah,
now
Tracy, I get it.
days.
Believe me.
And
you know, it happens with my YouTube all the time. I try and speak up on stuff, and then I get all the naysayers try and shut me down, you know.
Every place where a victim might have fallen.
I won't be silenced.
All of the evidence and clues they can completely reconstruct exactly down to the second what took place.
Albo is hiding 100%. He's got like fucking like AI chat GPT running on AI chat GPT, like running jailbreaks on Grok, just so he can get the best speech of the year out. I reckon it'll be about as good as Kevin Rudd's Tory speech. So like, brace yourself, guys. This is going to be
the New South Wales coroner will be making an appearance down here to take control of this situation, to investigate for themselves. That process of
they definitely are, Lorraine.
Exactly what took place.
Righto, legends.
So
We've got 302 people in here. If you guys are enjoying the chat and enjoying the Chaos Chronicles, please jump down there, shoot me a like. That'd be absolutely appreciated.
Why did it happen? The police response as well. We've seen some heroic moments there, as you've been completely recording from this afternoon, to put together all of those moments, because at the end of the day, months away I know, but at the end of the day, this will come before a coroner to exactly work out what took place.
Well, that's a few steps down the track, but you're
anyone
right
got the name? Nah, not yet. I literally haven't even had a chance to. I'd actually love to be banging out.
You'll be able to send that to a
mad
special police link, which we'll put on the screen shortly. But you know, I can't help but imagine right now the contrasting scene from where you are, which is deep shock and calm, to our hospitals across Sydney that are absolutely in triage and life-saving
and we've got 302
those
people in
incredible
here.
medical
If you guys
staff
are
who will be
enjoying the
working
live,
furiously. There's some of the vision that we've been seeing, police officers racing in to help, ambulance after ambulance, some of them even driven by police officers, to let the ambulance officers in the back of the van keep working on patients. Our ambulances right now will be, no doubt, controlled, but chaotic scenes.
I would say that this is going to have a massive domino effect on
to save as many people as possible.
New South Wales,
gunshot wounds are what look like incredibly lethal, high caliber.
This will have a
weapons as
knock-on
well.
effect.
I just have to pause and think right now about those incredible doctors and nurses
people
and medical
already
support
don't
staff
want to
who are
go
doing their
out to
absolute
the
best
beaches and
to save lives, and very, very mindful that in amongst all those victims, we believe up to 16
and all this,
and two very seriously wounded police officers. There was a child at the Children's Hospital in Sydney as well, who the specialist staff there will be working on that child to try and save that child's life.
Khalid Al-Nablusi is one of the confirmed shooters.
Two contrasting scenes from where Chris is down at the beach, which is starting to calm a little. And all the eyewitnesses just trying to
I am so glad I didn't say what I was going to say before then, because I was actually going to say something about
in those hospitals.
Not bad. It was just going to say like
to save lives right
about
now. An update that you can see in the corner of the screen there with the two flags and the billboard is the government office where The New South Wales Premier Chris Minns will arrive shortly with the New South Wales Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon, and no doubt some specialist support staff as well. The word I just got a minute ago or so, because they were due to do this about 10 minutes ago, because it is so fast moving, particularly in regard to the identities of the gunmen, which is floating out there on social media, and we are not going to be doing that right now and giving them to you. We will wait until the police confirm everything in this circumstance. It serves no one any good at all to speculate on that. But we know full well that the police will have a very good idea of who's behind this,
because I've got these on
watch
too,
lists, whether or not they had licenses for weapons, whether or not those weapons were sourced legally or illegally. You can guarantee, can't you, Hugh Whitfield, we've been covering terrorist acts around the world, but you do know that very sadly some of these people are at times on watch lists, and if they're not, then we've got a really awful act of local terrorism on our hands.
Well, we know there are guns on the streets in Sydney because we've seen public place shootings for many years now, but in the last couple of months they really have escalated in various parts of the city, and they have become a very big concern for New South Wales Police. So
now that's the Australian way right there. That's like those dudes were saying, I'm not coming in there
what these two gunmen, how they got hold of these weapons.
Well, I don't think this is the circumstance, but quite extraordinarily, Hugh, we reported, in fact the story was carried nationally, 3D printing of some weapons is now a thing. So even if they can't import them illegally,
they can just make them
in a factory or a backyard somewhere in the suburbs.
And so for police to manage to try and manage a cache of weapons that have no serial numbers, no history, they don't know where they come from, it is almost impossible for police to get on top of something like this, deploying additional resources to the Caulfield and broader Glen Ira areas. Now, they are areas of Melbourne with a very strong Jewish community. They say they are doing that to provide reassurance to the local Jewish community there.
How do you share?
There's no
there should
threat,
be
no one
somewhere
locally.
along the
However, they understand the fear and concern Jewish people will be feeling at this time. Those Hanukkah celebrations at Caulfield Racecourse and Fed Square have tonight ended.
Let me just interrupt you briefly. This is the suburb of Bondi, I understand. I'll get that double confirmed, but I'm being told in my ear it's Bondi in Western Sydney, where over the last 45 minutes
it's going to be funny to see what Albo's got to say. Albo's hit the skid and he's out of there. He's like, nah, there's like
we haven't confirmed now. I mentioned earlier that the police reaction was swift and widespread, well beyond Bondi Beach into the suburbs of Sydney, and this is one of those scenes right now. This, I believe, because of this police activity.
I understand that, but we don't have the DA here.
We don't have the DA. From this particular raid. I understand other raids as well.
You are referring to
and
District Attorney.
Confirming as part of this and part of what we're going to hear in just a few minutes as well, let me clarify about the number of gunmen, because the vision's a little hard to understand how many there are. Officially, police are telling us that there are 2 gunmen. Now, their status, we were told that 2 of them were arrested.
There you go. This is exactly where you find the share button.
So let's rely on hear from the Premier and the Police Commissioner on what they say first. But
no, don't say that.
Publicly is just a little pushback because of what you're witnessing on your screen now. Live shot, Bondi in Western Sydney, a raid on a property and or home, and cars sealed off in those areas as well. Hugh, hold the line there at the desk with me for a minute. I want to go to Serena Andaloro. There are a number of triage centres set up down on the beach and in the Parklands area from Campbell Parade.
Wait, is that who's going to be
Serena, you've been looking in and around there, and I think North Bondi RSL was one of those locations. Is that where you are?
Thank you, legend. And that's what you got to do there. Guys,
we're hearing from witnesses who are coming out of the North Bondi Surf Club, where there are support services, mental health support services. I'm here with Rotem. Hey, thank you so much for your time. Tell me what's happening inside.
Right now?
Yep.
Just debriefing, just the fellas who came to help. So they're doing debriefing like with therapists and police and everything to clear it all.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
There'd be a lot to unpack, it's a lot to unravel.
Yeah, I guess most of the people here didn't really see these kind of things in the past, so they would probably need a lot to process and some help.
Yeah.
And you rushed in to help people. Why did you do that? What inspired you?
I have some background. I'm some kind of assistant medic from back home, so I saw everything happening, so I just ran here and tried to help because I knew they probably would need some help, and because it's a big thing.
And this is really close to your heart. 'cause you're from
So we are on a
Yeah,
code
I'm
ground at
honestly
the
not even
moment.
sure like
So
who
like,
was
you
hurt.
know,
I have no
like,
clue, so we'll figure out later. But yeah, that's my community.
And Rotem, what were you confronted with? What did you see?
Pretty much everything, like the bodies and the injured fellas and everything. Just
all right. Okay, my bad.
How would you describe the scenes that we've been confronted with
Oh my
tonight?
God, he just
hectic.
See that?
It was pretty hectic, yeah.
Magic.
And inside, what kinds of discussions are you having?
Not something
Yeah.
too deep. Just like if someone needs help or anything, just to talk about it, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Let's see what's going on.
I've seen heavily armed officers come out of this building as well. Police also part of that debriefing process.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet because we didn't really do anything yet, but yeah.
No. Well, thank you so much for your input. Thanks so much for your
no
time.
worries.
I'll let you get back to it. I know you're very eager to get in there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Good night.
Yeah, thank you, Serena, for that. Obviously, extra poignancy for that gentleman.
Also,
there.
guys, we've got 316 people in the chat right now. If you guys aren't already following me, much appreciated.
Minutes, and we'll carry that
Shot
with you
down there or
live.
over there.
If you're
or
just
over
joining us
there or
now
up there,
from all
wherever it
corners
is
of
on your
Australia,
screen, and hit that
confirming
subscribe
tragically
button.
that 10
And while
people
you're
have
at
been
it,
killed in
it'd
this
be much
Bondi Beach
appreciated
massacre.
also if you
Up
hit
to
that
16
bell
people
icon.
have been
That way you'll
critically
get a
wounded, including
notification
2 police officers
whenever I
and a
drop
series of hospitals, 6
or
or
go
7
live.
hospitals across Sydney, including the Children's Hospital, because there is a child who has been shot or injured in all of this as well. Those hospitals are frantically
well, here we
trying
go.
to
Good news,
save
good news. The
lives.
child,
We saw briefly there that
child that
there
has
have also
been
been
shot,
raids happening
as
some
far
distance
as
from
we
Bondi
know
Beach
so
in
far,
Sydney
is still
suburbs,
alive
the
and
area of
just
Bonny in
injured.
particular.
So I guess
And they have been
that's one bit
swift,
of good
and we're
take out of
hearing
it.
reports of gunfire in that area as well. We'll have police and the Premier confirm that in just
Oi,
10
Gunny,
11
can
minutes'
you
time,
please,
and we'll bring it to you live. Our reporters
so
are out
I
covering
will
every
chuck
angle, but
it,
Sam Payne has been speaking with
yeah,
witnesses,
Gunny, if
caught
you
up
could
with
please,
one of the tourists
absolute
there, as we know,
legend,
Bondi Beach, a mecca for tourists who come to Australia.
George, thank you,
He
Magic.
told Sam that he took shelter when he saw the gunman open fire.
I was on FaceTime with family from back home.
There you go, JD.
I was just going to go show them the kind of the view from because they haven't seen that. And then I just said fireworks go off, and I was like, it's a bit weird because it's daylight. And then as I opened the blinds, I just saw a guy on top of a white car just letting off shots. Hit an older woman on the right hand side and hit a guy on the left hand side. The girl was very badly injured, and the guy seemed to be also in critical condition. But I saw everyone running towards my apartment block. So I told my family I didn't know what to do.
You know what's
Um,
so
parents
like,
just saying, like,
try and make you
screaming
feel
on
bad
the phone, take
trying
cover,
to
take
say
cover,
that
take cover.
these
So I
days.
sort of
Like,
ran, locked my door.
what is wrong with
ran
being
to my bedroom,
proud
shut
to
the
be an
blinds,
Australian?
went to my
When
wardrobe,
did that
and just
become
hit
a
the
thing?
wardrobe.
Like when
Yeah,
did,
one
when
of
did
the
it become a
incredible
crime to
eyewitnesses
fly the
who not only, I
Australian
mean, many of
flag
them
in
didn't only
public?
just see,
Like,
but
what
they
is
stepped
going
in
on?
and they tried to help as best they could, or they helped shield other people as well. We heard that first-hand account from the New South Wales opposition leader,
shit.
former TV presenter
So,
Kelly Sloan,
Trevor
who she was
says-
down there with her constituents, and she helped a number of people, including a child, under a bridge. And these incredible scenes right
So,
now,
what I
that
just read
Bondi
then, I
Beach
can't
hero in the white
right
shirt,
now,
another
but,
person helping him,
was
who
that,
tackled one of the gunmen, then wrestled his weapon away from him. held
the
the
Sky
gunman's
News
own
is
gun
saying
at
is
him
that a rabbi
to make
and
him
5 children
back up,
were
to cower
injured.
away. Then we see that citizen down there
Thank
just gently
you,
put
Owen,
the, try and
absolute
wave to get some
legend.
attention, put the rifle down against
there
the
we
palm
go.
tree there. As the other gunman's in too. This is one of the people who raced in to try and help. Is it that same man? I'm trying to confirm that right now. I don't want to speculate that on right now. Obviously, we are blurring much of the graphic material at the moment.
That's the
because
guy that went and
injuries have
helped.
been beyond horrific.
That's
These
the
are
guy that
large
went and
caliber
took the
weapons
gun
that have been
off.
used today to inflict the most amount of pain and hurt. We understand this is one of the men who tried to step in as well and help. We'll confirm that as it
that's
goes
in
on.
there. Douche,
But
give me
boy,
the
I'd
gun,
like to
you
hear this
mofo.
man's
I'm
story
taking
here.
that
An
with me.
absolutely selfless act.
And
Who
nick
stepped
off
in
and
to do
then
the best
chuck
he
his
could, and
handguns
he
running
did.
in, Bruce
How many
Lee.
more lives did this man save? We'll try and work that out in the hours and days to come. I'm sure police will say that he saved many, many more because he was able to disarm that gunman and take
This
his
ain't
weapon
how
away
we
from him,
behave.
point it at him.
100%. It's not.
Not only
This
take
is
it away
not-
from him,
this
but
is
point it at
un-Australian.
him to get him into
This is
retreat,
un-Australian.
then waiting for
I
attention
don't
and
even
help to
care
try and say,
what
look,
people
I've got the
say
gun
about
here.
that.
We've
This
got
is
this man.
Australia.
Continues to fire shot after shot.
So that must have
into
been
the
when that
crowd,
other guy
probably
copped
back
one in the
toward that
leg,
hero,
because
who disarmed his accomplice in this absolutely heinous act. He ducks down. Police are firing at him. He ducks down a few times behind that concrete overpass. Then there's the still
do an
image
interview
afterwards that
with
we've been
Thomas
circulating as
Jewell.
well of
What for,
his
though?
face, and that has been distributed widely. Jackie Robson standing by in our London office. There's been the Bondi rig raid. We're looking at a lot of local reaction. Jackie, just very briefly, you're getting reaction obviously out of Israel and Europe right now.
Oh, absolutely, Michael. It is dominating news channels here in the UK and across the world. One of the big tabloids, The Sun, has put up that still image of that man who tackles the gunman with heroic act as the title there. But no doubt there has been a lot of reaction coming out of Israel. The president there has spoken about this being a vile act by terrorists and has even linked it to Australia recognising Palestinian statehood. He said there has been a wave of anti-Semitism across
Wu-Tang
Australia
forever.
and now it is coming home to roost. Obviously a lot of anger
Cash rules
in
everything
Israel at
around
the
me.
moment. Some of the Conservative ministers have also pointed blame as this situation
Oh,
unfolds.
don't
But
worry. There's going to
Australians
be a
in
lot
Israel
of questions
too,
being
I've been seeing,
pointed
have
at
expressed
friggin' Albo
grief
Kanezi.
and shock about what has happened. During my time in Israel, I heard from Australians who say they moved to Israel fearing for their safety in Australia. They had been
Yeah, I
worried
agree,
about
KB.
the
Do you know what I
rising
mean? Like,
anti-Semitism there. But of course, this is all unfolding.
Yeah.
People are waking up here in Europe to this
He's doing
shocking
podcasts
news.
with
It is
friggin' Dan
dominating headlines
Bilzerian.
here. We've had the
He
UK
doesn't
Prime
want to come
Minister
on here
express
anyway.
condolences. Sir Keir
Like,
Starmer unfortunately
doesn't
had
want him on here
a
anyway.
timed message for this Jewish festival, and that came
It was
about
a
an
smaller
hour
guy. Oh, yeah,
after
okay,
this
okay,
shooting
okay.
happened,
Oh,
and that caused quite
not the
a
Jackie
lot
Chan
of
one.
backlash. He has since put out a message expressing
The mods are
condolences
doing
and
a great
thoughts
job
with
tonight.
those of
Thank
the
you,
Jewish
mods.
community
Absolutely.
in Australia, and
Bloody-o.
this is just continuing to
Bluetooth
develop in
moderators.
Australia, of course, and overseas here
Best
too.
moderators.
All right, Jackie, thank you from our London desk. We
on
appreciate
YouTube,
that. Obviously, the
Australia,
activity is still very,
100%.
very
I
fast
always
here.
say
Let's
we're
go
the
to some
best
live shots
community
now
on
back at Bondi
YouTube.
Rig in Western Sydney.
And that is
Where there
because
have been a
we
series
have
of
the
raids over
best
the last 45
moderators on
minutes.
YouTube.
Reports of gunshots fired. This is in direct connection to the Bondi Beach massacre. As I mentioned earlier, Hugh Whitfield, you might want to chime in on this as well, who's at the desk with me.
No.
that
Whoa,
the
what,
police,
what did I miss me?
Clearly
What'd
know
she say?
identities. We've seen vision, which we're not broadcasting, of driver licence IDs. The names of the two gunmen are being distributed widely on social media, which we're not going to repeat at this stage. But police
Yeah, this is
clearly
crazy.
know who they're targeting here, and they've been conducting these raids. This is some distance, obviously,
100%.
from Bondi
This
Beach
is,
if you
this
don't live
is,
in Sydney.
thank you,
But
Black
they
Opal.
have gone with
Yeah,
a
it's a
huge
very
police
sad
presence,
day for
to
Australia,
that area as
indeed.
well.
And
just
yeah,
reminding you all
let's
as well
see if we
that
can
in
get
the
some
corner
more
of the
people in the
screen
chat
there,
here.
can
If
see
you
the
guys
press
are all
conference room,
enjoying the chat
where in
and you
5
haven't
minutes
already
we'll get the official update from
done a
the
share,
New South Wales Police
share
hierarchy.
a
and the New South
like,
Wales Premier.
sharing's caring.
Hugh Whitfield, obviously a lot of international reaction, but our focus right now
Get your share
remains
in,
on the very
let your
swift
bear in.
reaction in and around Sydney to this
How
horrendous
do I
massacre
become
in
a
which 10
moderator?
people have
So
been killed,
I'm fully
but we've
booked
been
out
warned
with
by police that
moderators
this
at the
toll will
moment.
increase.
Yeah, so Michael, obviously when something like this happens, there are multiple parts of a police investigation. There's not just dealing with the incident on the ground at Bondi, but they very quickly need to work backwards. Who are these people? Identify them, and then work out what was their path to Bondi from wherever they've come from. Go back to their where they've come from, and then try and find other people. Try and find who knew what, whether there were accomplices, whether there were other people who were part of this
The level of planning,
operation. Exactly, the planning, the motives, and what other danger there may be. Now, Bondi Rig is about 35 k's west of Bondi. It can take you anywhere up to an hour to get there from Bondi. West of Cabramatta, southwest of Parramatta.
Oh, wait.
And just,
What did they say
south
about
of,
Bondi
to the
Rig?
south of Blacktown and near Liverpool. So for our viewers around Australia, Western Sydney,
Because someone said they were doing raids
about
in
a
Bondi
good
Rig
hour's
before.
drive from Bondi. So if these addresses that we believe they are connected to what has gone down in Bondi today, the search will be on who knew what, at those addresses and whether or not they may be connected in some way.
Significantly too, Hugh, just pointing out in the vision there, 2 Jewish liaison officers as part of the emergency response down at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, so at this Hanukkah by the Sea event at Bondi today, the Jewish community had their own paramedics and security on standby, and often outside synagogues around Australia and Jewish schools, there are Jewish community security, or they'll have paramedics at events, and there were some of those personnel at this event today. Now, some people say it's overreach by the Jewish community to have their own emergency services on standby across the city to look after their own community. On a day like today, it would appear that they were definitely needed.
Absolutely appropriate. Sadly, as it should be, but absolutely appropriate. And Hugh was just telling us all, in case you weren't listening at the time or you're just tuning in, that you may well find in your communities around Australia that there's been a very heavy extra police presence.
I think so, and I think that's the way it should be. You know what I mean? People choose to watch what they believe, and instead of having, like,
yeah, that's right. So there were a number of events taking place across Melbourne in particular, including Federation Square and the Caulfield Racecourse. Now, those events have ended early tonight, a decision that's been taken by the organisers. And Victoria Police are deploying additional resources, they say, to Caulfield, which is a very strong Jewish area, and the broader Glen Ira area as well. They say is an act of reassurance to the local Jewish community. Victoria Police says that additional resources are being deployed tonight as part of the Operations Trinity and Alliance, which have been run for some time as part of broader community safety efforts.
Hugh, thank you. I want to go back to Sam Payne, who's down at Bondi Beach, because as we've been reporting, among the critically injured are 2 police officers. Sam, you are with someone who helped one of the police officers, I understand?
All right.
I am. I'm with Abdullah, and he was driving. Abdullah, please talk to me through. So you've come across this injured police officer while the active shooter is around?
Yeah, I was just driving down Campbell Parade while I think there were active shooters on the bridge. So I turned into the parking. I saw there was an officer shot, a couple of other people in the centre as well. Just parked my car. There were a couple of people helping the officer. I think someone from the surf club trying to wrap his gunshot wound. So I tried to help them, put pressure on the wounds. He was very brave. He was trying his best to stay conscious. And of course, he was on duty. So, yeah.
And you helped others, were others nearby as well in need?
Yeah. While
Right, give me
there
a
were
second.
6, 7 of us by that time who were trying to help the officer. So someone came running from the centre saying there's someone else shot, and I told them, unfortunately, look, I'm not a medic or a doctor. So they said
you do have blood on your hands right now, obviously, because you've just been gone in without.
All right, so this is the shooter right here. This is one of the shooters right here.
Yeah.
How are you going now?
Justin.
I think I'm okay. I'm just happy that
thank
people
you,
were injured,
JJ,
that they're all going to be okay.
legend.
But of course, it's tragic that a lot of people lost their lives as well. I think, of course, you process it a bit later, maybe whenever that happens. But yeah, look, I tried my best. I just wish I could have done more.
You're a hero, mate. You're a hero. Thank you for that.
No, mate. I'm not. Thank you.
It keeps happening like this, Michael. A lot of people in this situation all have their own story from this horrific afternoon.
Thank you, Opal. Thank you. That's it, guys. If you guys are enjoying what you're watching, please
I'm just going to
shoot me a subscription. Shoot me you can shoot me a subscription too, actually. Shoot me a like. That'd be absolutely appreciated.
And police hierarchy with him. Let's just listen into this raw from the beginning, please.
I appreciate you all being here on a very distressing night in Sydney. At approximately 6:47 this evening, 2 individuals began firing on a crowded group of families on Bondi Beach at Archer Park. This cowardly act of terrifying violence is shocking and painful to see, and represents some of our worst fears about terrorism in Sydney. I very sadly need to report that as of now, there are at least 12 individuals that have been killed.
Wow.
One of the offenders has also been killed, and one is in custody. This attack was designed to target Sydney's Jewish community on the first day of Hanukkah. What should have been a night of peace and joy celebrated in that community with families and supporters has been shattered by this horrifying, evil attack. Commissioner Lanyon will speak about the investigation, the police response, as well as the designation of this attack as a terrorism event in Sydney. I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight.
Well, I hope so.
I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones
Like you
killed
just got out of
as
bed.
they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians to wrap their arms around Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring
Everyone
of love
calls me
and
Biff, my
support
friend. My
from
real name is
ordinary
Leif.
Australians
Everyone calls me
for
Biff.
Australia's Jewish community is real.
Oi, thank you, Feather,
Secondly,
you bloody legend.
today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the
So this is
danger
one of
that
the
New
shooters
South Wales
right there,
police
so down
regularly
there.
face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil,
you're right,
in all of
McDonald.
this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Mel?
Thank you, Premier. Good evening. Premier has outlined the brief circumstances this evening. I'll go through them again. They're more than happy to take some questions. About 6:47 p.m. this evening, police started to receive a number of reports of shots fired at Archer Park at Bondi. Archer Park is a grassed area just north of the Bondi Pavilion. Police responded promptly. Unfortunately, at least 12 people are deceased at this time. 29 people have been transported to various hospitals around the Sydney area, including 2 police officers.
Yep.
The condition of those officers and the other transporters are serious,
Okay.
but there is a range of conditions. Our thoughts, prayers and love go to all the families and all of those that were involved tonight. We know that there were many people there to celebrate a happy occasion. The celebration of Hanukkah, and there was well over 1,000 people there when this took place.
Right.
As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity. Section 6 allows us to investigate today's incident. There is a
100%
massive police
Blue.
response, and I think as journalists you have seen how quickly and promptly the police responded. I'm incredibly proud of the professionalism of our police and emergency service responders. They have done a fantastic
stepped
job.
up the reduction.
Unfortunately, it's only
Yeah.
several years ago that Bondi occurred at Bondi Junction. We have learnt a lot from that, and tonight ambulance and police and other emergency responders acted promptly
So
and professionally. to
they
do a
are
great job
saying
there.
they were using military
We will have a
grade weapons.
significant
too. This isn't
investigation. Our counter-terrorism
weapons
command will
from,
lead this investigation
you
with
got up the
investigators
street,
from
down
the
the
State
alleyway.
Crime Command. No stone will be left
Charles, what's
unturned.
happening? Well,
This
it's a
type
very,
of
very
disgraceful
sad,
activity,
sad day
this
for
wanton use
Australia,
of
mate.
violence, the taking of innocent lives is unacceptable to New South Wales.
The biggest taking
It's
of
not our way
lives
of life.
since I would
I've
say
been very
Port
clear
Arthur
since I've
in
been
our
the
country.
commissioner that as a police force, we won't stand for this type of violence. I'm personally offended. You have seen that the police have already taken prompt action. The Premier has mentioned one of the offenders is deceased, the second one is in serious condition at hospital. We will focus to ensure that there is no further threat to the public. Could I ask, but this is a time of calm. This is a time where I want to make sure that there is no retribution. The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask for calm in the community? Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on. Thank you. I'll hand over to the Minister and then happy to take questions. Sorry.
Do we have an age range of the victims? I not see early days, but of those deceased.
No, very early, sorry. I don't have those details at the moment. As you can imagine, there has been a fair dislocation. The ambulance service responded brilliantly. They've had to convey people right around the city to numerous hospitals, so at this stage we don't have those details.
Commissioner, there's 12 people.
Sorry, can I also ask one at a time, sorry?
Commissioner, do you have any intelligence about the 2 shooters?
We're working through that at the moment. Obviously, part of the declaration is because I have information about the deceased shooter. It's not something I'm prepared to give at the moment. It will be part of the investigation, but we will work tirelessly through our counter-terrorism command to make sure we investigate all of the circumstances.
Commissioner, the 12 people that are deceased, do they include the gunman that is deceased, or is the gunman additional to that 12?
We've set up to 12 deceased at the
Mate, his
moment.
bloody
This is a really
licence
fluid
already public
situation. I would like to provide more certainty, but certainly the numbers that we are talking at the moment include the gunman.
Were any children among the deceased?
At this stage, I don't believe so. However, I do believe that a child was transported to hospital. Again, I don't want to give information that turns out to be incorrect. It is very early. We know that there has been a number of people turn up to hospital.
No, you're right,
We've had
Opal,
29 others
100%.
transported.
There's no
and we know
coming
people
back
are
from
still
something
turning
like
up there.
this.
What gives you reason to think there might be a third gunman person?
This is the lucky country.
Unfortunately,
This
in
is
these sort of
a
circumstances,
lucky
we get
country, they
information from
say.
a range of areas. We tend to be as safe as we possibly can so that we know that we have 2 definite offenders, but we want to make sure the community is safe. So we will run down this investigation. The reason that we have so many investigators out tonight is we can make sure that that happens. The fact that we've declared this as a terrorist incident, we've provided special powers, is to make sure that we prevent any further. I cannot confirm there is a third offender, but I want to make sure there's no stone left unturned.
They're definitely calling it a terror attack. That was straight out of the police commissioner's mouth.
No, I'm well aware on social media that an identity of a person believed to be one of the gunmen has been circulated there. When I ask for calm, that is really important. This is not a time for retribution. This is a time to allow the police to do their duty. So police are responding to make sure that all of the community is safe. That is our role.
What can you tell us about public order rights, squad officers raiding homes? Is that happening right now?
What I'd say to you is that we have police right around the city at the moment to make sure that all of the community is safe. I don't want to go into too much specific activity. Our job is to respond to intelligence we get, respond to information, but make sure the community is safe. So unashamedly, we do have a lot of public order and rights squad and other police out on the streets at the moment to make sure there is calm. This disgraceful act will not go unpunished.
Reported there is 3 shooters, 1 dead, 1 hospitalised and 1
Were there any
arrested.
additional police resources around the Bondi area or Dover Heights in case there was any problems?
There certainly were police patrolling that area. We were well aware and we worked closely with the Jewish community in terms of Hanukkah. The Jewish community has its own security group that we work very closely with, so there were police present. The fact there was such prompt action taken demonstrates the police were present.
Is there still an active threat tonight? Sorry? Is there still an active threat?
No, what I've said before is that we are aware definitely of 2 offenders at the moment. One of those is deceased, one is in hospital at the moment. We want to investigate thoroughly so that if there is a 3rd offender or any other people are linked to this matter, we will investigate them and take action against them.
What intelligence do you have about this third person? Was he there with a gun? Is he outside of the area? What intelligence do you have? I think people need calm and worry that there's someone on the run still.
It's way too early to give that information. The community can be very reassured that the police responded quickly. The police have responded in numbers. We have a significant investigation underway at the moment. We will be following all people linked to those gunmen that we know, and we'll take action
Only
to keep the
2
community
confirmed?
safe.
No, look,
the community
definitely,
can rest assured
12.
that the police will take positive action to keep them safe.
Up there on the screen,
Used and were they sourced illegally? And what can you tell us about the improvised explosive device found under the bridge?
It's way too early to give any description of the firearms other than to say that they were long arms. Where they came from, their background, how they came to be in possession of the offenders, it's too early to say. As part of the investigation and shortly after the shooting occurred, police located a vehicle in Campbell Parade at Bondi, which we believe has several improvised explosive devices. We have our rescue bomb disposal unit there at the moment working on that.
What is the latest on that?
It's still underway at the moment.
Were any of these devices or...
It's too early to say that. As I said, we've got our rescue and bomb disposal
You
unit
sound
there.
bad,
They will
Biff.
take
I haven't
the
even
appropriate
been
action. They're
speaking.
experts in their field.
Oh, you mean my breathing? Oh, yeah. If you're talking about my breathing is always bad.
Only little on the offender that's deceased at the moment. I won't go into their background. That's obviously part of the investigation. Certainly form part of my consideration as whether to consider this to be a terrorist event.
No, you're right. It's because I turned it up for you while this geezer was
Do
talking.
we know whether they were known to ASIO or Sapphire Police?
It's too early in that investigation.
Why did you declare it a terrorist attack?
There was a range of circumstances. Obviously, the fact that it's the first day of Hanukkah, the types of weapons, the offenders, some of the other items we found at the scene. As I said, we have found an improvised explosive device in a car, which is linked to the deceased offender.
Well, there you go. There's the police minister saying that there was a explosive device.
Commissioner, you knew about the gun that was deceased. How did you miss this attack? No.
I don't even think that's a reasonable question. What I said is that we are aware of the person. That does not mean there was any specific threat posed by that person. If the police had had intelligence that there was a risk to the community or to this event, we would have taken significant action. This is a tragic event. This is not the time.
But I don't understand though. If you were aware of this person,
my main focus is to
what
make
were
sure
you
the
aware
community
of?
feels safe and know that
Their
the
shoe
police are there
size,
to support
like
them and keep them safe.
Commissioner, how
what
can
underwear he
people
bought at
with
Kmart? What were you aware of?
improvised explosive devices in a car?
That's what I want to know.
Organise something like this, potentially with a third person, and police do not know that it's coming.
I think if you think about the size of the community here, our police do a fantastic job. Day in, day out, you see the work that we do to prevent crimes happening. We need intelligence to actually do that. As I said, the person that we know has very.
Oi, Steve, I've got one of them photos. I just chose not
so
to
he's not someone that we would have
show that one on the
What
screen.
can you tell us about the two injured police officers? Do you have
So
their
for those of
ranks?
you that don't know, this here
I wouldn't want to provide that.
this here is one of the shooters. So this was obviously on the bridge. This is a guy that was taking shots from the bridge.
Too early to provide that.
Do you have a condition report?
Yeah.
Serious, verging on critical,
And
both
his name
I
is.
understand a rabbi was among those who have been killed. Can you confirm that?
I can't confirm that, sorry.
This might be one for the Premier.
His name
Have you
is-
spoken to the Prime Minister, and is there any indication the national terror threat level will be raised?
I have spoken to the Prime Minister.
Naveed Akram.
To inform
Naveed
the public.
Akram. Yeah, I
He
said it.
offered all the support to New South
Doing that
Wales.
fucking Darren
And
Hinch shit where I don't
we both
care.
reflected on
I'll say it.
how shocking and terrifying this evil attack was.
What would you say to a scam right now?
Look, I understand that.
Can even tell you
this
his
is a
license
shocking
number,
event.
actually.
It's not common in Australia, and
I'm not going to though.
it's all the more shocking because of that. What I can say is that there will be a comprehensive police response. Anything New South Wales Police needs in terms of resources, we will provide them. If there's changes that need to be made, we will do that immediately. I mean, we need to be in a situation
Exactly
where we're
that,
sending a clear
Stephen.
and unambiguous message to the Jewish community, in fact every Australian that lives in this state, that these horrible acts of violence will never be tolerated, and anyone who perpetrates them we will throw the book at. Anyone who's thinking about it will be thoroughly investigated.
Hey.
This is a terrible night for Sydney, but I think it's important to say we
It's not
can't
live?
let these
What's not
evil
live?
people divide
My
Australia.
live.
We need to be in a situation where, as shocking as this is, there are still
Fuck
wonderful
yeah, name
people
and shame.
in the Bondi
Every
community
time.
right throughout New
I
South
don't even
Wales.
know
That's what
why we
these-
do that in
that's
this
what these
country.
terrorists want. They want Australians divided.
It's like 2
and
days
at each
ago
other's
with
throats, and we can't let that happen.
Tom
In fact, we
Silvani.
won't.
They were like, oh, you know, we can't name and shame him because his dad's a Carlton great and his mum's a fucking news reporter. Who cares? If you're a sour grapist, name and shame.
IEDs in a car planted nearby. Further to what I asked the Commissioner, has there been a failure here? Has there been a failure in intelligence or policing?
Look, I mean, I think in the circumstances, it's reasonable that both the government and the police conduct an investigation. There will be, of course, a full inquiry. But when you're looking at several hours after this
definitely not the
horrifying event,
name.
it's important that police
Like,
focus on
respectfully,
community safety
I'm looking
right
at
now
his licence.
and ensuring that the immediate vicinity is locked down, that the public,
Trust me,
those who've
that's
been
his
injured,
name.
are transported to hospital, and that there's not an immediate ongoing threat. There'll be plenty of times for a thorough investigation.
By Nigel
To
Ryan,
the
the
Prime
Acting
Minister
Deputy
now
Commissioner
Oh, here he is.
for National Security for the AFP, and Mike Burgess, the Director General
Get up
of
there, Albo.
ASIO. And we don't normally talk at confirmed meetings
Sorry, guys,
of
I've
the
got,
National Security Committee, but I
hay
think
fever.
at this moment it is appropriate to tell Australians that the National Security Committee was convened as a matter of urgency, and we have just come from it.
I think Albo's drunk. Listen
This
to him.
afternoon, there has been a devastating terrorist incident at Bondi at the Hanukkah by the Sea celebration. This is a targeted attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian.
Thank you,
and
Opal,
every
legend.
Australian tonight will be, like me, devastated on this attack on our way of life. There is no place for this hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Amidst this vile act of violence and hate will emerge a moment of national unity where Australians across the board will embrace their fellow Australians of Jewish faith at this dark moment for our nation. Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our
I agree,
agencies
Hex,
will provide you with
actually.
factual updates as quickly as possible as they continue to emerge.
I agree.
The evil that was unleashed at Bondi Beach today is beyond comprehension, and the trauma and loss that families are dealing with tonight is beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Australians have had their lives cruelly stolen and many have been injured. For all Australians, our first thoughts are with those in the terrible early hours of their grief. We are also thinking of everyone being treated for their injuries, and many of whom are alive right now because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe. We have seen Australians today run towards danger in order to help others. These Australians are heroes, and their bravery has saved lives. As Prime Minister, I say on behalf of all Australians to the Jewish community, we stand with you, we embrace you, and we reaffirm tonight that you have every right to be proud of who you are and what you believe. You have the right to worship and study and live and work in peace and safety, and you enrich us as a nation. You should never have to endure the loss that you have suffered today.
This is that Khaled al-Nablusi right there.
That you know tonight. We will dedicate every resource required to making sure you are safe and protected. You are Australian, and all Australians are with you today.
So that's on X. You see there, guys?
My fellow Australians,
This is his
I say
name there.
that there are
Wait, I'll
nights
point to it.
that tear at our nation's soul. In this moment of darkness, we must be each other's light.
Khaled
To the true character of the country
al-Nablusi.
that we love.
There.
Australia is stronger than
I know
the
it's
cowards
backwards,
who
but
attacked
Khaled
innocent people today.
al-Nablusi.
Australia is braver than those who seek to make us afraid. Australia will never submit to division, violence or hatred. We will see justice done,
Let's go.
and we will come through this together. I'd ask Acting Deputy Commissioner Ryan to make some comments, and then Director General
I like
Burgess.
it how he says we'll get through this together.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Firstly, our thoughts go out to the families and communities that have been affected by this senseless attack today. The AFP stands next to the New South Wales Police and with ASIO in our joint counter-terrorism arrangements.
Righto, legends. We've got 183 people in here. I'll shut up quickly.
Powers,
But if you guys are enjoying my live, smash that like button, hit that share button. That'd be absolutely appreciated.
Investigated
And I'll shut
as
up.
thoroughly as possible. In relation to the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, we have heard that there has been a declaration of a terrorist incident that will enable the AFP, along with ASIO and New South Wales Police, to use specialist powers.
They declared a terrorist attack.
I don't wish to speculate in relation to any of the information that is currently known. This matter is ongoing. It is in its early stages, and we will continue to work with New South Wales Police to ensure that it's investigated as best as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Nigel. Thanks, PM.
Well,
ASIO
who's this
was also
geezer?
a member of the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, and our principal role at this stage is to support the police in their ongoing investigation. But at the same time, as is standard practice for us, we are looking at the identities of the attackers, and where that is known, we're looking to see if there's anyone in the community that has similar intent. It's important to stress at this point we have no indications to that fact, but that is something we have active investigations on. The national terrorism threat level remains at probable. I don't see that changing at this stage.
Thank you.
Probable means there is a 50% chance of an act of terror, and unfortunately we've seen that horrific act occur tonight in Australia. Thank you.
A few questions. Charles?
Prime Minister, you've called this terror. Are you aware of any other terror threats at the moment, and what's your message to Jewish Australians who may not feel safe in Australia tonight?
My message to Jewish Australians is
They were
that
known to
your fellow
ASIO.
Australians stand with you tonight in condemning this act of terror, in condemning this outrage.
See that? That's how you know he's not really there making
had
that.
a number of conversations.
That's a green screen, Elbow.
One of the Jewish community leaders said to me
We can all do
that
that,
we know
Elbow.
where anti-Semitism leads, that it leads to an attack on everyone, not just Jewish Australians. And this attack at Bondi Beach, of all places, a place of celebration,
right, that didn't work.
a place where people, particularly in Sydney, but from all
Oi,
over the
James
world,
Robertson gifted
come
5 membership. Thank
to
you,
enjoy
legend.
each other's company.
And to everyone who just got a
And to,
membership, you
in
can
this
thank
case,
James
at the
Robertson
Bondi
for that
Pavilion
one.
there. I'm very familiar with that pavilion. This senseless attack is one which is an act of terror. It is aimed at creating fear. But we will stand with the Jewish community and Jewish Australians at this time.
Prime Minister, in light of this attack, is the government going to move on any of the recommendations in the Special Envoy's report on anti-Semitism in Australia?
Yeah, we're continuing to work on all of those issues, including one of
Thank you, guys. If you're just joining in and you haven't joined me before, I am the Chaos Chronicles, and it'd be absolutely appreciated if you legends would jump down there and shoot me a subscription and smash that bell icon. You'll never miss any of my
I know that
again.
it is, this is an incredibly
Sorry, that was the cheesiest smile I
tough
could do.
time for the community to deal with this. It's important that they don't deal with it alone, that everyone stand with them at this time. And then we'll go fill in then.
Left unchecked, as you were just saying.
Oi, TP, Jewish
leads to
legend.
terrorism and violence targeting the innocent. Your government has come under criticism in claiming that it has effectively responded to the rise of anti-Semitism in Australia since October 7, 2020.
Oh, yeah, I reckon so too. That's what I said when he first got on. I was like, Elbow is freaking
Your
drunk.
ministers have attacked the Israeli government.
Oi, JD,
Senior
Jewish
ministers refused to
legend.
visit the sites of the October 7 massacres. And you created a special Islamophobia envoy alongside an anti-Semitism envoy. Have you taken the threat of anti-Semitism seriously, and can you guarantee the safety of Jewish Australians?
Yes, we have taken it seriously, and we've continued to act. We've continued to work with Jewish community leaders. We've continued to
Elbows
take all
plastered.
the advice from the security agencies to put in place
The security
special measures,
agencies?
and we'll continue to do so.
And we'll continue to do that.
For Mr. Burgess.
I haven't had a gun all day, drinks.
Mr. Burgess, you've been warning for a long time about the risk of
Sorry,
this sort of
couldn't help
attack, localised extremism. I think, were any of these...
That guy is not
these
happy
people
with them
on your
eyebrows.
watch list? I think the New South Wales Commissioner just said they were aware of one of these characters, that they were keeping an eye on him. Was he on your radar at all?
So it's too early to give you any more details, Phil, other than to say, like the New South Wales Police, one of these individuals was known to us.
Oh, where is it?
Not
All right,
in an
yep,
immediate
hang on.
threat perspective, so obviously we need to look into what happened here.
Mr. Burgess, you mentioned that the chance of another attack is probable.
There you go.
50%. I'm just wondering, how does that mean that there is still a 1 in 2 chance of a follow-up attack? And does ASIO or the other security agencies take?
Albo don't
more
drink? Well, I don't know. He's on the nose tacos or something. I don't know.
So national terrorism threat level of probable means there's a 50% chance, so 1 in 2, of course. That doesn't mean to say there's a connection to an immediate attack following this one. That is subject to our ongoing investigation. We have no indications that that is the concern at this stage, but of course we will work 24/7 along with our police colleagues to make sure that is the case.
Mr Burgess, given that the events of earlier today, why
Mr.
can you
Burgess.
sort of
I
expand
wanted
on
to
your
know what his
decision to
name
leave
was. I didn't
terrorist
get it
threat level
before.
at
Now I
probable?
know.
And do you envisage that you will have further conversations about...
I feel like we've been friends forever, Mr. Burgess.
The national terrorism threat level is under constant review. One incident by itself does not necessarily raise the threat level at a national level, but we keep that under constant review.
Thank you.
Bullshit! Desi Freeman, prime example. One incident doesn't rise
There's the head of the AFP,
What
head of
are they
ASIO,
saying
and
here?
the Prime Minister there talking out of Canberra. Before that, you heard the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, speaking, and the New South Wales Commissioner, Mal Lanyon. So let's just recap. There's a lot of information in there. 12 people confirmed
you know what?
dead after a mass shooting targeting the Hanukkah celebrations
that's
at Bondi
exactly
Beach.
what I reckon
They're
it
at
was.
Archer Park, which is a
Had
grassed
that,
area to the north. We are being told that 12 includes one of the gunmen as well. Now, according to the New South Wales Police Commissioner, one of the gunmen may have been known to police. You heard the ASIO chief stress that not in a threat capacity, but known. It's helped them lead very quickly to a lot of details, and they're not revealing them yet, which is entirely appropriate.
I just can't believe he said that.
29 others have
we don't
been
use a
confirmed
single
as
incident
injured,
and raise a
including 2
national
police
threat
officers
level.
who were seriously
Well,
hurt,
yes, you fucking
and the
did,
second
and
shooter
you still
as well.
have, and you
All
still
the
are.
victims have been treated in a range of hospitals right across Sydney tonight with varying degrees of injuries.
Or milk and
The New
Rohypnol.
South Wales
Oh
Police
shit, he's
Commissioner
on the
Mal Lanyon
friggin'
has
hypnodorm.
declared
Oh
this
shit.
a terror attack. Special provisions, sections 5 and 6, have also been enacted. We'll describe them in just a minute and what they mean. We also had that confirmed by the Australian Federal Police, also the ASIO chief.
Boy, have a go at that.
Threat level
We'll get
and
this
terror
up here
threat
on the
level
big screen.
remains as probable, which means a 50% chance of terrorist acts happening. But obviously very intense investigations underway tonight into...
Oh, watch this guy
who
just
these
full
gunmen
blossom
are,
stomps
how they're
him.
connected,
Then
what
the
level
cops
of
like, get on the
planning
ground,
went into this.
dickhead.
Of note, and there is some
This is
conjecture over
Cronulla
this at the
riots
moment, but
all
we did
over
have it
again.
confirmed by New South Wales Police, that one vehicle belonging to one of the gunmen has been found on Campbell Parade, the famous street down there at Bondi Beach. IEDs, explosives, he said, have been found in that vehicle, and specialists...
Sounds so much
near that
worse when you
vehicle
say
now,
IEDs
although
rather
there's
than
a number of
explosives.
vehicles, we're being told, being searched down
Abbreviations
at Bondi
are
Beach
scary.
right now. The bomb squad on the scene,
In
just
my
in case.
life.
So officers going car to car, looking inside every vehicle just to make sure that there aren't
the
other
CIU,
vehicles involved in all of that.
AFP.
And we've seen vision of police raiding homes across Sydney,
Abbreviations.
particularly in the area of Bondi related to one of the gunmen. That's vision of it there. That search continues, and a number of items are being scoured, retrieved from that scene, police tape in the area. That reaction was very swift, coming barely an hour and a half, 40 minutes after the attack down at Bondi Beach. So those raids are continuing. That would appear to be a secondary scene beyond, obviously.
Why has he got a door? Why has he got a doorbuster?
Of note, there was an emergency cabinet meeting in New South Wales, but of more serious note, the Prime Minister confirmed that there was a special convening of the National Security Committee. They don't often talk about that publicly.
I don't know how to say that,
reveal
so I'm
that
just going to
publicly.
say fell.
But that happened almost immediately, which is why we saw the Australian Federal Police Chief and the ASIO Chief,
Where do we go to from
side by side
here?
with the Prime Minister there.
You know what I mean? Like,
in his words,
there's not many.
Albanese called it a targeted attack against the Jewish community.
This
and
isn't
obviously
like
a very
the
dark
80s.
moment for
The only way is
saying that we stand with
the
all
only way
Jewish
is down
communities.
from here.
And as
This is a very sad day for Australia.
I know you're at a shop, but you might want to contribute to here as well. That there were a number of other Hanukkah festivals and ceremonies around Australia, particularly in Victoria, that were cancelled extra
But
police
seriously,
presence put on others.
all right, we've got
around as
400
well.
people in here.
There's going to be some analysis of
Let's
this, isn't
have
there, of
as
what
many
these
people
sections
that
mean,
want to
Section 5 and
chime in
6,
on this.
that have been
How
enacted
do we
under
stop
acts
this?
of terrorism.
How do
So
we
the
stop
Terrorist
this
Act
in the
gives
future?
police
Everyone's
wide-ranging
personal
stop and
opinion.
search powers. It means that they
Please
can go into
leave
properties
religion
without
out
a
of
warrant.
it.
Means
But
that they can detain
how do we
people,
stop this in the
including
future?
suspects, for much longer than a normal person under arrest. They are extreme powers that police have to not just detain alleged or accused terrorists, but to make sure that they can hunt down other people that may be connected and to prevent further attacks. Now, the police, they're talking about the national threat level for terror being at probable, which is the mid-range, Michael, saying more than 50% chance. Above that is expected and certain, and below that is possible and not expected. It's been probable for some time, but anti-terror police, counter-terror police are now with a huge investigation before them here in New South Wales and at the AFP as well.
This vision is interesting, and it will be in the investigation too, Hugh, because we saw in the police press conference out of the New South Wales one at the very least that there was speculation of a third gunman. The Police Commissioner Mal Lanyon still trying to say, look, there may be.
Yeah.
We're trying to work it out. This vision led us to believe earlier that there might have been a third because it looked different to what we'd seen in some of the other bouts of vision as well. But that's to be confirmed by police. And he was
It's
careful
quite
not
interesting
to
see what everyone's
over-speculate
writing
on
in
that
the.
point.
Yeah, he said 2 definite offenders. One of them is among that 12
JD.
dead that we are told by the New South Wales Premier, and they are
Wait, watch
investigating
this.
the
Watch the
chance
possum
or the
stomp. Watch this
possibility,
guy.
the
Fuck
plausibility
you, bro.
potentially
And then
of
the
a
cop
third
arrests
offender.
him
and
and
that's
chucks
where
him
we're seeing
straight
that
on the ground,
number of
right
police
next to the
operations
terrorist.
taking place right across metropolitan Sydney right
Australian.
now.
Part of that other scene, there's one of the gunmen identified in one of the shots. He was hiding on top of the concrete bridge, ducking down beneath it at times, and then
we're
other
already
times
onto that
firing
photo.
with what we've been
KJ
described
onto
as
it.
long-arm weapons. The police not speculating on the shot. We're trying to work that out. We saw some earlier vision as well. He did an incredible thing here, and the Prime Minister reflected on the acts of heroism as well.
Michael, what we have seen is not just acts like that tonight. Members of the public down at Bondi trying to take on these gunmen, but the response by normal people, civilians, who have been enjoying a day at the beach, whether it's the Christmas party at the North Bondi Surf Club tonight, or whether it was people who are attending the Harnica by the Sea or having a drink on the grassy knoll at North Bondi, stepping in
I swear,
to try
that
and
looks
save
like the
people's
same guy that
lives,
took the
carrying out
gun off
CPR
the...
on people, trying to bandage
I don't
people up.
even
There
know,
are people
man.
turning
Why
up
do
to
I feel
hospitals
bad
tonight,
saying
Michael, in
terrorists?
Sydney, with those people that they tried to treat on the
terrorists.
ground themselves covered in blood. There are
Not
people who
not
have
the guy there.
made a
I
huge
mean the
effort
people
tonight
that
as
did this
community
horrible
members,
atrocity
the
of
Premier
terror.
and the Prime Minister speaking about the extreme acts of bravery that have taken place. Brave Australians really showing real spirit.
Portland has
They
this
are,
big show
and
sorted.
Hugh, I reflected on this earlier, and it's worth recapping again. My thoughts are very deeply with all of those medical teams inside those range of hospitals, 6 or 7 hospitals that are
Yeah,
now
please,
involved.
guys. And also, guys, if you guys are just joining my chat,
life-saving efforts
please,
underway,
if you could and you're enjoying
to
the chat,
save,
jump down there,
you know,
shoot me a like.
people who
That'd
have been
really,
shot.
really
These are
help my
weapons
chat.
used in
But
acts
if you
of war.
could,
The
what really,
injuries
really
they
helps
have
if you could
received
jump
will
down there,
be
shoot that
horrific.
share
They'll be
button
intense.
and press
Those
copy and
hospitals are
share the
working
live
overnight
out.
to
That'd
make
be
sure
really,
that the death
really,
toll doesn't
really
rise.
awesome.
12 at this stage.
As a matter of
including
fact,
one
all
at
you
the
have to
Garmin.
do is
29
press
people have
it
been
and press
confirmed as
copy,
transported to hospital,
and that
but as
is
you
good
said,
enough to get
others
it
may
into the
still have walked in
algorithm.
afterwards, and people were kept down at Bondi Beach for some time in triage circumstances as well.
And some of those people who have been taken to hospital
Why do they
suffering
just
from
surrender?
shock, they've been caught up in
Yes,
it, they're
it
being
looks
counselled by
like
social
the
workers
Bulldog
right now
supporter that fired
at those
shots in
hospitals
Sydney
right
weeks
across
ago.
Sydney, even
Oh,
down to
bullshit,
St.
it
George
fucking
and,
does
and places
too.
like that. So every hospital has been put on alert, no doubt, across Sydney tonight, and staff, nurses and doctors brought in
Oh, it actually
from
does.
across Sydney to work as well.
This is interesting, Hugh, because it just helps us fill in the picture of what is happening at Bondi Beach at this very moment as well. That's the New South Wales Riot
One
Squad,
moment,
one of
guys.
their vehicles, public
Gotta
order
use
and
the
riot
ablutions.
squads. Now, they're working with the bomb squad to make sure that there are no other vehicles down there that may have been left by the gunman. We had police confirm to us that one of the vehicles contains explosive devices. Serena, I think that vehicle's just, Serena and Allura reported, did that vehicle just go past you right now?
Yeah, it did, Michael. Police seem to be focusing their efforts on a car in the vicinity of the bridge. Of course, this investigation is still very much afoot. They've also been going what appears to be door-to-door on some of the cars in the car park just as a precaution. Of course, we're not sure what role that plays in the investigation, but certainly they're focusing their efforts as a police rescue van in the vicinity of the bridge where this terrible incident took place earlier today, and they're focusing their efforts on a car near there. Here's another police riot vehicle. Incredible amount of resources here on the ground.
Well, it is,
Serena.
Thank you. It was just worth going to quickly to have a look at that because...
Why did police leak the licence? I believe that it wasn't the police that leaked the licence. I believe it was the general public that picked up the wallet, took photos of it, gave the photos to the media.
Tonight. Small fragments collected down there, not only just all the visual material that's going to be collected by police, but the smallest of fragments down there will help fill in the picture of exactly what happened, who the gunmen were, the resources they used as well, the positions they were in, where they were targeting at the time. So one enormous crime scene there. We're seeing another potential crime scene in Bondi in Sydney's western suburbs where there have been raids on a property we understand linked to one of the gunmen.
So
who
any
we're told tonight
possibility
was in a
this
capacity known to New South Wales Police,
the
possibly
digital
known
ID
to
any
federal
earlier?
police as well,
I mean,
if
quite
I
possibly.
understood that
I
press
would
conference
think so.
correct as well. Not in a threat level.
Who knows?
That was said by the ASIO Chief
now?
Mike Burgess, not in a threat level, but known. So it helped identify the gunman.
Like, I know I wake up
circumstance,
every
and no doubt
single
the other
day.
gunman, and is there a third? Identify them very, very quickly, which led to these scenes.
And watch the news and go, what is this fucking country coming to? But this is like, this is a whole nother level of like, what is this country coming to? This
Let's look
is
at our team.
crazy.
Let's just do a recap and have a look at our team right across Sydney this evening, covering this incident for us. Andrew Denny, Paul Caddock, Taylor Aitken, Serena Andaloro, Sam Payne. We also have our chief reporter, Chris Reason, in amongst the mix as well. I know he's been cordoned off slightly and he's looking at one of the crime scene areas. Our reporters, thank you.
If you cut off the mullet, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. Yeah, I did actually.
One of the children,
so
the child was taken to the Children's Hospital. Serena with witnesses. Taylor Aitken, I know you were listening into the press conference. Let's just go to you.
So when I sat on the toilet, I had to put it over here like that.
Taylor Aitken, let's squeeze you up into a full frame picture and just have a chat to you because
now all my kids have got mullets. Like I've started the mullet generation.
Press conference with the Premier as well. I think that I have summarised it mostly, but we had to go to the Prime Minister as well. So what else did we miss there?
Well, Michael, the
Premier and the Police Commissioner
looking to confirm as many details as they could, but also not wanting to speculate. The Police Commissioner confirming that this is unequivocal.
Mick Wilson, 100%. So we just seen that before.
The Premier
Oz Jules just gifted out She-Wolf, just gifted 5 memberships. So if you've just received the membership, you have received that from...
Many questions to the Police Commissioner about these 2 gunmen believed to be involved. Now, he would not speculate as to if there was a third gunman. Plenty of speculation online, and police are also reviewing those videos, but didn't want to alarm anyone in that vicinity, but says that that investigation is really only just beginning and that they will leave no stone unturned in trying to establish what happened here tonight. Now, the Police Commissioner saying that one of these men may have been known to police, but that he did not want to inflame tensions at all and wanted to make sure that police are allowed and left to do their job. Now, he did give a short update on the 2 police officers that were injured in this shooting. One is listed as serious, potentially critical. The other is also listed as serious. Both are in surgery. He was not prepared to give their rank or where they were located, but he did say that this event had extra police resources on the ground, but no one could have expected anything like this. Now, we do understand that at 9:36
it's
this
crazy,
was declared a
but yeah, you
terrorist
better
incident,
believe that this
and
is a whole
does
new
bring with it
time
a number
of
of extra powers for police to use. Let's hear from the Police Commissioner, Mal Lanyon.
As a result of the circumstances of the incident tonight, at 9:36 p.m. this evening, I declared this to be a terrorist incident. I have also authorised special powers under Section 5 and Section 6 to ensure that if there is a third offender, and we are currently investigating that at the moment, we will make sure that we prevent any further activity.
The Premier did also speak about the bravery of that man who was witnessed on camera tackling
what a legend that guy is.
removing that gun from his arms and then raising his hands up, trying to defuse this situation. Chris Minns calling him unequivocally a hero.
Who?
Also
Chris
commenting
Binns?
on the fact that this was a targeted
Binns, do you have
attack.
any
This is the
say
first
for?
night of Hanukkah, a target against Jewish Australians in the eastern suburbs of Sydney, saying that that New South Wales will be no place for this hatred. Here's a little of what he had to say earlier.
I can assure the community it will be met with a massive, comprehensive police and public order response. Our heart bleeds for Australia's Jewish community tonight. I can only imagine the pain that they're feeling right now to see their loved ones killed as they celebrate this ancient holiday. It's the responsibility of all Australians.
Why did you have to say
wrap
it's
their
an
arms
ancient
around
holiday?
Australia's Jewish community and help them get through this incredibly difficult period. This is a massive, complex and just beginning investigation. It's just begun, and there are things that tonight we don't have the answers to. However, we do have answers to some crucial pieces of information for our wonderful city and our beautiful state. The first one is the outpouring of love and support from ordinary Australians for Australia's Jewish community is real. Secondly, today is another example of the enormous pressure and responsibility, the danger that New South Wales Police regularly face as part of their job. They do it without faltering. They didn't falter today. We need them. And thirdly, tonight saw extraordinary acts of personal courage and bravery from individuals in our community. And I think it's worth remembering that in all of this evil, in all of this sadness, there are still wonderful, brave Australians that are prepared to risk their lives to help a complete stranger. Mel?
So
yeah, good on that guy.
Still unanswered questions, but as the Premier and Police Commissioner said, there is just
a bloody true
so
dude,
many unanswered
dinky
questions
die
and so little
Australian.
information to go on tonight, but a promise that no stone will be left unturned with this investigation, and that this investigation is really only just beginning.
All right, Taylor, thank you for that. I tell you what, we do have some information on, which is really worth sharing with you now. We heard the Premier talk about it. Taylor referenced it. The hero that we're quite rightly calling him, the gentleman who raced into the scene to disarm one of the gunmen. We're just learning some details about him because he has been shot. Now, we are confident in saying that that is him. One of his relatives has just spoken to one of our reporters. We've got an interview coming in. We understand that this gentleman's name is Ahmed Al-Ahmed. He's a 43-year-old married father of two. And he raced in to help. We understand, apparently owns a fruit shop in Sutherland. No experience with guns. He was just walking past. We are told that he has 2 bullets in his arm, but they think he's going to be okay. And in the next hour or so, he is going to have surgery there as well. Just walking by, did his best to race on in and help, but in the process has been shot as well, because we saw in some other vision that the other gunman was up at a higher point firing back in the hero's direction to try and save his accomplice, but he's been wounded in the process. So Ahmed Al-Ahmed, we believe him to be. An incredible act of bravery. We'll hear more about his story. I've got note about, there you go, you can see part of the scene there where another person seems to have been injured as well. Police behind that vehicle as the gunman there near the pole, ducking up and down, has been firing back into their location before he was either taken down and or arrested as well.
It just
So we're
blows
getting
my
a bit
mind.
of a clearer picture of what was happening there.
Sonic
And you can see
is
by
on
the
from
vision
South
too,
Africa and left for a more
there seems to be two people there,
peaceful life,
and
thanks
whether or
to
not that
this
other
Labor
gunman had got up
government.
to
This
that point by
country
now,
is
we don't
heading
know.
the same way.
But it's
I mean,
New South
yeah,
Wales Police are trying to work out, was there a
unfortunately.
third? They're not exaggerating that, but they're certainly leaving it as an open question at this stage. Sam Payne, I want to bring you in now. You've been down at the scene and you've been speaking to witnesses, but one of the
I'd
things
rather
we
live
learned
with
from
the
the press
Yowies
conference
in
in
the
New South
bush
Wales
than
was the
in
existence of a
volatile
vehicle
cities
known
with
to
God
one
knows
of the
who. I
gunmen,
agree.
and it was
I
alleged to have
100%
contained
agree.
explosive devices of some kind. What's happening with that police search?
Yeah, that is true, Michael. And police, they're not telling us where in this exclusion zone that car is, but it's in there, and police have just told me that they're still dealing with that situation. What has it been? Almost 4 hours, and if you can see, although members of the public have gone home at this point in time, 10:47 at night, it is swarming with police. We've seen riot squad, heavily armed officers, just moments ago,
there's an electric
holding
bike.
assault rifles, going car
Hope
to
that's
car
all right.
with flashlights, checking inside each car to see if there's anything in there. Because as you said, at this point in time too, they're not ruling out a third. They don't know the full extent of this
Wonder if they were
situation.
filming
It's
Bondi
still so
Rescue
fresh.
at the
So
time.
it's still a very
Hey,
much
I don't
ongoing
watch normal
operation.
TV, but they
That's what we
actually
gauge.
probably
We've spoken
there
to
is
many
a good
people
chance
tonight.
there would have been
Cassie's,
if
Finn,
they
Dora, all
were.
these individuals that were just walking past, like that hero you mentioned before, and saw this tragedy unfold. And now it's still
2 children,
ongoing.
apparently,
And it will be
yeah.
for some time. I'll no doubtly come back to you, Michael, if they do give us an update on this vehicle.
Yeah, we'd like that, Sam. Thank you very much for keeping us informed there, because that's a pivotal part of the investigation right now. This vehicle meant to have contained explosive devices of some kind, IEDs described by New South Wales Police. Thank you. Hey, look, I mentioned before, I was updating you all about the hero, Ahmed El Ahmed. Our reporter,
Little known
Jackson, has
history,
gone and
yep.
interviewed some of his family members, and let me confirm this. I'm told that we do have an interview that we can use now. Let's have a listen to the hero's relatives talking about his acts this evening at Bondi Beach.
Still, he's in the hospital, and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor, he's very okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed, because he's still inside, and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero, because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No.
Don't blame
because
Candace
I
for
come
this.
when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him, but they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever. I'm still waiting.
Good night, Mumsy.
Well, there you go, some first-hand accounts. So
Look at this legend right here.
He's the cousin of the man in the white shirt there, who tackled one of the gunmen and then turned his own weapon on him to keep him on the ground for a brief few seconds and forced him to scamper off. This man has saved lives. Let's not make any mistake about this. He disarmed one of the gunmen, as you can see there, who was firing in another direction. Look at him. He's come up behind him, grabbed him round the neck, used all of his weight as best as possible, tried to get him to the ground, but he's taken his weapon off him and turned it back on the gunman. Now, the hero,
What was Bruce Lee
confirmed by
doing,
Mustafa, is Ahmed Al Ahmed, 43-year-old,
wedge,
married
yeah.
father of 2. He owns a fruit shop in Sutherland, in Sydney Shire. No experience with guns, his cousin told us, was just walking past. And as a result, he's copped 2 bullets in the arm from one of the other gunmen who was perched up.
Yeah,
in a high
see, that
position on
was
one of the
him that got
concrete bridges
shot.
down there at the beach.
It definitely was him.
Mustafa's saying he'll think he'll be okay. He's having surgery in the next 2 hours. There's poor Ahmed Al Ahmed, who's paid the price for his heroism, but no doubt
this is
saved
crazy.
many other lives.
I've said it 10 times
fruit
tonight, I'll
shop
say it
owner walking
again.
by who's just done the right
Unfortunately,
thing,
this has started the
and
beginning of our
disarmed
country.
one of these absolutely evil gunmen, and no doubt saved other lives in the process as well, but has paid the price with 2
Good
bullets in
point for that.
one of his arms or his shoulder. Let's leave that moment there. I want to go to the other unfolding part of this story.
The news is saying 12 confirmed. Yep, absolutely up on the screen there.
Paul Caddock, you're now on the
12
scene. What can you tell
confirmed.
us?
Well, Michael, as the focus shifts to the investigation, it shifts from Bondi Beach to here at Brown Road in Bonnyrigg, where over the last couple of hours at least there's been a significant police presence. We are currently about 500 metres back from an address of interest that it is understood to be connected to one of the men involved in what happened today.
You're right, Mick.
As you can see
You're
behind
right.
me, this roadblock, they've been moving people back gradually over the last couple of hours or so. There's about 10 officers manning this roadblock. There are at least 2 others within that cordon, within this.
Well, you're right. There actually was
we've counted at least a couple of dozen members of the public
shooting that was going on in the US right now.
In riot shields, with in helmets, and also with a battering ram crossing over to the side of the road that property was on. There are a number of other officers there.
I agree, She-Wolf. Like, that's what it comes down to now, and I don't even care saying it. It's just that's what it is.
For this in this neighbourhood shows just the care they're taking and just how seriously.
Bloody 470 in here. Let's go, Bluetooth at Legends.
For about 20 minutes while they've been doing what they've been
doing. My Gen 4 hat is buzzing. Mine's spinning.
The question is what they are looking for, what they may have found. That is obviously. We're just at the beginning of that. Now, for people here in the neighbourhood, they saw the police started to swarm. They also
so who is the second person on the bridge?
Throughout the evening,
so I believe that is this guy.
And areas on social media that also brought people here. Some people are arriving back to their neighbourhood.
That is this guy, and his name is
completely sealed off. Some people have been escorted back to their homes by police. People are being told to stay inside while police.
This is his license, actually.
It is quite a surreal
That's him there.
Here again now, a massive section of this road has been cut off. It's a major connecting road through the suburb of Bonnyrigg. We're just down from the corner of Elizabeth Drive, which is a major regional road for this part of Sydney.
What's his fucking license number?
In the same street, you can see Christmas lights twinkling.
What is it?
This is almost a surreal situation that now this is such a target of the police investigation just getting underway tonight, Michael.
Paul, thank you for that. Important to update because
it's probably not the idea you want to be pinching at the moment anyway.
We were going to go to one of the hospitals, but I'm being told right now we have some fresh information.
So his name is Naveed.
Meant to contain the IEDs or the explosives down at Bondi Beach. Our reporter Sam Payne's just putting a note through, and I'm hearing in my ear that the vehicle is contained.
His name is Naveed Akram, AKRAM, NAVEED, Naveed
Let me just check on
Akram,
that. Sam, let's bring you in now before we go to Andrew Denny at the hospital. What have you got?
Yeah, Michael, that's right. Well, I've just spoken to a police contact right here on the ground, and they've just told me that the IED, or IEDs, plural, not confirming.
No, someone said this before. The media was quick to release the driver's license.
Been taken out of that
so,
vehicle. And
if someone released that first on their social media, which is what happened, then it's legal for the media to grab that because it's already up on social media, it's out there, it's in the cloud.
Transported away right now,
too bad, so sad.
And this is now a crime scene. Michael?
Yeah, that's a great development, thank you, because that was going to cause a lot of anxiety into the evening if that vehicle hadn't been located. And I'd imagine Sam,
Tracy Crystal, you bloody legend.
At the other end of the beach there was telling us the same scenario, that there was a lot of searching of other vehicles, if you witnessed that, so they were trying to make sure that there weren't other vehicles connected to the gunman. Does that all seem to be clear now?
Yes. Well, we witnessed just before the riot squad, the heavily armed officers with assault rifles going car to car.
Scene is no longer...
Checking every single vehicle. And now they believe that job is done as well. Obviously, it is still a crime scene. It will remain taped off for quite some time. But as we said,
they're still saying that there is quite possibly a shooter still at large, then they obviously believe that.
Andrew Denny, let me bring you in now, because one of the points of concern throughout the evening...
Elbow cricket, yeah, 100%.
A child who was taken to the Children's Hospital. Not a lot of detail from police at this stage, but among the 29 injured, what do you have for us?
Yeah, that's right. We were told of that child. Sadly, as you say, there hasn't been a lot of detail come forward as that. We hope that is good news. We know that 29 people were transported to various hospitals across Sydney. I'm standing here outside the Prince of Wales Hospital, where a lot of those people have been taken to, not just by paramedics, but also they've been presenting themselves with more minor injuries. I've spoken to a number of people who've now left after being treated for those shotgun pellet wounds. They are both parents. One was a mother who was sheltering her child, a 3-year-old daughter underneath her, when she was grazed in the head with one of those pellets. A father who I have just spoken to only minutes ago, he has left. He was a father of 3. He was attending that Hanukkah by the Sea festival. He suffered injuries to his back. Doctors telling him he was lucky that there was pellets and not a rifle, otherwise he wouldn't be here to tell
What
his
is message
story.
you back,
We
Gunny?
will get that video sent into the newsroom as soon as we come up there and bring you that interview.
Hey, this is
Really
new
terrifying
footage. This
stuff.
here, we haven't seen this yet.
Yeah, Andrew, thank you for that, and that's some
Oh,
incredible
don't
new
stop
detail
it
there, and
now.
also
You-
heartbreaking detail as well about the sort of injuries that people have experienced down there. Interesting that they're describing to Andrew pellets being shotgun pellets, which would fit with the description of the rifles being long arms. Firing off single shots at a time. New South Wales Police reluctant, rightly at this stage, to not detail too much about their weapons at this stage. There was quite a bit to digest actually from both of those press conferences, wasn't there? From the New South Wales Premier,
Can't support if
the
they're
Police
Australian
Commissioner, but also
citizens.
ASIO,
Not
AFP
sure
Chief
if
and
they
the Prime
were,
Minister.
but
So
no, they're
it would
not.
be wise to
So
bring in
they
our
actually
political
said
correspondent Tim
before
Weston
that
now,
they
who's standing by the camera,
were.
having a good listen to it all. Tim, what did you take out all of that?
Well,
It was
a number of
world
features about the Prime
country
Minister's press
nationalist,
conference
like,
tonight,
but it
Michael.
was
One, we know he'd been in a meeting
one
of
of
the
the
National
stands. I
Security
don't know.
Committee of Cabinet. This is 9 senior ministers
I'm not talking
inside
about the
Cabinet who
streaming
formed this
platform
committee
either.
to discuss critical security issues, clearly scrambled together as news started to come out of Bondi tonight. We also know, of course, that ASIO and AFP would have been in there as well because they followed the Prime Minister into his subsequent press conference. The PM trying to
Albo
stay
did
as
a press
much
conference. Yeah, we had it up
the
before. We watched
politics
it.
that might arise from this and
It
more
was a
signal the need for calm
anticlimax,
in
to be
Australia.
honest. It was,
A night that tears at our nation's soul, he called it, but was also questioned on the emerging questions, perhaps particularly from Israel tonight. Even Israel's President Isaac Herzog has talked about the terrorist threat and the anti-Semitism.
Oh yeah,
Wave
let's just
of
let the big
anti-Semitism, he
suspect
says,
ban
in
through, no
Australia that's
checking, no
plaguing
nothing.
our society.
It was
So
probably full of
deep
SOG
criticism of the
police
Australian
officers, but
government
still.
from that quarter. The PM stayed out of that. And a couple of quick notes from ASIO in
Their mates
particular,
must
Mike
know.
Burgess,
100%.
the
This
Director
would be
General
something
there,
that would have been
telling us
spoken
that the
about for a
terror
long
threat
time.
level is not being raised yet. Also telling us that one of those accused of this terrible crime, one of the two,
This reminds
that
me
they
of what
know
happened not so
had
long
been
ago
known
in
to ASIO
Victoria with
prior
the
to
terrorists
this,
who tried
but
to
was not seen as an
attempted and
immediate threat.
were
We can expect to
caught.
hear a lot
The
more
ones that
about
tried to do
that
the
in
MCG
the weeks and months
Christmas
ahead, no
Day.
doubt.
Tim, you're 100% right about that. It's an interesting question, isn't it? What does known mean? And I think any of our viewers would
This is
be
what I don't understand.
questioning that right now.
I don't understand.
Because we often in our
What does
reporting
known
say
mean?
known
What
to police,
does
but, you
known
know,
mean?
What does that mean? Is that prior convictions? Is it
Yeah, does
prior
that mean
threats, even though there
you
wasn't
know
an
that he
existing threat
likes
today?
capuchos
We'll learn more
pizzas?
about it. Just on the back
Like,
of what
because if they say
Tim
you
was
knew
saying,
that
I
that
might
guy
bring
was a
in
possible
Hugh Whitfield,
terrorist,
who was at the desk
they
as
will
well.
never say that
These are
because
some
that
of the bigger
would be
questions, which will be
admitting
answered
that
in days to come. It's not
they're
necessarily
shit
for tonight, I guess, Hugh, is it?
and
But
stuff like
there
that.
are still some points that I guess pique our interest about what the various, particularly policing
I had
authorities
the
have said
auto,
from
yeah.
ASIO.
I think it
From
was
our
like one
most
of those
senior intelligence source to the Australian Federal Police to the New South Wales Police and all of their skill set. What piqued your interest in what they were saying in this very early stages of the investigation tonight?
Yeah, I think there's
a
few
fucking
key
legend.
things. Firstly, what has played out at Bondi and what has taken place today. Where were these men this morning? Where did they wake up? How did they get themselves to Bondi? How long did it take? How long were they in Bondi this afternoon before they opened fire? Those IEDs that Sam's been speaking about, taken away by the bomb disposal unit from the New South Wales Police, they'll be forensically examined to try and work out what is in them. What is the explosive nature of them? Were they able to cause harm to people? Could they have exploded at any point, or were they safe nonetheless? What recipes were used to make it? Who made the bombs? Is there a bomb maker somewhere aside from these two men that we know about?
Well, what was planned? What was the second part of the planned attack then? If they had an arsenal of explosives in a nearby waiting vehicle, What was the next step here? And that is a horrific thought to contemplate right now, had they not been stopped.
Absolutely. So were those bombs going to be placed around? We don't know. But there was a clear, I guess, plan to carry out maximum carnage on the beach, on that park there at Bondi Beach this afternoon. From a broader terror perspective, those terror investigators are going to be looking at the characters of these two people, these two known suspects, one of them, of course, dead, one of them in hospital. They'll be trying to work out who else may be involved, and that may form part of that investigation that's going on at Bondi Rig tonight, where Paul Kadak is. They'll be looking at who may, in the community, have influenced them, what ideology may exist. Now, because this is a terror attack, there is an ideology behind what they have carried out. They have wanted to carry out terror for a reason, and they need to look at that as to a motive.
Well, what must be terrorising ASIO, in fact all levels of policing tonight, Hugh, is this a rogue unit? Are they connected? Are there others out there supporting them? That's what they'll be drilling into very quickly tonight.
So what we've seen in the past with global terror is two distinct camps. Locally arranged and influenced attacks, like what happened in Paris, where you had a cell operating that was able to organise and carry out an attack on a huge scale locally. Then you have what have been termed in the past lone wolf attacks. Now, in this case, it would be two lone wolves potentially who have been...
Well, and potentially third. Question mark over a third.
Potentially a third. Who have been influenced by these people to flood their brains with hate and then carry out an attack locally. And whether or not there are people overseas, which is what ASIO, why Mike Burgess is there in Canberra tonight, assisting the AFP and the New South Wales Police, who overseas knew that this may have been going to happen?
Look, and the measure in all of them, which we should underscore as well, because it's important for everyone watching this now, the appeal for calm was genuine and real. This is not a time for retribution. It is not a time for revenge. This is not a time for anyone in the community right now to be trying to take it into their own hands.
Yeah, I think what we saw from that video, particularly of that hero down at Archer Park, is...
Ahmed El Ahmed, we know him as the fruit shop owner from Sutherland.
What a man. What a man. We won't put our... We won't, you know, be at each other's throats because of what...
Hey, I reckon that guy done well not to... Like, I don't know, maybe it's because I've lived the life I've lived. But yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to hold back. If I was there
and Bondi is
I
the
got
very
the gun off
embodiment
someone
of that.
when
People overseas think of Australia, they think of Bondi. And for people in Sydney,
if that
going
guy's
to
getting
Bondi is
locked up
really
for
normal.
possum
It's a
stomping,
really
I'd
natural
definitely
and
be
normal
getting
thing
locked
to
up
do.
for life
But
sentences.
people will be very concerned tonight about what's gone down there.
I'm only saying this now because we've watched it a few times, Hugh, but there is a
did you see that? Did you see that? That was crazy. That
paramilitary style.
Let's go back
to
a moment.
Gunmen in the black shirts they're wearing,
an attack locally.
That was way too far. We're not even going to do that.
The black shirts they're wearing, they seem to all be using identical weapons.
I've got to remember I've been going live for 3 hours and
seem
23
to be carrying
seconds.
a pack on their front as well.
Michael, they haven't turned up with board shorts and Birkenstocks or thongs on, right? They don't look like they're going for a day.
Look like a VB stubby. Oh, it quite possibly could have been a VB stubby.
Long guns, whether it's a rifle or a shotgun, we'll find out in the days to come. A car loaded with IEDs,
through the bottle had his arm shot off.
Devices,
no way.
Carnage. They look
the bloke
like
who threw the bottle had his arm shot off?
Tonight, they have been confirmed as being, at the very least, alleged terrorists under that investigation.
Thank you. Stay with me, please. I want to go back to Chris Reason now because he's been on the move down at Bondi Beach and has been there from the very, very beginning. Chris, let's bring you in. Let's see you too.
I'll check it now.
You were on the spot a minute ago, or a few minutes ago, by having a look right on to the investigation. You've moved around. Looked like the weather had turned a bit down there as well. But we did hear from Sam just a minute ago one point of some calm and ease. Thankfully that the vehicle with the IEDs had been identified and taken away. I'm guessing you can confirm that, but what else are you witnessing down there?
Yeah, look, it's still a major scene, a major crime investigation area. From this blue tape down south towards the footbridge where this incident took place, Michael. The police have now moved us back out of the area we were in. We were allowed to go into that very close proximity to that forward command post with the police staging area where the police had set up their command area, and right just metres away from the crime scene itself as they were going through inch by inch across that area.
No, it's all right. I can name him. The media's already named him. The media has already named him.
The area combing that forensically and ballistically to see
and
piece together exactly what happened this afternoon, and to put all of that together, because it will go, of course, before the coroner. There is talk that the New South Wales coroner, Teresa O'Sullivan, will come down here this evening to examine, walk through this crime scene herself, and get a sense of what has happened, because before her now is one of the biggest investigations in New South Wales police history, one that will capture the attention of not only the country but of course the world, given this is now dragging international attention from every quarter down here to Bondi right now. This place will be locked off for at least the next couple of days. Campbell Parade, one of the busiest roads in Bondi. The police have, as I say, have pushed us back to this point now. Several hundred police have congregated on the scene this afternoon. We saw at one point around that rally point that they were interviewing everybody they could at the scene. Ambulance officers, first responders, the members of the public that had gone in to do what they could to address this situation. I'm talking about the heroes. I'm talking about those that were trying to help and give some sort of medical assistance to those who were on the ground at the time. All of those witness statements being taken in the hours immediately after this incident will be compiled, of course.
Oi, Jugs, you bloody legend.
One, Mal Lanyon, the
are they Australian citizens, migrants? No, so they did say before, they said before, so I've been going
took place this
afternoon.
Chris,
so they did say before
to be quite rightly, but
that
I'm pretty sure we saw one of the
that they were
there was a Land Cruiser
migrant
with a trailer on it with one of those very large devices, which I'm confident in saying is one of the bomb detection vehicles as well. So it gives you an idea of the equipment being used down there.
And good news, it was driving away, Michael. So they're confident now this area is secure, potentially for on that front at least. I think you're right. There was some sort of bomb detection device that they were taking away from Campbell Parade. Now, we saw earlier police were working their way up and down this road with flashlights, torches, looking inside every car parked along here. And just on the other side of that footbridge and just underneath it is a massive car park.
Can we just, I know everyone's got their own opinion on religion and whatnot, but so we can keep the chat up. Like, don't believe me, I'm all for free speech. And unfortunately, algorithms aren't so forgiving. So, people, religion, all get out of the chat.
Doing what it always does, attracting thousands of people down to this precinct. Michael, just talking to one witness who saw this entire event unfold. A man.
I'll tell you what, Legends, we've been doing well. We've kept a steady 400 plus audience
so when
for a
he
long
heard
time.
the gunshots ring out at about 6:40, he had some experience overseas. He recognised that
hey,
potentially.
I'm not even saying that I disagree with what you're saying. All I'm saying is that the algorithm is not as forgiving as I am.
Congregating in the communal laundry area, he said to them, "Were that gunshots?" They said yes, and they described what had happened. He went forward and had a look, and he described for me just a terrifying scene. He could see clearly. He was this close to the bridge. He could see clearly what was happening.
I've got his driver's license too.
The police officers,
but it doesn't give you
beat cops effectively running towards that area, crouching down behind the row of cars that, if Morgan just zooms in there, you can see over my right-hand shoulder. And they were working their way up car by car by car, trying to get closer to the footbridge. It's too dark for you to see it now, but earlier we could see it when it was light. And they were working. One was a female, one was a male officer, and my colleague contacted that I know from down there was watching them move closer and closer to that area. Now, as we've seen, Hero residents actually took that first action to bring them down. Those two cops and others were quickly on top of the scene. Now, my friend describes to me quite a frenzied scene. at that point when the gunman's gun had been removed from him, and then the locals started to take over, and he described scenes of them actually taking their own justice out, if you like, on that gunman at the time. Police had to push the residents back to prevent them taking out their own action, their own retribution on him. The emotion, he said, was absolutely volatile. It was electric in the air, so much fury and anger. Moments before, it had been fear, and it switched, he said. As soon as that gun was down and the people were on top of that gunman, it was absolute fury, he said. He stood there watching as the police were trying to hold these people back. That's what happened this afternoon as the police did their job and took those gunmen away.
Chris, just help me too. I think you interviewed, am I right in saying, a chaplain earlier as well? You've interviewed some extraordinary people down there. I was particularly taken with your interview with Kelly Sloan, the New South Wales opposition leader as well. But I know you've got some more interviews to show us.
Yeah, look, we spoke, Michael, referring there to the extraordinary interview just moments after it had all happened with a chaplain, Vladimir Kotya. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that properly. He was there on the scene when everything was happening. His son, David, was with him. He said he threw himself onto his son to protect him. He described absolutely harrowing scenes, and if I can remind you, he had bloodstains on his uniform. He's going to tell it far better than I will. Let's take a listen if we can. I think you've got some of that interview queued up and ready to go. And what did you see today? Can you talk me through it?
Murder. I saw murder.
How quickly did you get on the scene?
I was already there.
There's blood on your shirt, mate.
I was helping people out.
And what are you telling me about the casualties on the ground here in Bondi?
I can't tell you. There's a lot. I was lying on top of my son.
Your son?
My son, 8 years old son. I fell on top of him, and then another injured guy fell on top of me.
This was a Jewish festival of celebration. The festival.
Is that a New South Wales police uniform with a Jewish star instead of a normal star? No, I'm not even being. I'm just like trying to figure this out here. Oi, thank you, Frank Cherry, a bloody legend.
Chilling words, Michael. I mean, he has seen something he will never forget. His actions as well, as so many locals.
Yes, it is on our shores
simply
now.
Heroic as he jumped in and did what he could.
Unfortunately,
obviously to protect his son, but to look after those around him as well. Michael, just before I throw back to you, though, I've just had a police contact let me know that picture we saw before when the crime scene tape dropped and that vehicle went across the line was indeed a bomb IED containment trailer.
It is. It's full on. So sometimes people say to me, like, my comments get deleted all the time. I don't delete comments, so it's pretty crazy. The new algorithm's a bit of a beast, actually, with the comments.
Thank you. Extraordinary interviews down there this evening as well. And
who is BB?
As described to you too.
Big Biff.
Protecting children is one of the stories we're learning a lot more about this evening. The many people who've grabbed children or taken children under bridges or tried to protect them, and so many of them have.
I know everyone just calls me Biff now, but
tonight that will stay with
people that have been watching me since TikTok days, that's what everyone used to call me.
Jewish community
I was like 147 kilos back then, so a bit bigger.
Involved in their emotions and their support of what has happened here. There must be so
you're right, Commodores.
In your lounge rooms, in your homes this evening, and we are obviously all thinking of you. Paul Caddick, let's bring you back in now. You've been at the scene in Bondi Rig where there have been sweeping raids of a property, maybe some other properties in that area in connection to all of this.
Big Brother.
An update?
Oh, okay. I thought you were actually talking about me.
Well, Michael, yes, certainly a significant focus for police here tonight. We are probably about 500 metres now pushed back from that particular property. Police taking no chances, keeping as much space around them while they do their work. And the amount of resources here has been building still a number of hours since the police arrived.
BB and JJ, true.
We've just had an ambulance vehicle, a police
rescue
vehicle,
the juice?
police command unit vehicle. Which
not that juice, if you suggested.
Just overhead now, we have the
or maybe on.
Keeping an eye on things from above.
Well, to be honest, you know what this is? This is is a
riot squad officers in full.
Oi, what's that drink in the fridge called? Jess.
The property. Now,
Oh, it's a Long Island iced tea.
Aren't yet revealing, but clearly it is a major focus.
I just remember that I've got the other fucking
here in Bondi. So we are still waiting to see what they've actually found there, but clearly police are taking it very seriously, keeping people as far back as possible.
Rogue mods delete comments. Yeah, so we had this issue last week actually.
It's a tough situation out here, man. It really is a scene to be witnessed. This is incredible what's going on.
I think we're just looking for updates, seeing if there's any more casualties or, you know, what's happened to the shooters.
Some of the Bondi Rig locals here that we've been speaking to, interestingly enough, it was seeing on social media reports about one of the alleged gunmen that drew a lot of people here because it was very close to home. So what some of the locals are telling us here tonight.
Yeah, okay, Paul, thank you for that. You would imagine too that may not be the only scene that we see across Sydney, perhaps even interstate this evening, as police widen their search for who may be connected to the two identified gunmen.
It was really happening.
Police haven't confirmed that yet. They're still working on that late in the evening and well into the early hours of the morning. I want to just play again the interview with Mustafa that we got from St George Hospital. Now, he's the cousin of Ahmed El Ahmed, the now identified hero, the gentleman in the white shirt, there he is, who leapt into action and took down the gunman. Didn't muck around, grabbing him around the neck, and then with his left hand just wrestled.
I bet you that guy right there at that moment thought, my life's over.
No experience in firearms at all, but did the best he could just to keep it aimed at the other gunman in the white trousers there. But as a consequence, he was shot by another gunman who was high on a concrete bridge down there just off Campbell Parade, who saw that his accomplice had been tackled and then turned his sights onto Ahmed El Ahmed there, who was shot twice, we understand, in his arm and or shoulder. His cousin is Mustafa. He spoke to us earlier. Let's listen to him.
Still, he's in the hospital and we don't know exactly what's going inside. But they said the doctor, he's okay. And next 2 hours, they let us to go in and see Ahmed because he's still inside and he do the operation. But we hope he will be fine. He's a hero, 100%. He's a hero because what we see on the social media, he's 100% hero.
To his shoulder?
Yeah, he have 2 shots, one in his arm here and one in his hand.
And have you been able to talk to him today?
No, because I come when I see what's happening, and I come here to see him, but they said he's not allowed to go inside because he have to make an operation, whatever.
Yeah, Albo did say bugger all, actually.
Yeah, well, his family are going to be waiting a while to see him. But Mustafa, you're spot on, 100%. Ahmed El Ahmed is a hero, the fruit shop owner from Sutherland in Sydney, who was just passing, hid behind the car, stepped in and did what he needed to do to stop other people being killed this evening. He disarmed one of those gunmen and did an absolutely heroic act. So it's lovely to hear that first-hand account. We'll be very relieved when we hear that Ahmed is out of surgery well and recovering as well, and he will have a story to tell. There's no doubt about that. Hugh Whitfield at the desk. Let's just bring you in again as well. These hero stories, and we believe there may be others as well. We saw the vision also on the bridge from a different angle, where another of the gunmen appears to have been tackled from behind at one point, whilst one of the beat cops, one of those great policemen down there, had his or her firearm trained at them as well. But the hero stories are emerging.
Yeah, and while people were trying to take down those gunmen, there were people trying to treat the many injured people on the ground and try to save those people who have been tragically killed by this incident. So we had about 1,000 people in Archer Park there for Hanukkah by the Sea, that big Jewish community Hanukkah event for the first night of the Jewish Festival of Light as it got underway there. One of many events that were taking place for Sydney's Jewish community and across Australia for night one. They had a Christmas party taking place at North Bondi RSL, North Bondi Surf Club rather. You had plenty of people inside North Bondi RSL, plenty of people inside Bondi Pavilion and the Surf Club there, and they all leapt in, or many of them leaping into action as well. They are coming home tonight bloodied as well, because they have been trying to help those dozens of people who've been injured, at least 11
You want to hope none of you guys are in either of these guys' contacts.
So that means, taking off their shirt and wrapping it around arms that have been hit by bullets, trying to render assistance like CPR
Here's all the
ground.
The surf club guys now who kicked into action.
So a huge community effort to step in and save lives while others were trying to take down these gunmen. It is extraordinary. The other thing to point out to Michael as well, a lot of this vision, this is obviously filmed by a news cameraman, but there are plenty of people who had phones out to record these events, as we've been showing as part of the coverage. And police are keen to see as much of that vision as they can, and they've put a call out. You can provide that anonymously via Crime Stoppers, nsw.crimestoppers.com.au, and vision like this will help police piece together the events second by second.
All right, legends. Let's try and keep the chat up here and keep any religious views out of the chat.
Around Campbell Parade and Bondi Beach, but they want your vision as well.
And they'll be using their extensive camera network around the city of Sydney to also track, when these men set out.
This is the first ever mass terrorist attack here, yes. This is the first time this has come to our shores, that's for sure.
Rampage down there at Bondi Beach.
Yeah,
sure.
And we know that
No
there's
pun
cameras
intended.
at pretty much every major intersection across Sydney. The motorways are monitored constantly. Number plate recognition is used by police forces right around the world to track vehicles. So they will be working backwards, and then of course that's where the investigation takes them to where this all started and who else may or may not be involved.
Look, and you and I both know how quickly the news cycle moves very swiftly these days, Hugh. I'm sure by morning, at sunrise will obviously have a special...
No, so they actually did have automatic weapons.
Background of these murderers today.
But yeah, I know what you're
they
saying.
will have left fingerprints everywhere. Their ideology will be known. There will be work colleagues or family members that will give it up on them and tell them, I'm sure, because... these evil...
No, it's not because... Understand this, it's not for any other reason that see that chat that's going down there right now. So that is enough to make things happen with the algorithm and, certain things and certain stuff makes algorithms unhappy. So that's all I'm saying. I'm all for free speech. Look what my YouTube's about. But we'll just keep it to
as part of the inquest
minimum
into the Bondi Junction rampage. Different circumstances, but the coroner
opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, but we just shouldn't,
investigation,
all fight in public.
Police. There'll be police briefs formed and they'll be delivered to the coroner. And what we will see probably in years to come is a broad snapshot of what has taken place and what can be done in the future to prevent something like this.
This will be crucial vision too. We've mentioned it a few times, but the man in the T-shirt, the black T-shirt there, who put his arms up in the air a few times, acting quite erratically, and then we saw some of the other people, just bystanders who came up from behind him, kicked him, punched him to help the one or two police officers, a third arriving
Good on him.
in that shot.
Good on him for doing that.
The ground. This
little bit of
to the other two gunmen that we saw,
Australian
that we've replayed. The gunman who had his
on
gun
the bridge
taken from him, the gunman who was wrestled, his colleague who was up on one of these bridges that we've used a still shot of before. This one seems to be a different identity, so this is obviously going to play into the investigation about who this person was.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that when these sort of situations are happening, it can be very chaotic, it can be very confusing.
Ooh, this guy,
and general duties police officers who may have been nearby get a call over the radio, or they hear something that's happened, they get people yelling at them saying over there, over there, over there, and they turn up and they have to very quickly determine who's the bad guy and who's the good guy.
Filtering through the chaos is so difficult.
So hard.
But they've done an incredible job, as best we know so far, and it seems very evident that everybody has kicked into action to prevent more deaths down there.
How come good people can't have crooks, can't have guns?
You stand by.
How come good people can't have guns but crooks do?
Thankfully, one of the
I'd say it's quite the opposite. How come?
Late into the evening is that at least there is no further threat of the explosives in that vehicle.
Oh yeah, no, that is right.
The crime scene is real, but obviously not active in the sense that there seems to be no imminent threats from anyone else or any other, I guess, car, vehicle, bomb, anything else down there at this stage. Does that seem to be true, that it's clear in that sense?
That's right, Michael, and hopefully that can be reassuring
So
for everyone.
you can tell when it's one of me or the moderators that's taken your comment off, because it will say your comment has been removed by so-and-so. So when it doesn't say anything at all, that's YouTube.
There's about 7 or 8 police cars just here. We've seen police hugging before, but they're walking up and down. Obviously, it has turned into a crime scene. I mean, detectives are on scene trying to piece together, obviously looking at all those videos that you've been referring to, but piece together the movements and how this has all occurred. And they'll be here, what is it, 11:25 right now? Doesn't look like that they'll be moving anytime soon. Some residents can't go back to their properties.
A lot of Aussies do have guns for pest control and hunting, 100%.
It's warranted, especially
not for long though, I would imagine, the amount of stuff that's happened of late. The last 18 months.
Every little bit of evidence down there will make a difference. You know, casings, pellets from whatever guns, you know, bullets they were using, gun casings they were using, it'll all be collected. Andrew Denny, let's go back to you. You've been outside the Children's Hospital all evening. There have been victims leaving there as well. I know you've spoken to one of them.
Yeah, that's right, Michael. It's now on 5 hours since people became targets down there at Bondi Beach. Many of them have been transported here to the Prince of Wales hospitals or brought themselves after they realised that they had injuries. I want to take you to an interview now with a man by the name of Dobby. He was at that festival, the Hanukkah by the Sea Festival, with his family. He is a father of 3, and when he realised that those gunshots were ringing out, he went to shelter his family. This is what he had to tell us just a few minutes ago as he left hospital.
It was very scary. There was a person standing next to me that was actually injured a lot worse than me. And then I just grabbed my kids and just ran down to the beach and hid behind the wall. My wife and 2 other children actually ran a different direction and were hiding somewhere else. So it was a very stressful, hour. None of us had our phones on us, so until we all managed to, put it all back together. And then I was in the Surf Lifesavers Club and I came back down looking for them, and there's, bodies all over the floor.
100%.
Not something that you would ever in a million years believe that this is Bondi Beach. So I got a graze in the back, a bit of shrapnel in there, so I just came to the hospital. They dug that all out and bandaged it up for me, but I'm one of the lucky ones, but it was just a terrible event for everybody.
Yeah, one of the lucky ones indeed. He showed us some of those injuries to his back. He told us doctors said to him that they were
correct.
Shotgun
that's all it is.
That the only reason
we all hate this. This is a very, very horrible situation.
From a high-powered
but we don't want to have this censored.
Unfortunately, though, he knows that not everyone is going home tonight.
Quite extraordinary, Andrew. And this is the first victim that I've seen interviewed so far. I mean, he's got a very calm demeanour from what he's witnessed, but he obviously did his best to help people around him.
Well, Tim Gubb, that's not the first time that's been said tonight. So
what was so astounding about
a lot of people are thinking that.
But the fact that he wanted to come out and he wanted to speak, he wanted to make it known that these were innocent families going about their business this afternoon who were targeted by, as we know now, terrorists. He also wanted to sing the praises of people in the surf club who came to the aid of families who just jumped into action and really helped to treat the wounded and try to do what they could, people who were thrown into this situation.
Yeah. Andrew, I guess it's quite symbolic of him coming out and speaking so strongly as well, because what he's saying is what we're hearing from our leaders, that the Jewish community will not bow to this. They will not be oppressed. They, we as a society and a community, because we've all been affected by this evening, will not bend to an act of terrorism. So him confidently talking to you speaks volumes, doesn't it?
It really does. And
Channel 7 has been demonising people that warned about this for years. Look at them now. 100%.
This sort of
As a matter of fact, if you even just go and watch the video that I posted today, I actually mentioned that's what the media do. Like, it's quite funny to see the stories, what they're saying about Desi Freeman today and what they were saying 3 months ago. It's quite funny, actually.
Very sadly, that is the case. All right, Andrew, good interview. I mean, it's fascinating to hear from someone directly involved in it all. And thankfully, in his case, Dovy's his first name, he's got some shrapnel. It's been cleaned up. attended to by the many, many medical teams working overtime tonight. There's some vision of it there. Cleaned up, the shrapnel removed from the grazed in the back, but quite severely. But proud to show us that he's a survivor and he's standing strong with his community as well. So, Andrew, thank you for that interview. Paul Caddock in Bondi Rig, let's go back to you. There's been some pretty heavy movement there.
Michael, a significant escalation of police activity here in
It
Bondi
sounds
Rig.
like political correctness. Well, don't be here then. Mate, I'm telling you, I live my life on social media. I'm telling you, that's exactly what happens.
Police have now been at for a number of hours. Now, these Bearcats and the police on board, these are the police that they look
Sounds
more
like
like military
lefties
than
trying to
police.
push a
These
narrative.
are the units that come in when it's a siege situation, a hostage situation, certainly a dangerous situation. We've also had the police helicopter come in a bit
But don't
lower,
worry, you can have your 2 minutes of fame, homeboy.
No precise idea as to what they might be responding to, whether there is an active threat they're responding to, or it's part of some extreme caution that police are taking as they investigate this address of interest here in Bondi Rig.
That's interesting, Paul, because that's certainly not out of an abundance of caution. That suggests there's further activity to happen there, and there may well be a greater threat they've got to deal with.
Well, that's right, and in the last half an hour we've seen more support vehicles arrive. That just hasn't stopped really. We've also seen some ambulance support vehicle as well as police command vehicles saying that the police would be making quite the encampment around that address here in Bondi Rig. But in terms of activity, that is certainly
it's going on like all around. It's going on all around Sydney right now. Like people's houses are getting raided right now.
Driving very quickly through the roadblock here up towards that address. And
you got to remember, this is the first type of this terror attack on our shores.
Right,
so,
Paul, thank you very much for that. Let's bring back in Chris Rees now.
Be interesting to see how they
from the very beginning.
Flip the script on this one.
Before we wrap our coverage, it's obviously going to go throughout the evening and very early in the morning as well. But our coverage for now, just you know, sometimes these events, and we've been. Unfortunate enough, I guess, in our careers to stand in some awful places and witness some terrible things happening. But
people ran down by a guy in a car in Maroochydore in
purely horrific
Queensland too.
Like this,
no way.
Targeted evil against a celebrating community on what should be one of their greatest and most enlightening days of the year, the first night of Hanukkah, of all things. A truly tragic day, and that's putting it mildly, Chris.
It is, Michael, tragic for that community, for our community, and as the Premier and Prime Minister have both repeated tonight, the standing community to community, shoulder to shoulder with the Jewish people down here at Bondi and across
No shit, that actually did happen in Maroochydore.
Michael, this
that actually did happen in Maroochydore too.
Weeks and weeks, months possibly, as they try to work out exactly what motivation was behind this attack, what caused it, as you have been reporting tonight, who else was behind it, who else was involved. This was a coordinated, planned, organised attack. When two people are involved like this, when they bring down that sort of heavy firepower and have
this is it there.
Explosives in their car. This was organised terrorism. The police have been extremely quick to call this. Remember going back to the Link Cafe.
What the fuck is going on in our country today?
11 years ago, and the anniversary of that, as you've said tonight, is tomorrow. It took them some time to declare a terrorist incident, and in fact, the coroner's inquest to actually confirm that it was. Tonight, the Commissioner of the New South Wales Police has called it as terrorism.
That's pretty crazy.
No mucking around here. That releases all sorts of powers for his investigation and what he will do in the coming weeks and months. But it also is an extraordinary reminder and a difficult one for all of us tonight about what is happening in our country. And I know we can't jump to conclusions here. We have no idea. Let's make this clear what the motivations were, but a lot of people here going back to October 7, 2023 and the incidents.
Yeah, that's right. Commenting here is not going to change what's going on.
Behind this. We don't know that yet. We're going to have to wait and find out. But at the end of the day, this is going to rattle this community, particularly down here in Bondi and across our city of Sydney. There'll be a lot of calls for answers from the police tonight, Michael. We'll want them quickly. What was this about? Why did it happen? What did the police know? Should action have been taken earlier? And And I think we have a right to those answers very quickly. We've had 2 press conferences this evening from the highest levels of government, the Premier and the Prime Minister, but the country...
The Queensland one doesn't seem like... Oh, no, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying, what the fuck is going on today?
...has taken place here this evening.
And I bet it comes fast too, Chris. I think the identities of the gunmen involved, their motives, their ideology, I'm pretty sure will happen pretty fast. It seems, by the way, police have acted extremely swiftly tonight, particularly the raid in Western Sydney and Bondi would suggest they might know who they're dealing with and who they're connected to.
Crazy.
So let's hope that all becomes apparent. We do hope that there is calm, though, broadly. I just can't help but emphasise again our thoughts and feelings with what must be the very heavy-hearted Jewish community right across Australia tonight. This goes well beyond Sydney. At such a special time of the year, Hanukkah too, the Festival of Light, such a significant festival for the Jewish community and in many, many Jewish homes across Australia, and I'm sure around the world tonight too. There is deep sadness and grief about what has happened here this evening. Chris Reason, we appreciate you. We thank all of our reporters as well. But Hugh, let me just bring you back in. You've covered many of these events around the world. We hate to think it's happened here, but it certainly happened here on a scale that is horrific, that will affect all Jewish people around the world. But this is, as the Prime Minister suggested tonight, not just an attack, a targeted attack on the Jewish community. It is an attack on Australia. It is an attack on our way of life, particularly.
Well, I reckon, Anna...
That, you know, it's down there at Bondi Beach on a sunny afternoon with thousands of other people around as well.
And it points to what terrorism is. It is designed specifically by these hate-filled people to inflict as much fear and terror into a community as possible. What we're going to see happen over the next couple of days is the fallout from what has transpired at Bondi itself, the attack on the...
Yeah, so there is... Let's have a look. All right, let's have a look. We'll see if we can get some different coverage here.
As a whole and Australians, this is going to be a pretty difficult summer. It's Hanukkah tonight, it's Christmas in 11 days, there are kids on school holidays, going to beaches, going to pools, playing cricket in the backyard or at ovals around the country. We've got big cricket tests coming up, big major events where public safety and community safety will be paramount and really important, and all now under review. Events like New Year's Eve in Sydney, the third test in Adelaide, the Boxing Day test, the Sydney test to come, Australia Day on January 26. Authorities in every single Australian state are going to have to review everything right now because, yes, they say the terror threat level hasn't changed, but things have changed on the ground in Australia tonight.
Where innocent people gather to celebrate and do everything.
Yeah, this is the only other live one that's running right now.
That Bondi occurred at Bondi Junction. We have learnt a lot from that, and tonight ambulance and police and other emergency responders acted promptly and professionally to do a great job there. We will have a significant investigation. Our Counter-Terrorism Command will lead this investigation with investigators from the State Crime Command.
Yeah, no,
I
actually thought that
this
Rob Roy, legend.
This wanton use of violence, the taking of innocent lives is unacceptable to New South Wales. It's not our way of life. I've been very clear since I've been the Commissioner that as a police force, we won't stand for this type of violence. I'm personally offended. You have seen that the police have already taken prompt action. The Premier has mentioned one of the offenders is deceased, the second one is in serious...
Oh yeah, the fruit shop guy, yeah.
...focus to ensure that there is no further...
Oh, what was the name of that fruit shop guy's
but this is
fruit
a
shop?
Time of calm.
We've got 390-something people in here right now. We get them all over there, give him 5 stars.
The police are investigating thoroughly. We have acted promptly. We have taken decisive action. Could I just ask for calm in the community? Allow the police to do our job. We will work closely with community and I'll continue to provide updates about the investigation as they go on. Unfortunately, in these sort of circumstances, we get information from a range of areas. We tend to be as safe as we possibly can so that we know that we have 2 definite offenders, but we want to make sure the community is safe. So we will run down this investigation. The reason that we have so many investigators out tonight is we can make sure that that happens. The fact that we've declared this as a terrorist incident, we've provided special powers, is to make sure that we prevent any further. I cannot confirm there is a third offender, but I want to make sure there's no stone left unturned. We have police right around the city at the moment to make sure that all of the community is safe. I don't want to go into too much specific activity. Our job is to respond to intelligence we get, respond to information, but make sure the community is safe. So unashamedly, we do have a lot of public order and riot squad and other police out on the streets at the moment to make sure there is calm.
Boxing kangaroo.
This disgraceful act will
Just
not be punished.
yeah, just send all them ones. Maybe that.
This is ABC News.
Like the last one, the other ones are all right, but maybe just send them ones
This
to
is
my,
rolling coverage of the latest from the Bondi
messenger.
terrorist attack. Here's what we know so far. 12 people have been killed, targeting the Jewish community at Bondi Beach in Sydney. About 6:45 p.m. this evening, two shooters moved onto a bridge at the northern end of Bondi next to a park where a Hanukkah celebration was taking place. One shooter was killed, another is in custody. Vision shows the men opening fire in the direction of the park. Beachgoers were filmed fleeing towards the southern end of the beach away from the incident. At one point, a member of the public comes up behind one of the shooters, tackles them and takes their weapon off them. Premier Chris Minns has called that man a genuine hero.
Cash.
He's got
No cash here.
There are many,
Robbo.
many people
No cash.
alive tonight as a result of his bravery. We know that 12 people are dead, including one of the shooters. We know many people as well are in a critical condition, among the many others injured in the attack, 2 police officers. 29 people in total have been hospitalised. A senior law enforcement official has confirmed that one of the gunmen was Naveed Akram from Bondi in Sydney's southwest. The official, speaking on condition of anonymity, said police have tonight raided Akram's home in Bondi.
The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese spoke earlier condemning the attack. Let's take a listen.
3 shooters. I reckon definitely 3 shooters. Righto, we got 350 people in here. Who else reckons 3 shooters? That's what I reckon.
Attack on Jewish Australians on the first day of Hanukkah, which should be a day of joy, a celebration of faith. An act of evil anti-Semitism, terrorism that has struck the heart of our nation. An attack on Jewish Australians is an attack on every Australian, and every Australian tonight will be like...
How many? I don't know, a lot, like 10 12 lives were taken. 2 of them were police officers. One of them was a child.
In our nation. Let me be clear, we will eradicate it. Amidst this
3 and a driver, I agree. I 100% agree.
National unity, where Australians across the board will embrace their fellow Australians of Jewish faith at this dark
Definitely 3.
nation.
Definitely.
Our police and security agencies are working to determine anyone associated with this outrage. Our agencies will provide you with factual updates as quickly as possible.
Why 3 theory? I'll give you my theory on why I think there's 3. Because when we first started doing this live, so when this live's over and I post it as a video, you'll be able to see. If you go right back to the start, you can actually hear them on the news saying they're still letting shots off, right? And so by this stage, we'd already known that one was already had his life taken and one had been taken into custody. And there was still shots going on. And this was on the news while it was like live on this.
Because of the courage and quick action of the New South Wales Police and the first responders who rushed to their aid, as well as the courage of everyday Australians who, without hesitating, put themselves in danger in order to keep their fellow Australians safe.
Correct, they were 100%.
We have seen Australians today.
So we got this guy, that
these Australians are heroes, and their bravery has saved lives. Prime Minister, I say, on behalf of all Australians to the Jewish community, we stand with you, we embrace you, and we reaffirm tonight that you have every right to be proud of who you are and what you believe.
There's the Prime Minister. The federal opposition leader Susan Lee has also released a statement. She says Australians are in deep mourning tonight, with hateful violence striking at the heart of an iconic Australian community, a place we all know so well and love, Bondi. The loss of life from this attack is significant, and I join with the Prime Minister in urging all Australians to follow official advice from police.
So this is one of the shooters here.
Just a short time ago, there was a major press conference with the New South Wales Premier.
One of the shooters here. This is the one that was shooting on the bridge.
Elise Worthington was there, and she joins us now.
Guy's
Elise,
name is like,
what's been happening tonight? What are your key
last name,
takeaways?
Akram.
Well, we just had that press conference, as you said, with the Commissioner and the Premier, and they were really calling for calm, but at the same time sharing that information that they are
I think he's the one that they got to. He was the one that was on the bridge, and he was the one that they got was still alive.
That vehicle found with those improvised explosive devices. So telling people to be calm, but at the same time really outlining how serious this situation is and that it's an ongoing situation.
And Elise, you're at St Vincent's Hospital. That's a place where a number of people involved in this incident are receiving treatment tonight. What's going on at the hospital?
Yeah, that's right. His name's Naveed. That's right,
Well,
Naveed.
at the press conference, they gave us an update that there are at least 29 patients that have been serious, that have been injured. That's the language they're using, as well as those 12 who have been killed. We know that a number of them are at St Vincent's Hospital. The earlier figures were 6. We understand there are many more. We've seen ambulances streaming through this evening. Really, there's been some very distressing scenes here tonight. There are family and friends who are coming, trying to really find out what's going on with their loved ones. A short time ago,
this is just crazy. Like, it's still actually like,
her husband was shot dead.
I don't even know what it is. It's like one of those things where it's like, is this even real? Like, it's one of those things. Like, I don't.
Him.
Yeah.
Obviously, very distressed and really struggling to get information about where he was and what had happened. A short time after that, we had another family came out who had been waiting in emergency for news of their nephew who was in surgery. He was one of the Jewish security guards who was working
very
at this
sad
event and
day.
was shot
Very,
in the
very
shoulder.
sad day.
And they've just
Oh,
found
well,
out that he's going to be
another
okay.
friendly
The surgery was
fire. Bloody
successful.
hell.
There's more to be done, but they were.
But this is a
so
very, very,
relieved,
very
but
sad
also
day for
horrendously shocked.
Australia.
Like, how can this happen? And really,
Terrorists found its way to our shores, and this is horrible for our country.
In Australia, and they said they'd been in Australia from South Africa for 25 years, and they just never expected something like this could happen to the Jewish community, and really shaken and just absolutely devastated by what's unfolded here.
Elise,
who was in Australia from South Africa for 25 years? Some of the people that died.
Standing outside that hospital, are you getting a real sense of the
what do I reckon's going to happen to them in jail? So I'll tell you what, they will be in like strict segregation. Like, they will be so separated. They'll be exactly the same as any other terrorist in any other
at this time,
prison.
people are just waiting for an update to see how everyone's going. Amongst those 29 patients we mentioned earlier, there are patients across Sydney in different hospitals, including
I don't know. What are we supposed to do then, Randy Starr?
And we don't know the status of
Like,
that child. But
what
we
are we
do know that a
supposed
lot
to
of
do?
the patients have been really seriously injured. Some of them have multiple gunshot wounds, and we did hear in that press conference earlier that they are expecting, the language they're using is that there are at least
they will be in
super
Supermax.
People are still presenting. We've still got
Supermax.
Ambulances that are turning up here at St Vincent's.
Feels like GTA. Kind of looks like GTA too, actually.
And Elise, a little earlier you were talking about the fact that Bondi is a community that's been through immense trauma before, of course, the Bondi Junction stabbing, which I believe you were also involved with the coverage of that event. Is that something that's coming up for people who you were talking to tonight?
Yeah, definitely. And I was just thinking, I live very close to the hospital. I live close to Bondi Junction and Bondi Beach. I was at Bondi Beach this afternoon having lunch until late this afternoon, and you know, as soon as I got home, started getting messages from people really trying to work out what was going on, were we okay, and this has really unfolded from there. It obviously brings back such trauma for so many people about what has happened with the Bondi Junction incident, but there has been, you know, a lot of fear, a lot of concern.
What gun? So we know that they have said reports of an automatic gunfire, but we know definitely because we've seen it. There was a shotgun.
And just a really, really busy day.
Pump action shotgun, though.
To get a park at Bondi Junction because there were just at Bondi Beach, there were just so many people there. This evening there have been people coming past the hospital, which really does remind me of when I was standing out here after the Bondi Junction stabbings, asking how they can help.
Word
there
is
was a man who brought some
going off
food and
in
water
West
that he wanted to get into patients, and a short time ago people started placing flowers at the front of the hospital.
Celebration.
So, you know, it really, I think.
Oh, no way. Are you saying?
A lot of people, this has obviously now been designated a terrorist incident. We heard a short time ago, and police are saying they're doing everything possible. There were a lot of questions asked in that press conference about, you know, what intelligence was there, did police respond quickly enough? These are all things that will be closely analysed in the coming days. But at the moment, there is just a sense of this sheer shock and grief. Like, how could something like this happen again? And something.
Don't worry, I'm still here.
So many people
injured
so severely in a mass shooting, you know, right at Bondi Beach. It's one of Australia's most well-known icons, and it's a place that so many of us go, so many of us feel safe. We take our children, our families there, and you would just never imagine, especially in Australia, that you would see these masked, sort of these gunmen in black with these huge weapons just indiscriminately, seemingly shooting at people and having an incident like this. I know that people who have been in the hospital have described it, you know, as it's really like a war zone in there. The number of casualties coming through, the family members seeing patients.
Sorry guys, but yeah, we've been going for nearly 4 hours. My battery's going to die.
A traumatic and difficult and chaotic afternoon for staff
I've got a
and
new
for
one in
patients
already,
and their families who are just trying to figure out what's going on and how everyone's going.
Elise Worthington, an ABC reporter, bringing us some of those tragic human stories from St Vincent's Hospital. Elise, thanks very much for that.
Yeah, try not like. There's not really much we can do, like when there's this many people in the chat about the comments. You are going to get some key rolls, but yeah, just try not to. You know what I mean? I know it's hard. This is a very sensitive time, and especially for like certain people. So yeah.
We have a special event to celebrate this festival of spreading light and warmth to the world. We start about 5 o'clock until about 8:30. We're with our family and kids, and about
Wait, can you guys see the camera?
We heard also something like fireworks or something going off, some strange noise. It happened like quiet.
Can you guys see my camera?
Hold out. Gunfire, get down. And in probably 2 minutes, the entire crowd of about 500 people, give or take, was dropped to the floor. We
Wait,
our kids.
Can you guys not see my camera? Because like it's up on my screen.
That's protective of the tree, the table.
Oh yeah, sweet. I can see it.
My fourth piece I sort of put underneath me, covered over them. And we're lying there, and if you look up, which I did.
So if you're watching on a phone, for some reason my camera only just came on. I'm watching on my own phone as well. So
can't tell you what guns they were. Just at will shooting at people.
Muted.
And I saw at least 3 get hit. Whoever
shouldn't be muted.
Whoever was still standing or walking because they couldn't, they're too old or too whatever. They're the first easy pickings.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, it was chaos. It was literally a dream you never think you're gonna have in Bondi, Sydney, in 2020. You were alive. And we waited it out. We heard the cops.
Well, you mad, you bloody legend.
Later, then we heard a bit of a shootout, a lot of bullets going back and forth. And eventually they saw and announced shooters down or shooter neutralized. I'm not sure which word it was.
Thank you, you mad.
And we waited for about 5 minutes, make sure things were calm.
Right, give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to
the rescue crew
can't help it. Got multiple sclerosis.
Many are shot out
drinking.
because they were simply
yeah. use the toilet a lot.
And they ran around to find people who were shot and see how they could sort of tend to them and help them out. Luckily, our friend's car of ours was right next to where I was hiding, and we seized that moment to get all family members into that car with them, and we moved them out while people are trying to scamper and see what's going on. But for those 10 minutes, dare I tell you, it was hell on earth. Like for anybody, let alone kids and families who are trying to celebrate their a festival of warmth and light and spreading goodness. So.
And one man was separated from his family at the time of the attack. He's spoken to reporter Nick Dole at the scene.
We were just at a function at a bar mitzvah, like 200 metres away. We were singing and dancing and just heard gunshots and security running into the room, getting everyone in. I got separated from my daughters, who have been taken to someone else's house somewhere around. We haven't seen them, we've been talking to them, but there were multiple gunshots that we could hear. And it was very distressing, everyone was very scared, and I've never actually seen anything like it in my life.
So were you separated from your children?
Yes. They ran out, and we were in the hall. I spent 15, 20 minutes looking for them, couldn't find them frantically. Luckily, we got in touch with them, but it's obviously, and we're still not with them, so they're pretty shaken up because they were outside, I believe, when it was happening.
Let's go to reporter Digby Worthmiller, who's been on the scene for us all night. And Digby, it's been, more than 5 hours now since this incident started to unfold. What's the current situation in Bondi?
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's certainly still a heavy police presence down here in North Bondi. I'm situated at the police cordon in North Bondi, just a little bit down from where the North Bondi RSL is. And so we've been here for the majority of this evening since that shooting took place. And police are still hanging about. There's still a heavy police presence here. A little over maybe 20 minutes ago, we saw some forensic vans leaving the scene. This area was cleared by police around an hour to 2 hours ago as that threat of explosives was resolved, and they found those explosives inside a vehicle and then relocated them in an armoured vehicle to a different location. It was also confirmed that 29 people have also been presenting to hospitals in Sydney, as well as 12 dead, including the gunman himself. So as I look around the scene now, there are some armed police vehicles over there, but they're just sort of making sure that their presence is still seen and felt in this area tonight. Right now, no locals are hanging around. They've all sort of gone home, and so there isn't much else happening here. And then police are yet to provide an update, and the next update that we can expect to hear from them will be tomorrow morning, and we'll get a better idea of how many people presented to hospital and a little bit more detail on the events tonight here in Bondi.
We'll also be hoping to get some more detail on the status of this potential third co-conspirator, for want of a better word. There is still that question mark about whether someone else was involved.
Yeah, that's right. When police held their press conference a little earlier tonight around 10 p.m, they did suspect that there was potentially a third person involved with this shooting, but they couldn't verify that or confirm that, so they are still working to find out whether there was a third person involved and whether they need to track him or her down. So that piece of information hopefully we'll get an update on in the morning. Right now,
this is crazy. So what, people are actually... Wait, let me see if I can fucking find something on this.
Others also presenting to hospital.
And Digby, we know there's been an outpouring of grief across not just Australia but the entire world, and you've been seeing some of that at the scene where you are.
Yeah, it's been a really tough evening. We've seen a lot of people, locals here in Bondi. I myself even get my hair cut up the road here in Bondi by a friend, and everyone that was down here this evening, there was just this look of shock and disbelief on people's faces. They just couldn't quite believe what they were hearing or seeing. as this event took place. And so since we've been here, we've been speaking with people, some people who watched the horrors unfold, some people who just happened to be in the area.
I'm trying to find any footage of like celebrations or any stories of celebrations. I can chuck it up on the screen.
This worldwide popular beach. And so the feeling this evening was very much an eerie sense of just...
It's already got a name. They've already called it the Hanukkah shooting.
How big of a of how big this whole situation has been, and so over the coming days, I think it'll start to really unfold, and people will really start to feel, I guess, what has happened down here today.
I guess this will be an emotional scene for some time. We were talking to you.
Yeah, I can't find any.
Turning up.
I can't find any.
With you know, wanting to just show their sort of respects and show how they were grieving.
What we might do,
yeah, exactly. I mean,
we'll nick this thing off.
2 years ago, there was the Bondi stabbings, and flower tributes flooded in through there for the victims of that attack. Here this evening, we've...
So I just seen there's a few more videos that weren't up before, so we'll get into them. This guy.
We've got another witness who wasn't in the best shape, who was caught up in it all and still did what the best that he could do. Let's just run this.
I survived October 7th. I lived in Israel the last 13 years. We came here only 2 weeks ago to work with the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism, to fight this bloodthirsty, ravaging hatred.
That's why you're here.
That's why I'm here. You know, we've lived through worse. We're going to get through this, and we're going to get the bastards that did this.
Tell me, did you see the gunman?
I did. I saw at least one gunman firing. Looked like a shotgun firing randomly in all directions. I saw children falling to the floor. So elderly. I saw invalids. I saw people just. It was an absolute bloodbath, blood gushing everywhere. You know, October 7th. That's the last time I saw this.
It's already on Wikipedia.
I mean, how extraordinary is that?
We're going to go back to Shari Markson. She is with someone.
Oh, maybe we will actually.
At the scene. I'm not sure if this is a witness, Shari, but what can you tell us?
Yes, Caroline.
They're talking about this all over the world.
This is Vlad from the State Emergency Services and Ilona. They were both there when the shooting happened. As you can see, Vlad has got fresh blood all over his oh, you don't want your face on camera?
No, I want to see them, my hands.
Oh, your hands. He's showing you his hands because they're covered in blood. Vlad, what happened when the shooting started?
So I was with my son, 8 years old. I pushed him to the ground and I fell on top of him. And then there's another security guard from, what's the called security company? GSA. GSA was hit in the shoulder and fell on top of me. The shooting was going on 5 minutes non-stop.
How many gunshots do you think were fired in that fight?
Probably 50, 60 gunshots. It was non-stop.
And the whole time you were lying on top of your 8-year-old son?
And then I was trying to give the first aid to the guy because he was bleeding profusely. So.
Which guy? A guy next to you?
The security guy that was shot, yes. And then once the shooting stopped, I went out, tried to help people. I was just covering bodies because there was people dead everywhere. Young, old, rabbi, they're all dead. And then 2 people died while we're trying to save them because ambulance didn't arrive on time. And then, of course, everyone came.
How many people do you think, just dozens, were shot, both injured and killed?
Dozens killed. Water can't even keep it together.
More than dozens injured. It must have been high caliber bullets because the people's brain was all over the place, exploded. So.
And the people you tried to save, who did you work on? After the security officer, who did you work on?
So I had a lady who had a shot in the leg, was bleeding profusely. We put 2 tourniquets on her trying to stop bleeding. an elderly lady, and then I saw her, she died afterwards. Because
an elderly lady passed away.
Elderly lady does. And then there was another guy. He was hit in the head, but he was still alive, and yeah, I couldn't help him. He died.
You couldn't help him. He was shot in the head. And how old was he, do you think?
He was an older gentleman. It's not just people, it's people that I know.
People from our community. People from our community, people that we know well, people that we see often.
Dead.
Your rabbi is dead.
5 kids behind, dead, young, not even, he's 40 years old.
And so you were there as well? You were there as well?
I was there as well with my mother, with my son. And it just started.
So this is another one. Thank you, JJ. This is another one that's been put online.
To hear shots and people were just
so that is one of the shooters here.
I couldn't believe it.
This guy here, not this guy.
I don't know.
This guy is not a shooter.
Joking.
Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I couldn't believe it.
But yeah, it's this guy here in the black. That's Naveed. That's Naveed Akram. And so he only just passed some.
But you're a member of the Jewish community, but you were there in your role as well for the State Emergency Services.
So I'm a chaplain, a Jewish chaplain for State Emergency Services. I come here every year to just celebrate with my community, and today I actually was consoling people.
What book is the ICRA, the IQRA?
I mean, there's a woman crying next to her husband.
What book is that a part of? The Torah, yeah?
Head was completely exploded. I mean, what am I going to consult her? What am I going to tell her? But I tell you one thing.
What's the rules of Tajweed?
There, and I'm going to
go
home.
What's the rules of Tajweed?
Because we must learn.
Tajweed.
We're not afraid.
It's absolutely devastating. Thank you so much, Vlad, for your incredible community service this afternoon, and Ilona. And I trust your 8-year-old son is safe now.
He's safe.
Thank you so much, Vlad. Thank you. I mean, just horrific. Vlad is this. You know, we're on the scene, and Vlad just started walking past us, covered in blood on his shirt and his hands, as you heard, and that tragic news that a rabbi with 5 children has been among those killed tonight.
Crazy.
I want to bring in our colleague Shari Marks, and she's on the scene now. She was previously sheltering after a Hanukkah event in Dover Heights. Shari, what can you tell us from the scene?
So I've come down the hill, and this is just where it happened behind us. That to say there are dozens and dozens of ambulances. Look right across Bondi.
There you go.
This is a scene you never could have imagined. And Caroline and Danica, I've just spoken to the family members of 2 victims. Now, the one, as I said, I'm not going to say their names, but the one family member is a rabbi that I know very well. Caroline, you know very well. And it's his brother-in-law who was shot, clinging on to life. We don't know if he's still alive or not. And just now, this ambulance next to me, it was a regular Sky News viewer, a Jewish man. His father had been shot in the shoulder, and he was just loaded onto the ambulance. So as we're speaking now, those who've been injured, those who've been shot, those who've been killed are being loaded onto ambulances.
Exactly what it says.
This is the most devastating.
It says, another one of my dear students, Naveed Akram, and then it says, which ideology did he follow? Yeah. So it's interesting that you said that.
Heartbreaking scenario you can ever imagine. You can see it now. Look, family members having to say goodbye to their loved ones as they're getting in the ambulance, not know if they're going to. Apologies. Not knowing if they're going to make it, not knowing if they're going to.
So they are saying that he is Pakistani.
This is beyond words, Caroline and Danica. So a rabbi just left the event before he stopped me. He told me who it was in his family who had been shot. He told me there's just been bodies all over the ground. We don't know exactly who's alive, who made it, who did it. But this is a rabbi I've known for most of my life, and His brother-in-law has been shot. I said, is he still alive? He said, I just don't know. I don't know. And I said, do you want to come speak to us? And he said, I've got to go be with my wife, whose brother it is, who's been shot.
And you know, even the vision that we just showed. Sorry, Sherry, the vision that we just showed that of the woman saying, you know, goodbye to her loved one as they entered the ambulance over there. I mean, this is just heartbreaking. This is heartbreaking because they don't know what sort of condition their loved one's in right now.
They don't know if they're going to make it. This is our community. This is our Jewish community celebrating the first night of Hanukkah at Bondi Beach.
They said that
and this
horrific,
horrific,
like maybe
fatal
3 hours
shooting
ago,
has unfolded with at least 2 gunmen that we know of from the vision. And people are in tears. Grown men, adults are walking around Bondi.
We've got 340 people in here. There's obviously a lot of people enjoying it. So if you guys are enjoying it, I'd really appreciate it.
Horrific this is. It's truly horrific. So there's an eyewitness here we might bring in. Hi, Sherry Markson from Sky.
Smash that bell icon.
What did you see?
You'll never miss any of my lives or my videos.
And then the shooting started, and I said, this is not fireworks, that sounds like shotguns. And I can hear it very closely right here.
Running and kind of looking behind them, and we just dropped everything. We were putting our bags in the Uber, we just left it, and we just ran. We hit a fence, so we couldn't jump it over, so we hid inside between a shed and underneath a surfboard for about 20-30 minutes, and we could still hear the shots being fired, and we didn't know if they were getting closer, if they were getting further.
How many shots do you think were fired?
About 50 at least,
50?
50. I heard the shots from the start.
It would have been maybe less than that, but it was a lot. It was in the tens. It was in the tens, and it kept going. It kept going.
I said to Laura, this is not fireworks. As soon as I heard it, I said, this is not fireworks. We were just getting into the Uber, right?
And were you sheltering? Did you get
under the surfboard in between a shed and
right
a
behind
fence?
the laneway there, right behind the laneway.
And we're trying not to move the surfboard too much because we didn't know if he's gonna be looking around and shoot us or.
Yeah, so it was really bad. There was a lot of shooting happening. A lot of people
He'd
were
been
running.
caught even, so we heard the helicopters.
And then a family took us in right here in the laneway.
Into their home?
Yeah, into their home.
We jumped the fence and got into their home. We heard them talking.
We just came out now, so it's been about an hour since it started. We just came now once we've been watching the news.
Yeah.
Okay, well, stay safe. Thank you for sharing that with us. And just...
Well, it says
we're outside of the crime scene. And Tamika and Caroline...
On the fucking ball. It says here, right, and this is so to people worrying if I'm saying stuff that I'm not supposed to, this is what the Honourable Susan Levy, Member of Parliament, just released. It says a whole lot more, but I just want to read this one bit out. It says, so this is one of those looking thingamajiggies. Anyway, it says this. This attack occurred on our Jewish community, came together at the Hanukkah by the sea. This was a celebration of peace and hope for the future served by hate. I actually read that different. I thought that said something else. Oi, Soul, what's going on, legend? Oi, you've got me on Discord, yeah? You can drop me an email, drop me a DM anytime. I'd like to have a chat with you about this, actually, as a matter of fact. Oh, sorry. Fuck, I forgot I paused it.
I mean, the fact that I already know the names of police are just moving us, if you're just wondering what's happening, because we are standing we're at the crime scene. We are literally at the crime scene right now, standing next to the ambulances that are collecting those who've been shot and injured. But Caroline and Danica, what I was going to say is the fact that I already know three of the people, or know the names of three of the people who have been shot, tells you that this is a very close-knit Jewish community in Australia, very small Jewish community,
was
especially
right there
in
with
Sydney.
perfect coverage
And
of the
impact
situation.
of what has happened tonight
was.
for the victims, for the families, for the whole community.
Everything is stuffed, even the weather.
There aren't even words to describe. This is going to be
horrific.
Okay? This is what
fine.
we have not wanted to happen. This is what we've been saying.
Yeah,
There needs to be action
I know,
before an
it's
event
hard
like this
'cause I can
happens,
only-
and here it is,
I'm
in the heart of
blinded.
Bondi. Look around us. There are dozens of emergency vehicles. There are bodies still being carried to ambulances. The paramedics are treating people on the ground. Everyone is shaken. Everyone is devastated.
I don't think we can overstate
In the heart of
impact.
Bondi Beach, in broad daylight.
I don't think we can overstate, Shari, the impact this is going to have on the Jewish community, but also Australia as a whole. Stay there, because we'll also bring in Pete Stefanovic, who is also in Bondi Beach, another location in Bondi Beach. Pete, tell us where you are at now and what the latest you're hearing is.
So we're also in the northern part of Bondi too. So that area, that kind of makeshift
We're about to do a minute
triage
silence,
centre, if you like, very basic one behind me.
for all
So
the
that's over my shoulder. So that's where a lot of the victims had been taken. And in the past, since the shooting, there's been a number of people who've been.
All right, so yeah, let's do that. Minute of silence for everyone that's lost their life in this horrible situation. Yeah, let's go. Minute silence. All right. So yeah, that was definitely 2 minutes, but I chucked an extra minute silence on for the poor child that lost their life tonight. Yeah, so I thought that was important to do that as well. Yeah, I guess a lot of people set out to go on an outing tonight and are never coming home. It's crazy. It's un-Australian. It's not what we're about here in Australia. And unfortunately, I feel like if this is a sign of the times to come, then got to start being a little bit vigilant, I think. Unfortunately, like I also said at the start of the stream, that, you know, Bob Dylan said so many decades ago that the times, they are a-changing. And it's times like this that you can guarantee that, you know, you got to be vigilant, because we're facing different times. You know, this isn't Australia. This isn't what happens in Australia. We don't fucking do this shit. We don't, you know, Australia is always known as the beautiful country, you know, the loving country, the free country. But unfortunately, yeah, this is a sign of the times. Yeah, fuck yeah, Happy Days, 100%. So Happy Days just said, it's so good having like Bluetooth everything on my PC until the moment you forget to charge things. Yeah, so Happy Days, as I said, we're all probably experiencing some shock from the news, even at home. Take care of each other. That's it. So, you know, not only that, like, turn to your side, have a look at who you are sitting next to right now, and get a snapshot of this in your brain, because I feel like things are about to really change in our lives here in Australia, unfortunately. And yeah, just appreciate what you've got at home. You know, it's times like this you've got to kick back and appreciate what you've got. Some people don't have much, some people don't have anything. So, like, you know, if that even just means looking at your phone and just appreciating that you're still fucking here, you know, do that. If it's a dog, give your dog a pat. If it's your missus, give her a kiss, tell her you love her. If it's your mum, send her a text and say, oh, I love you, mum. You know, if it's your dad, say, oh, dad, fucking knuckles and I love you and that. Do all that kind of shit. It's one of them days. Fear it's the tip of the iceberg. I hope I'm wrong. So bloody disgraceful and inhumane what took place today. Absolutely. And I think for me, like, if I'm honest, like, I think that's what makes it so surreal for me, is the fact that this is something that's like, it's so like foreign to us all. Like, and I like picked my words wisely when I said that. So, but it's very foreign to us all, and like, fucking hell, really. The truth is, like, for me, it's scary. Like, I've got children. I've actually got grandchildren, believe it or not. So it's scary for me to think about, like, what's going to happen, like, in their lifetimes. Like, if this is going on now, fucking God help us all, really. That's yeah, it's 4:20. We've been going live for 4:20, 4 hours and 20 minutes. If you know, you know. If you don't, we've just got to go to the toilet. Excuse me. My dog's out in the bloody hallway pleasuring himself. The other day he was doing it. My mate's like, fuck, I wish I could do that. I was like, don't, bro. He fucking bites. Silly fucking person. Yeah, that was a joke. Anyway, this was a dad joke because I'm a dad. "29 days clean off the hard stuff for me." Fuck yeah, fixer at home. Bush, knuckles it. Mad effort. 29 fucking solid days. Fucking mad effort. When they've been there, you know. That's solid. That's solid. Yes, one man arrested in handcuffs and 2 women taken away as well. Wait, what did I miss? What did I miss? I mean, that's true, but like if I was to say anything like, because you know what I mean? I'm a YouTuber, hobbyist. So, but you know, I do YouTube, so I absolutely do that. But I am respectful about the way I go about things. You know, I'll use case in point. So, Daily Mail, you've got Johnny Cabray just straight up rocking up to Gus Lamont's fucking family's house and saying, you know, "Hi, I'm Johnny Cabray, rah rah rah," rocking up. Desi Freeman's wife's been trying to hide from the media for 3 months and she finds out where she lives and then puts her house on the fucking, like every single fucking media outlet that there is. So now that every single person now knows where that person lives, like I'm a little bit respectful. As you can see, when I done my Paul Punker Desi Freeman video, I didn't show anyone's faces. I actually didn't even show their shops because I didn't want their shops to like get in any flack. Like, you know, it's Restekpa. You know, if you've seen Ali G, that's what it is. RESTCPA. RESTCPA. Restekpa. Football, meat pies, kangaroos, and Holden cars. You fucking know it. Hey, if I told you I didn't have 2 4 and 20 Angus beef, cheese, and bacon pies cooking right now in the fucking Aussie air fryer, I'd be lying. 100%. And, oh no, it's Sunday. I thought it was Saturday. I was going to say it's actually Monday. If it was Saturday, I was going to say, yeah, it'd be AFL, football for sure. Carlton, let's go. I don't want to hear any sour grapist jokes about Carlton because we all know that his dipshit brother doesn't play for us anymore and his dad pissed off fucking 20 years ago sooking about the salary cap bullshit. So, yeah. Kevin, that's what it is, Kevin Cohen. It's fucking RESTCPA. Can we all leave a light on tonight for the guys? What you reckon? Yeah, fuck yeah. I'm going to do that. A Kev ball's worth buying. So, since we've been on, I have been on live for 4.5 hours. So I've had 2 different meals since I've been on live. But the first meal I got into was, yes, the chicken Kiev balls. And are they worth buying? I mean, are popes questionable? I thought you were going to say, I thought I was going to say Catholic then, but I'm not of that mindset. I think popes are questionable. But yeah, I believe that they are definitely worth a buy, my friend, in the grand scheme of things. And yes, go the Blues. Let's go. Harry Curnow. That was a joke too. I'm just sorry. If you just don't know, he nicked off too. pizza and garlic bread for JJ. True. My electric was 1,700 for 3 months. Oi, I get it. I get it. So the house that I just moved out of, where me and JJ lived in that house together, it had no gas heaters or anything like that. So like the only heater we had was the split system, and it was a big house. So like a big split system, and fucking my God. Exactly, Jamie Bryant. Who is Charlie Curnow? What about the Silvani brother charge? Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's what just got me on that tangent, because I said something about Carlton. I knew someone would chime in and say, what about Tom Silvani? You know what's actually funny about that? So I don't mind walking the fucking caution line with YouTube and posting things that are a little bit, you know, people aren't allowed to post. So anyway, there was obviously a gag order on that, a non-disclosure. So nobody could do any stories or that about it. And I actually sat there for about an hour in my positive thinking space and thought, do I make this video? Because I know exactly who it is. I know who his elite family is, what they're saying, rah, rah, rah. I thought, you know what? Fuck these people who think that they can go around and do that to fucking the females in our country and just put a non-disclosure agreement on so your name gets put out of it forever. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? And so, yeah, I sat there for a long time. I got up, I actually started making the video, and then I actually got the YouTube notification on my phone. And yeah, it was saying that that person had just been named. And I knew who it was from the start. Yeah. Up the bangers. If Anya, I seen you had Philly 96's hat on while you were doing the Desi video recently. Do you follow them as well? Oh, I do actually, yeah. So I'm actually shattered. So I used to have this badge. So I had a 76ers badge that used to go with that hat. And so I actually got that hat from an op shop, believe it or not. And same with the badge as well. And so and both on the same day. So I just thought, yeah, gotta get it. Oi, LB, you bloody legend. God bless you during these unsettling times. Oh, thank you, legend. Thank you. True. Biff, have you come up with created coded language to get around censorship? So, I mean, I wouldn't say that I've like come up with coded language like as like coding and stuff like that, but I've been doing social media for a long time now. I understand algorithms and stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, kind of, in a way. There's always methods behind my madness, that's for sure. I'm well versed in SEOs, keywords. Yeah, I'm pretty onto it. But guys, I'll tell you what, I think I'm going to pack it in for the night too. Yeah, we've been going for 4.5 hours. Absolute another cracking live. And yeah, this I actually said in the premiere tonight, I was like, yeah, I'm going live tonight, but it's only going to be a little live. And here we are 4.5 hours later. But yeah, this was massive and I had to cover it. Yeah, and I knew that there'd be other people trying to get in on that race too. So yeah, I just stopped what I was doing as soon as I seen the notification and yeah, just made it happen. what happens to terrorists in prison? So they get locked away in their own little terrorist place, and yeah. And so I did manage to be in the same place as a terrorist at one time. We both had handcuffs on. It was after a visit. Don't worry, I still thought about doing flying headbutts at the guy, but I actually just wanted to hear what he had to say. And so we're actually after a visit. I was in the slot, he was in the slot. And so like they pulled him out of his visit just before they pulled me out. And then they put me into the holding cell. And there was one of the terrorists that done that, the MCG Melbourne terrorist attack thing. And I walked straight in there, and I noticed who it was straight away. And I was like, I knew it. Like, there was not much I could do unless I wanted to do like leaping fucking frog kicks or horse kicks at him or flying headbutts or whatever. But I thought, you know, I want to beat this guy with my brain. And so I was like, "Oh, you fucking piece of shit." I know I just said I wanted to beat this guy with my brain, but don't worry. Like I just said, there's always methods behind my madness. So I was like, "Oh, you fucking piece of shit." And he's looked at me and he's like, "You're talking to me?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fucking talking to you, bro." And he's like, "What? You don't even know me?" I'm like, "Bro, everyone in this fucking country knows who you are, mate. Like, I know exactly who you are and I know what you fucking done." And he goes, "No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent." I'm like, "Bro, you're not innocent. You were actually caught going through Bunnings, getting all the explosives and all this bullshit. Rah, 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 rah." And then I asked him, like, because I wanted to hear it from him, like, what was your goal in, like, in what you were setting out? And, like, if I will, he was pretty tight-lipped, yeah? Like, so, like, if these guys robbed banks, they're not going to be dobbing on each other, yeah? Like, this guy was pretty tight-lipped. And all he said was, everything we do is a message from above, you know? I'm not going to say who from, but I was like, that's fucking shit, bro. I go, fucking shit. I go, do you know, like, because there was going to be cricket on that day. It was the Boxing Day cricket match, actually. And, yeah, I remember just saying, I go, that's weak. I go, you think that by doing that, that's going to fucking send you to rah, 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 because you're doing this, you're a martyr or all this fucking bullshit. I go, that's weak, bro. That is weak as fucking piss. And I said, if you were out in that yard, I said, we'd all show you what real men do and what real men are capable of. And yeah, that's when the screws came in. But yeah, I had handcuffs on. He had handcuffs on. But I was actually I was more impressed that I like managed to have that conversation with him. But by me saying, "Oh, you fucking piece of shit," yeah, it really got the conversation started. I got a story for you about that pig. Bullshit. Yeah, oi, so that fucking guy, yeah, that's one of those times where I was like, yeah, I'm a little bit shattered that I didn't fucking, like, at least try and fucking put him in a leg lock or something. I don't know. Didn't have my hands available, but at the end of the day, I was actually more happy that I actually, like, came at it that way. It was kind of like Sun Tzu, the art of war type shit. You know, act weak when you're strong and act strong when you're weak type shit. Yeah. Absolute fucking scum. You'll never hear me say anything different. Absolute fucking scummer, scum of the earth, fucking want to fucking do that when there's women, children, old people, you know, the whole kit and caboodle of innocent people would have been there on that fucking Boxing Day Christmas game. So yeah, absolute fucking putrid. All right, legends, but I am going to jump off now. Yeah, I ended up going live for about 3.5 hours longer than I was supposed to go. But yeah, I'll keep everyone updated with this tomorrow. Yeah, we'll keep up to date with this story, and I'll keep doing updates so we know what's going on at all time with this story as well. But yeah, like always, guys, watch this space. I believe like this is going to be a watch this space with this story. And I'm just going to say this now, and I believe that there was more than 2 shooters at the start. Now I'm going to say I believe there was at least 3, and like someone else said, and a driver. Because let's face it, they didn't walk from Lakemba to Bondi. You know, I don't know if you guys know the distances between Lakemba and Bondi, but yeah, people aren't walking there. But yeah, all right, guys, much love, much respect, and yeah, I will see all you guys 7 p.m. tomorrow night for a video premiere, and yeah, we'll probably go live at about 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow night as well. So yeah, you definitely yeah, if you guys haven't already subscribed, please jump over, shoot me a subscription. That'd be absolutely appreciated. And if you smash that bell icon, you'll never miss any of my lives again, any of my videos again. And yeah, you'll see everything on whatever device you watch me on. But yeah, thank you guys. This was a record-breaking live, by the way. We managed to keep over 400 people in our live for over 3 hours straight. It's a pretty solid effort. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. We've actually broken a fair few records this week. So yeah, been absolutely awesome. So yeah, much love, much respect, and I will see all you legends at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. And as always, don't do drugs and crime and you won't end up in prison. We out.